Evening, lads. Mason here. Tonight we are stepping into 8 hours of true ghost stories, possessions, and poltergeists. Across the years, the Fall Asleep podcast has wandered through haunted houses, cursed objects, violent disturbances, strange visitations, and cases where ordinary people became convinced that something unseen had entered their lives and refused to leave. Some of the stories ahead unfold in family homes and quiet bedrooms. Some begin with an object, a presence, or a single unsettling moment that grows into something much darker. Others center on people who believed they were facing not simply a haunting, but something far more invasive and far more dangerous. I have gathered some of my favorite paranormal cases together into one long collection for you tonight. Before we begin, I want to thank everyone who continues to support the podcast, whether you have been listening for years or have only just found your way here. Every listen, every comment, and every message helps keep this going, and I am genuinely grateful for that support. Some of the stories in this collection may already be familiar to long-time listeners. Others may be completely new to you. Over the next 8 hours, we will move through ghost stories, poltergeist outbreaks, haunted objects, and deeply unsettling cases of alleged possession. We will encounter apparitions, unexplained noises, physical disturbances, rooms that seem to hold on to the past, and people who came to believe they were dealing with something beyond any normal explanation. Get comfortable, settle in, and subscribe to the Fall Asleep podcast for more true paranormal cases, haunted histories, and unexplained encounters. And if 8 hours still leaves you wanting more, you can head over to the Fall Asleep podcast Patreon, where there are thousands of hours of episodes and more than 100 cases just like these, all completely ad-free. You can find it through the link in the description below. Supporting the Patreon directly supports the Fall Asleep podcast and allows me to continue researching and producing more stories like these. Most importantly, you will also find exclusive cases there that are simply too disturbing or too controversial for YouTube. Here is a taste of one of those cases right now. For nearly a century, the Queen Mary has carried more than passengers. Thousands of lives crossed its decks. Film stars, soldiers, prisoners, children, emigrants, and men traveling towards wars they would never return from. Some died aboard, hundreds more died beneath its bow when the Queen Mary tore HMS Curacoa in half and continued through the Atlantic, leaving the sea filled with wreckage and screaming men. And throughout the ship, visitors and employees have reported figures moving through locked corridors, laughter of children heard inside empty rooms, and dead crewmen returning to the places where they were killed. Often called the most haunted ship in the world, the Queen Mary has become a place where history and haunting seem impossible to separate. Across its enormous decks, the dead are said to walk through locked rooms, empty swimming pools, and machinery spaces buried deep below the waterline. Enter the Grey Ghost, the haunting of the Queen Mary. Available now exclusively on the Fall Asleep podcast Patreon. Click the Patreon link in the description below to listen to the full case. The exclusive cases on Patreon are growing, and so is the community listening to them. More people are joining every week, unlocking the archive and following these darker cases as they are released. This episode joins 6 other Patreon exclusives that are too controversial for YouTube, alongside more than 100 episodes from the Fall Asleep podcast archive, all available ad-free with early access to every new release. Click the Patreon link in the description below and join the growing community today. The Fall Asleep podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Don't forget to subscribe here on YouTube. Now back to the video. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep podcast, your quiet space for the haunted and the true. In the late 1990s, a Canadian family stepped into a Victorian house that should have been nothing more than charming and old. Instead, it carried a weight they couldn't explain. Nights were broken by alarms screaming into the dark. Lights flickered as though unseen hands were playing with the wires. The family dog froze at the staircase, staring into emptiness, growling at something no one else could see. What started as strange coincidences soon became the creeping fear that something unseen was moving through their home. The story was so relentless, so terrifying, that Dora L. Williams, a mother with no background in writing, eventually set it down in her memoir, Haunted: The True Story of a Canadian Family's Haunted House. What follows is the account itself, the chain of events that forced her to put pen to paper before the memories could fade. If you're new, subscribing helps keep these stories alive and ensures more of them reach you. Now settle in bed, on the road, working late, or wherever you listen. This is the haunting of the Williams family. Let's begin. This is Char TV, and you're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast.
Oh my God, what is that?
Sleep. A gentle descent into the unknown. But beware, for tonight, as you close your eyes, something may be watching from the dark behind them. The Fall Asleep podcast.
On a quiet street in a small Ontario town stood an old Victorian house with peeling paint and antique charm. For years, residents noticed that this grand home never kept an owner for long. Families moved in, then fled inexplicably, leaving it frequently vacant. In the late 1990s, the Williams family, Dora, her husband, and their 3 young children, came upon this Victorian house by chance. They had just settled into a newly built home elsewhere, yet found themselves strangely drawn to the vacant Victorian as if by some unseen lure. The pull was irrational and overwhelming, despite logic and practicality telling them to stay in their comfortable new house. They could not resist. On an impulse, they purchased the century-old home and prepared to move in. From the moment Dora first crossed the threshold at an open house viewing, she felt an uncanny attraction to the place. The air inside had a weight of history, motes of dust drifting in slanted sunbeams, the rich scent of aged wood and old plaster. High ceilings and ornate trim spoke of long-ago lives, yet something else hung in the atmosphere, something unseen and unspoken. Neighbors exchanged knowing glances when the sale went through. No one ever stayed long in that house, they murmured. Indeed, the Williams had heard the same unsettling trivia. The home had an unusually high turnover rate, with one family after another leaving in a hurry. Still, they brushed this aside. Perhaps previous owners were deterred by costly maintenance on an old house, or job relocations, any number of ordinary reasons. The Williams family's excitement at owning a Victorian-era home outweighed any whisper of dread. Moving day came in late summer. The family carried in boxes under the shadow of a gabled roof and tall windows framed by tattered lace curtains. Dora found herself wondering about the house's history as she unpacked china in the dining room. The house dated back to the late 19th century. Its walls had witnessed many lives. In the foyer hung an old-fashioned mirror with a gilded frame, left behind by a prior tenant. When Dora caught her reflection in it, for a split second she almost didn't recognize the face. A trick of the wavy antique glass, she supposed, that made her features look like someone else entirely. She gave a nervous laugh and continued unpacking. That first week, the family settled into their new home with optimism. They noted a few quirks of the old structure: floorboards that groaned under invisible weight, doors that wouldn't stay open, and cold drafts in certain corners even with the summer heat outside. But owning a Victorian house was bound to be an adventure. Dora and her husband reassured the children that old houses simply sound different and feel different. The kids, especially 8-year-old Cammy, were enchanted by the idea that the house was very old. To them, it was like living in a piece of history. Little did they know how alive that history still was. Within days of moving in, strange occurrences began to quietly unfold. At first, these incidents were subtle, the kinds of things easily dismissed or rationalized, but they were numerous. Dora would clear the kitchen countertop at night, only to find small coins scattered there in the morning. A penny on the staircase, a dime on the hallway floor, each appeared without explanation, as if an unseen hand had tossed spare change about when no one was looking. These weren't old rare coins, just ordinary modern cents and nickels, but their sudden appearance in odd places became a daily curiosity. The family joked at first, Maybe the house likes to give us pocket change. Yet Dora couldn't help but recall that finding coins in unusual ways is often said to be a sign of a spirit's presence. She kept that thought to herself, not wanting to spook the children. More puzzling were the clocks. Every single clock the Williamses owned, from the digital bedside alarm to a sturdy wall clock in the living room, malfunctioned in some way after the move. One stopped at 3:33 a.m. and wouldn't restart. Another's hands inexplicably spun backwards one afternoon. The digital clock reset itself to 12 noon, repeatedly despite fresh batteries. A brand new kitchen clock fell off the wall and shattered, as if it had been pushed with force, though no one was near. These incidents left Dora's husband scratching his head. He was a pragmatic man, and each time he assured the family there must be vibrations from passing trucks or wiring issues causing electrical glitches. But the pattern was odd, every clock misbehaving in a house that otherwise had stable power. It was as if time itself refused to run normally inside these walls. Then came the fire alarms. Late one night, well after the family had gone to sleep, a shrill scream shattered the silence. The smoke detector at the top of the stairs was blaring at full volume. Heart pounding, Dora rushed up with her husband. There was no smoke, no sign of any fire. The alarm was brand new and had never given false alerts before. They reset it, chalking it up to a fluke. But a few nights later it happened again, the same alarm screaming at 2 a.m., sending them into a panic that turned into confusion when no hazard could be found. Soon, multiple alarms around the house began to go off on their own, sometimes in eerie synchrony. One afternoon, the hallway detector and the basement detector started wailing at the exact same second. Each time there was no fire, no smoke, and pressing the test button showed the units in working order. It was as if some invisible force wanted to alarm the family, literally. The shrill, jarring noise in the dead of night felt almost like a scream from an unseen throat. Unexplained smells drifted through the rooms at intervals. While cooking dinner, Dora would catch a whiff of floral perfume behind her, only to turn and find no one there. At other times, the stench of something rotting, akin to sulfur or spoiled food, would waft briefly through the parlor and vanish just as quickly. She scrubbed the kitchen trash bin and checked the basement for dead rodents, but nothing explained the fleeting bursts of odor. Cold spots became a common experience too, pockets of air that felt bone-chillingly cold, in one case so frigid that the family dog Piper, a normally brave little poodle, refused to walk through that particular doorway into the den. The cold areas would persist for an hour and then disappear. An old house can have drafts, of course, but these cold zones were oddly localized and intense, often accompanied by a sense of unease as one passed through, as if someone unseen also stood in that spot. Perhaps most telling of all was the dog's behavior. From day one, Piper flat out refused to go upstairs. The dog who used to eagerly follow the children everywhere now sat whimpering at the foot of the staircase whenever the family went up to bed. If coaxed or carried, Piper would tremble violently, staring at a point on the empty upper landing with bared teeth and low growls. On several occasions, Piper barked frantically at the darkness of the upstairs hallway, the fur along his spine standing up as if he saw something no one else could. The poor pet's distress was deeply unsettling. "He's probably just adjusting to the new place," Dora's husband offered, trying to sound confident. But Dora noticed the way his voice faltered. Piper had never acted like this before. Animals, she remembered reading, are often sensitive to paranormal presences. They see and sense what humans do not. Seeing Piper cower and growl at empty air on the landing gave Dora a chill that no draft could explain. Still, in those early days, the family did what most people would. They searched for logical explanations. They blamed the coins on things falling out of moving boxes, the clocks on electrical issues, the alarms on faulty detectors or humidity, the smells on old house odors, the cold spots on poor insulation. Each incident alone could be rationalized, but together the incidents formed a pattern that was becoming hard to ignore. Something was not right in that house. The children sensed it too. 10-year-old Matt complained of feeling like someone was watching him whenever he climbed the stairs alone. Little Cammy started bringing her doll to bed each night to keep me safe, she said. When asked safe from what, she just shrugged. One evening, as the family gathered in the living room, a new and inexplicable event occurred that made everyone's heart skip. Dora was hanging a family photo on the wall, tapping in a nail to hold the frame. It was a picture of the 3 children taken at their previous home, all of them smiling in sunlight, a happy memory she hoped would brighten their new space. She carefully hammered the small nail into the plaster wall. Suddenly, the nail fell to the floor with a ping. Puzzled, she picked it up. Perhaps she hadn't secured it well. She tried again, tapping it firmly. Not a minute later, as she lifted the frame to hang, the nail inexplicably vanished from the wall. It hadn't fallen this time. It was just gone. The hole was empty. Dora knelt and searched the floor, but the nail was nowhere. "Mommy, did you move the nail?" little Cammy asked, wide-eyed. Dora's hand trembled. She had not. It was as if someone, or something, did not want that photograph hung. It crossed her mind that perhaps the house didn't like the change in decoration. The family never did find that nail. It was there, then simply gone, as though plucked out of the wall and whisked away into thin air. The photo was eventually hung with a different nail, but Dora couldn't shake the feeling that an unseen resident of the house had voiced a preference in that moment. As weeks went by, the frequency and intensity of the odd occurrences increased. What began as subtle signs grew into events that were difficult to dismiss. The atmosphere of the house slowly shifted from merely old and quirky to oppressive and watchful. Dora often felt she was being watched. While folding laundry alone, she'd sense someone standing just behind her shoulder, only to turn and find no one. At times, she caught herself apologizing out loud for no reason, as if she had felt she was in someone's way and needed to say, "Excuse me." These were small psychological hints of a presence, and they kept everyone slightly on edge. Not long after the incident with the nail, Dora began noticing something peculiar when she looked towards the second-floor landing from downstairs. Late at night, with the lights turned low, the upstairs landing was wrapped in darkness except for the faint glow of a nightlight. Sometimes, from the corner of her eye, she thought she saw a figure at the top of the stairs, just for an instant, a human outline, as though someone was standing there peering down. But whenever she looked directly, nothing was there. One night, as she closed up the ground floor windows before bed, she glanced up and distinctly saw the silhouette of a woman in a long dress near the railing. It was so clear that Dora instinctively called out, thinking perhaps a neighbor or stray visitor had somehow come inside. There was no answer. The figure had melted away. Dora's heart pounded. She could no longer deny that something otherworldly might be observing them. The Williams children had their own unnerving experiences. Matt, the eldest, was sternly practical like his father, but one morning he came to breakfast looking pale. He hesitated, then confided to his parents that during the night he heard footsteps in his room. Heavy, deliberate steps had crossed from the door to the foot of his bed, then stopped. In the dark he had held his breath, expecting to hear or see one of his parents, but then nothing. When he dared flick on his lamp, the room was empty. What troubled Matt more was that he had felt, for a brief moment, someone looming over him at his bedside before it vanished. Dora and her husband exchanged worried looks, but tried to reassure him it was likely a dream, or the old house settling with creaks that sound like steps. Cammy, being younger, gave her parents a different kind of chill, with an innocent comment. She had been playing with her dolls in an upstairs alcove that had a window overlooking the street. Dora heard her chatting away as young children do with imaginary friends. Later, when Dora asked whom she'd been talking to, Cammy said brightly, "The lady who watches from the window." Startled, Dora asked what she meant. Cammy described with a child's uncanny matter-of-fact tone that sometimes a nice lady, like Mary Poppins, would peek in from outside that window and smile at her. The Victorian house was 2 stories up at that window. No one could be standing outside it. Maybe it was a dream, Dora offered gently. But Cammy just shook her head. She insisted the lady was real, dressed in an old-fashioned long skirt and blouse, like a schoolteacher, and had even waved at her. That innocent report from their daughter made Dora's skin prickle. Was someone, or something, literally watching from the window as her child played? It sounded absurd and terrifying all at once. As the unseen presence grew bolder, it also seemed to toy with the family's senses and belongings more directly. One night, Dora was roused from sleep by a faint, delicate sound drifting down the hallway. It was a music box melody, the lilting notes of a familiar lullaby. At first she thought she was dreaming, but the sound persisted. She rose and realized it was coming from Cammy's bedroom. Pushing open her daughter's door, she found Cammy fast asleep. In the dim glow of the nightlight, Dora's eyes were drawn to the bookshelf where a decorative snow globe sat. It was a cherished keepsake that played a tune when wound up, but it was unwound and had been still for years. Now, before her eyes, the little glass globe was tinkling out its melody by itself, the tiny winter scene inside gently illuminated by moonlight. Dora's breath caught. The globe's key was not turning. It simply played on its own, as if an unseen hand had set it off. The gentle, innocent chiming of green sleeves, the tune this globe played, felt strangely mournful in the silence of midnight. Summoning courage, Dora whispered into the room, "Hello? We're listening. We know you're here." The music gave a soft plink and then wound down, the last notes fading into an eerie hush. On another occasion not long after, the family was gathered in the living room on a late autumn evening. Dora had lit a pair of candles on the coffee table for a cozy ambiance as they watched a movie on TV. After the movie ended, everyone went upstairs to bed, forgetting to blow out one candle. About 20 minutes later, Dora realized and hurried back down, scolding herself for the oversight. To her surprise, the candle was no longer lit. It had been extinguished. A tendril of smoke still rose from the wick, as if it had just been blown out moments before she arrived. Yet the wax pool was still warm and liquid. It was as if someone had kindly snuffed it out to prevent a hazard after the family left the room. Puzzled, Dora assumed her husband must have come back down ahead of her and handled it. She returned upstairs only to find he'd been in bed the whole time. Their children were already sound asleep. Who then had blown out the candle? From protective gestures to mischievous ones, the phenomena ran the gamut. Lights began to flicker with greater intensity throughout the house. The chandelier in the dining room would dim and brighten as if on a whim. On a few occasions, the overhead light in the children's bedrooms switched off by itself, plunging them into darkness until a parent flipped the wall switch back on. An electrician inspected the wiring and found no obvious faults. Old circuits. Could be a loose connection, but everything looks fine, he said with a shrug. Meanwhile, the family computer and other electronics would sometimes turn on or off spontaneously. A radio on the kitchen counter crackled to life one afternoon, tuning itself between stations before falling silent. These weren't constant occurrences, but frequent enough that the family became jumpy. Every flicker of a bulb or crackle of static put them on edge, wondering if it was that or just mundane electrical hiccups. Then came the incident that truly forced Dora and her husband to confront the impossible reality of their situation. For weeks she had been carrying her camera from room to room, snapping photographs of molding, stair rails and mantelpieces under the pretense of recording their progress with renovations. In truth, each press of the shutter was also an act of quiet desperation. She wanted the camera to catch what the naked eye could not hold steady. The flicker of movement in a mirror, the ripple of shadow across plaster, the face glimpsed at the edge of vision and gone before breath could be drawn. The camera, she thought, might give her the honesty her senses no longer provided. One weekend she turned the lens toward the living room, newly tidied, with the fireplace mantel polished and the mirror above it catching late afternoon light. The room looked so still that it might have been a stage photograph in a real estate listing. She framed the shot, clicked, wound the film, and thought no more of it. Days later, with the envelope of prints in her hand and the faint smell of chemicals rising from the glossy paper, she flipped through the stack, expecting only decoration and record. But one image stopped her cold. At first glance, it was ordinary. The sofa, the coffee table, the neat symmetry of the mantel. Then her eyes lifted to the mirror and froze. Reflected in that silvered glass was something that did not belong. A face had entered the frame, a face she had not seen when she stood there with the camera. It was pale, unfamiliar, the eyes trained not on the furniture or the walls, but directly into the lens. The gaze pierced the moment, as if the figure knew she was being captured. The features were softened by blur, yet distinct enough to be undeniably human. It was not Dora who had been behind the camera. It was not her husband, nor anyone who had stepped into that room. The contours suggested a woman, her outline faint, the mouth set in an expression that read less as menace than as sorrow. The faintness itself made the sadness sharper, as though she were fading even as she tried to be seen. She felt goosebumps rise as she realized she may have inadvertently photographed one of the house's ghostly inhabitants. With shaking hands, she showed it to her husband. He examined the photo with furrowed brow and could offer no easy explanation. It truly appeared as if someone else had been standing in that room, staring from the mirror, at the moment the picture was taken. That night, Dora locked the photograph away in a drawer, both fearful and strangely relieved. Now I have proof, she thought, proof that it's not all in my imagination. Indeed, unbeknownst at the time, Dora would later recount this photograph, the ghostly face in the mirror, as a pivotal moment, though she chose not to publish the photo itself in her memoir. It remained a private validation for the family of what they already knew. They were not alone in the house. By now, even the skeptical Mr. Williams had to admit something uncanny was going on. At family meetings around the kitchen table, they discussed the situation openly with the children. The parents assured them that, thus far, nothing had tried to harm anyone. In fact, some incidents seemed almost considerate, like the candle being blown out. Perhaps, they mused, the spirits in the house were not malevolent, just present, echoes of former occupants who, for whatever reason, lingered on. The idea that the family might be sharing their home with ghosts began to sink in, transforming their fear into a cautious fascination. Dora herself vacillated between anxiety and empathy. She was terribly frightened at times, especially by the face in the photo, yet also felt a strange sorrow for these apparent spirits, as if sensing their own distress or confusion. Autumn deepened into winter, and the haunting phenomena continued to evolve. The Williams family had grown somewhat accustomed to the daily oddities, the occasional mysterious footprints in the dust of the attic, the disembodied creaks and whispers in the night, but new surprises still lay in store. One crisp afternoon, the children were playing in the backyard while Mr. Williams began planning for a spring project, the installation of a small swimming pool behind the house. The yard was sizable and bordered by an old elm tree whose leaves had fallen. As the kids chased each other, Matt tripped on something protruding in the grass. On inspection, it was the corner of a half-buried metal box, rusted and old. Excited by the find, the children called their parents over. Together, they dug around the object, freeing it from the earth. Dora brushed away dirt to reveal an antique tin coffer, the kind one might have used decades ago to store valuables or letters. With growing intrigue, they pried it open. Inside, they discovered a small collection of artifacts, the buried treasures of some previous era. There was a delicate gold locket on a broken chain, an old inkwell made of cloudy glass, a tarnished silver spoon, and a lump of what appeared to be pyrite, fool's gold, that glittered dully in the pale sun. These items seemed personal, possibly keepsakes of someone who lived in the house long ago. At the bottom of the box were several neatly folded pages of brittle yellowed newsprint, old newspapers. The print was faded, but the header read Mail and Empire, along with dates from the early 1900s. Dora's heart quickened. The Mail and Empire was a Toronto newspaper from a bygone time. Why were these items buried here? Perhaps hidden for safekeeping, or left behind by a former owner who never returned to reclaim them. That evening, by the fireplace, Dora carefully unfolded the fragile newspapers. The edges crackled under her fingertips, and flakes of yellowed paper drifted onto the hearth like brittle snow. The children leaned close, their faces half lit by the flames, while her husband steadied the lamp so that each faded word might be coaxed into clarity. These were not documents meant to last a century. The ink had thinned, the columns wavered, and in places the lettering blurred into shadows. Even so, the pages seemed to breathe with memory, carrying a faint scent of smoke and dust, as though they had been waiting all this time to be handled again. One paper bore the date August 17th, 1901, its masthead ornate, the type swollen slightly from the press. Another from the following year contained the same mixture of civic pride and domestic minutiae, church socials, the price of flour, remedies promising to cure every ailment from nerves to indigestion. Most of it was ordinary, the hum of a town caught in print. Yet the ordinariness only sharpened the shock when Dora's eyes caught on a darker line of text midway down the 5th page. She leaned closer, her heart quickening, and began to read aloud. The words were careful, restrained, and yet their meaning cut through the page. A family once respected in the town had been struck by calamity. Several of their children, the notice said, had succumbed to illness in the space of a single season. The sorrow was compounded when, not long after, The mother of the household was reported dead under circumstances described only as tragic. Dora's hand trembled as she traced the lines, and the silence of the room thickened. The article did not sensationalize, did not dwell on detail, but the weight of grief pressed through even in its brevity. What made her blood run cold was the final sentence. The address of the residence was given, and it was the very house in which the Williams family now sat. The piece was brief and euphemistic. The old paper avoided gruesome detail, but Dora gleaned that the mother, devastated by the loss of her children, may have taken her own life near the great elm tree in the backyard. The father, it was said, left town shortly after, and the house had seen misfortune ever since. Another snippet from a later year alluded to a funeral held in the parlor for a young girl, perhaps one of the children who passed. Dora realized that the items in the box likely belonged to that family. Perhaps the locket was the mother's, the inkwell the father's, if he was a man of letters, the pyrite a child's trinket. Perhaps the box had been buried as a kind of memory capsule, or simply left behind in sorrow. As the family absorbed this discovery, a sense of tremendous empathy as well as fear settled over them. They now had an inkling why the spirits might be restless. The ghostly phenomena, the perfume scents, the child's laughter occasionally heard, the figure of a woman by the tree, all began to line up with the story of this long-ago family. Dora softly explained to her kids that the ghosts might be those who had lived here before, a mother, maybe her children, who had gone through very sad events. The Williamses realized that unintentionally they had stirred up those memories. By digging up the box of belongings, they might have symbolically unearthed the past, prompting the spectral figures to materialize more fully. Indeed, from that night onward, the haunting entered a new and more dramatic phase. It began with full apparitions. The change was sudden, like the air itself had decided to grow heavier with intent. Shortly past midnight, a few days after the box was found, Dora stirred from uneasy sleep. At first she thought it was a dream, the echo of her own heartbeat in her ears, but then she heard it again, a faint metallic clinking, steady and deliberate, as though something weighty was being dragged across a wooden surface. The sound did not belong to the house's ordinary creaks or sighs. It had cadence, almost rhythm, like footsteps translated into metal. She blinked against the darkness and felt the hush of the hour pressing in. The alarm did not shriek, the clocks did not falter, yet the stillness was far from peaceful. Rising slowly so as not to wake her husband, she padded across the room, each board underfoot threatening to betray her. At the threshold she paused, steadying her breath, and then began the cautious descent toward the upper landing. The clinking grew sharper as she approached the stairwell. From her vantage at the top, she could see the spill of moonlight cutting through the transom window, painting pale rectangles on the floor below. Within that silver light, shadows stirred. Dora froze, her hand gripping the banister so tightly her nails dug into the wood. She forced her eyes to focus, half afraid that exhaustion was playing tricks. But the movement continued, purposeful, undeniable. At first it was only the impression of forms, outlines thickening and thinning like mist that gathers and folds back upon itself. Then the shapes drew together and took on coherence. They were not flashes or flickers, not tricks of reflection. They were figures, several figures. They moved with the gravity of people who knew the space, drifting across the hallway as though walking the path of memory. The metallic clinking seemed to belong to them, though Dora could see nothing in their hands to make it. It was simply part of their passage, a sound stitched to their presence. A rush of cold air spiraled upward toward her, on the stairs, prickling the skin along her arms. Her breath came out in shallow bursts, and every instinct told her to retreat back into the safety of her room. But her body refused to move. She was caught between terror and awe, her mind insisting she bear witness. There were at least 3 of them, transparent yet distinct in form. Dora clutched the banister, her knuckles white. One figure was that of a woman in a long old-fashioned dress, her hair in a loose bun. Beside her stood a tall man with a beard, dressed in a somber 19th century suit, and just behind them, a smaller figure, a young girl clutching a doll. They were dressed in clothing of the Victorian era, clothes that looked frayed and dirt-stained. Dora's mind raced. These must be the mother, father, and child from the tragedy. Their faces were pale and faint, the eyes dark hollows of sadness. As Dora watched, frozen in awe and fear, the woman seemed to notice her on the stairs. The apparition raised her head, and even across the gloom, Dora felt the desperate yearning in that spectral gaze. The ghostly woman lifted her arm as if reaching out toward Dora, or perhaps toward the bedroom where Dora's children slept. It was a gesture of entreaty, not menace. The man beside her placed a transparent hand on the woman's shoulder, as if to calm her. The little girl peered from behind the woman's skirt, her form flickering in and out of view. It was an entire ghostly family, gathered in the foyer of their former home, longing to make contact with the living family now present. Dora's involuntary gasp had woken her husband, who now joined her at the top of the stairs. He saw them too. His sharp intake of breath told her that clearly. As they watched, one apparition, the tall man, took a step forward and simply dissolved into thin air, disappearing. The woman and child remained a moment longer. The little girl hid her face in the woman's dress, and then both figures slowly glided backward and faded into the dark of the hallway, merging with the shadows by the old front door until they were gone. The house fell deathly quiet. There were no footsteps retreating. The ghosts made no sound as they vanished. Only the lingering emotional weight in the air proved that Dora and her husband had not imagined it all. They stood there, trembling, struggling to catch their breath. The terror and astonishment of that encounter left them almost dizzy. Yet, notably, the ghosts had not attacked or tried to frighten them deliberately. They had appeared as if seeking acknowledgement or help. It was a profoundly unsettling yet poignant scene. An entire family of spirits still wearing the clothes they died in, manifesting at last to the Williams family. Dora's husband, who until that moment had maintained some skepticism, turned to her with wide eyes. "We need help," he whispered. There was no longer any doubt. Whatever these entities were, spirits of the dead, residual echoes, or something else, they were not resting easily. The Williams family felt a mixture of compassion and fear. They knew they could not continue living like this, waking to ghosts in the hall. It was time to seek outside assistance to address the haunting. By night the ghosts had shown themselves, but by morning the earth still held its silence. In that silence the family sensed that the next step was not to challenge or to flee, but to listen. The house had spoken in fragments, and now the task was to see if the fragments formed a story. Life inside the Victorian home shifted into a pattern of watchfulness. Mornings began with Dora setting a notebook on the kitchen table. She recorded times and places, small disturbances, changes in the air. It became a discipline, not a way to prove anything to the outside world, but a way to give shape to the strange life inside the walls. When coins appeared overnight on the counter, she noted the date and hour. When the dog hesitated at the landing but did not growl, she wrote that down too. The notebook filled with ordinary details that took on the weight of prayer, as if attention itself was a form of respect. The search for answers led her beyond the house as well. At the local library, she scrolled through reels of microfilmed newspapers, pages that hummed under the machine's light. Most columns carried nothing more than harvest yields and advertisements for remedies, but every so often a thin notice surfaced that hinted at private griefs. Dora copied down addresses, cross-checked dates, and began to sense how sorrow in a small town is often written like weather, mentioned and then quickly folded away. She walked the cemetery with her children, teaching them how to read stones whose letters had softened under lichen. They traced the curves of names almost erased, and for a moment the graveyard felt less like a place of fear than a place where forgotten voices could be spoken aloud again. The children asked whether the dead could hear them. Dora answered honestly that she did not know, but in her heart she hoped that they could. Neighbors too offered fragments. One leaned on the fence and recalled winters when lights burned in the second-floor window, long after the house had been sold. Another remembered furniture left on the curb too soon, as if a move had been hurried. None could give her a clear narrative, only weather reports of unease, yet these fragments matched the rhythm of her own notes, and together they hinted at a deeper pattern. Back in the house, she noticed that whenever she pursued these lines of inquiry, the atmosphere seemed to shift. A day spent in the church office reading ledgers was followed that evening by a faint smell of wax and hymnals near the staircase. After she spoke the names from the cemetery aloud, the upstairs hall felt briefly warmer, almost as if acknowledging the act. She could not claim causation, but the pairings unsettled her. The house seemed to respond when its past was sought out. Photographs became another quiet test. Dora reshot the same corners of the home each afternoon, framing the window light, the wallpaper, the empty hall. Most of the prints showed nothing unusual, but one would carry a faint blur in a corner or a line of light that bent the wrong way. These small distortions carried no proof, but deepened the sense that the house wished to be observed. Over weeks, the family settled into this season of answers. They did not provoke the unseen, they did not demand spectacle. They acknowledged what occurred and sought to learn what history the house remembered. Paper gave them fragments, stones gave them dates, neighbors gave them impressions. It was not enough to explain, but it was enough to confirm that their experiences belonged to a longer thread of grief and presence tied to the property. At the end of this quiet investigation, Dora closed the notebook and realized she had reached the edge of what she could know by ordinary means. Documents could only tell so much. The rest required a different language, one she did not speak. It was then, with the house hushed around her, that she knew they needed outside help. The answers she had gathered were incomplete, and the time had come to invite someone who could speak directly to the unseen. The next morning, over strong tea to calm their nerves, Dora and her husband discussed a plan. The events of the previous night made it clear that ignoring the ghosts was no longer possible. They needed someone experienced in dealing with such phenomena. But who does one call in a small town for a haunting? Discussing the matter quietly, so as not to alarm the children, they considered reaching out to a local psychic or paranormal investigator. Dora remembered that the nearby town had a historical society that occasionally hosted lectures on local law. Perhaps through them she could discreetly find a medium or a member of a ghost research group. As fate would have it, the answer came through an unexpected phone call that very day. A neighbor down the street, Beverly, who had befriended Dora, rang to check in. Though Dora hadn't shared details of the haunting widely, Beverly gently said on the line, "I heard you found some things buried in your yard, and that the house has been active." Startled, Dora realized news had quietly spread. Perhaps one of the children mentioned the coins or an alarm incident to friends, and gossip did the rest. Beverly then confided that she knew someone who might help, a local psychic medium named Rhonda, who had dealt with a haunting in her own family's past. With relief, Dora accepted this offer. Skeptical or not, they had to try something. That evening, Rhonda arrived, a calm, down-to-earth woman in her 50s with keen eyes. She carried with her a bundle of sage and sweetgrass for a cleansing ritual, known in many cultures as smudging. The children were sent to stay with a relative for the night, as Dora didn't want them directly involved in whatever was to come, and in truth the kids were just as happy to have a sleepover away from the tension at home. As dusk fell, Rhonda sat with Dora and her husband in the dim living room to listen to their account of events. She nodded knowingly at each detail. The coins, the smells, the dog's behavior, the ghostly faces in photographs, and finally the full-bodied apparitions. "They certainly have been trying to get your attention," Rhonda murmured. When shown the items from the buried box, the locket, the inkwell, etc., Rhonda handled them gently, closing her eyes as if to feel their history. "So much sadness here," she whispered, "and love that turned to grief. They're attached to these belongings, and to this place." The medium explained that sometimes spirits linger either because they don't realize they're dead, or because they have a message or unresolved business, or simply from being unable to let go of a life tragically cut short. She sensed a mother's spirit in particular, likely the woman Dora saw, who was desperate about her children. "She's not at rest," Rhonda said softly. "She's worried, searching, perhaps even drawn to your children, seeing in them her own." That notion made Dora's heart ache and her skin crawl at once. To help, Rhonda proposed a twofold approach: communication and cleansing. First, she would attempt to communicate with the spirits, to let them know they were seen and heard, and encourage them to release whatever ties bound them here. Then she would perform a smudging ritual throughout the house, burning sacred herbs to purify the space and gently urge the entities to move on to the next world. Dora and her husband readily agreed. As frightened as they were, they also felt sympathy for the ghosts' suffering. They wanted peace for everyone involved. They decided to begin in the heart of the home, the front hallway where the ghosts had manifested. Rhonda lit a bundle of sage until it smoldered, releasing pungent white smoke. In the stillness of that night, she stood in the foyer with Dora and Mr. Williams flanking her, and in a clear, compassionate voice, she spoke to the seemingly empty air. Spirits of this house, we know you are here. We acknowledge you. We understand you have suffered and are lost. The fragrant smoke curled around the staircase as if carried by unseen currents. You do not need to be afraid, Rhonda continued, and you do not need to stay here any longer. There are loved ones waiting for you beyond, in the light. It's time to rest. No sooner had she said these words than a stuttering flash of lights occurred. The overhead lamp flickered rapidly, and the hallway shadows jumped. The temperature in the foyer plummeted. Everyone could see their breath misting. Dora's teeth chattered from the sudden chill. It was as if the house itself reacted to Rhonda's speech. But Rhonda stood firm, raising the smoking sage like a protective censer. She motioned for Dora to join in. Finding her voice, Dora spoke shakily into the emptiness. We know about your children. We found your things. We're so sorry for what happened to you. You're welcome to be at peace. Please know we don't wish you harm. At that, a soft sobbing sound drifted down from the top of the staircase, a woman's sob, full of heartache. Dora's eyes brimmed with tears hearing it. The sobbing faded into silence after a few seconds, leaving only the smell of sage and a feeling of presence all around. They moved room to room, continuing the ritual. In the family room, Rhonda's voice was gentle yet authoritative, as she implored any spirits present to let go of their pain. She carried the smoke into each corner, smudging doorways and windows. Points of entry, she explained, both for people and for energies. When they entered the kitchen, a sudden loud pop startled them. The light over the sink exploded, sending glass fragments into the sink basin. The timing felt deliberate, almost like a burst of anger or resistance from an unseen entity. Mr. Williams jumped back, but Rhonda calmly said, "It's okay. Sometimes they react. Let's keep going." Dora could not tell which spirit might have caused that. Perhaps the father ghost, reluctant to leave the home he built, or just pent-up energy releasing. Either way, they pressed on. In little Cammie's bedroom, which had once been one of the ghost children's rooms long ago, the air felt thick. The psychic's face grew pinched as if she felt a weight pressing on her. She murmured a prayer and waved the sweetgrass braid smoke. Sweetgrass is used to invite positive energy after sage clears the negative. You can go to your mommy and daddy now, Rhonda said softly, presumably addressing the spirit of the child. Dora stood by the doorway, silently praying for whatever child spirit lingered to find comfort. A toy on Cammie's dresser, a small plastic unicorn, suddenly rocked and tumbled to the floor as they watched. It felt like a final farewell from an unseen little one. At last, they ascended to the attic, a dusty space where the family had felt uneasy vibes but seldom went. The air grew heavier with each step upward, as though the narrow staircase itself resented their intrusion. At the top, they emerged into the dim, slanted chamber beneath the roof. The 100-year-old rafters loomed overhead, dark with age, their timbers etched with cobwebs that trembled faintly in the draught. Dust motes floated in the thin beam of Rhonda's lantern, turning the air thick, almost tangible, as if they had stepped not into a room, but into memory itself. This was the part of the house that seemed least touched by daily life, a place where time had settled and congealed. Boxes sat unopened, forgotten trunks sagged in corners, and every surface bore the grey film of neglect. Dora had always felt the attic was watching when she came near, holding its breath until she retreated. Tonight, with the psychic standing firm at the center, there was no retreat. Rhonda struck a match and lit a fresh sage bundle, the first having burned down to ash. The flame licked briefly, then settled into smoke that rose in spirals and seeped into the rafters. The scent was sharp, earthy, filling the room with its ancient perfume. The smoke curled like spectral fingers into every crevice, tracing the lines of the roof, brushing the beams where perhaps unseen eyes had once lingered. The family stood in a hushed semicircle, each of them acutely aware that this space might be the heart of their unrest, an astral hideaway, a chamber where the dead had withdrawn when not roaming the halls. Rhonda raised her voice, firm but steady, as though addressing both the living and the unseen. This home will be filled with light and love. The past is over. You must move on. Go to the light. Her words hung in the smoky air, carried into the attic shadows where something seemed to stir, though nothing moved in sight. Those words carried weight. Go to the light. Dora felt a sudden pressure in her chest, and simultaneously, a strange lightness in the air, as if something that had been tightly coiled was slowly unfurling or releasing. In that moment, a soft glow seemed to coalesce near the attic crawlspace. Just a brief glow, like a candle flicker. It moved toward the small attic window and then faded out. Dora let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. She felt hopeful that this was a sign the spirits were heeding the call to depart. Rhonda concluded the ritual by circling the entire house one more time, softly chanting a blessing and asking for peace. The change was palpable. The air no longer felt oppressive. The atmosphere was lighter, the shadows less ominous. By 3 o'clock in the morning, the ritual was done. The Williamses, emotionally and physically exhausted, thanked Rhonda profusely. She advised them to speak kindly to the house in the coming days, to reinforce the message that it was a place of the living, but that they harbored no ill will to the dead. "If anything else happens, call me," she said, but she had a serene smile that suggested she believed the worst was over. The smoke had faded, the prayers were spoken, and the house stood in silence as though weighing what had been asked of it. The psychic's words lingered in the air long after her footsteps left the porch. That night, for the first time in months, nothing moved, nothing screamed, nothing fell. The absence of noise carried its own sharp edge. Dora lay awake in the stillness, listening harder than ever. Each creak of timber, each faint tick of the radiator made her tense, waiting for the familiar crash that never came. She realized how deeply the haunting had rewired her body. Her nerves strained against silence as if silence itself might break. The family had wanted peace, but when it arrived, it felt uncanny, like a stranger who enters a room and stands watching without speaking. The dog tested the landing first. Piper, who had once cowered at the base of the stairs, placed one paw on the step and froze. His ears twitched. For a long minute he stood there trembling. Then, slowly, he climbed to the top. He sniffed the hallway where shadows had once thickened and lay down. That small act nearly broke Dora's composure. Tears came to her eyes as she realized the animal had done what none of them had dared, declared the upstairs safe again. The children slept through 3 in the morning, the hour when alarms had once shrieked and clocks had faltered. For months that time had felt like a blade, cutting into their rest with precision, as though the house itself kept its own terrible schedule. Now, the hour passed without incident. The silence of it was almost louder than any alarm had ever been. They stirred only with the normal twitch of dreams, the unconscious shifting that belongs to deep, untroubled rest. Dora lingered at their doorway longer than she meant to, one hand resting on the frame as if anchoring herself to the moment. She counted the breaths of her children, steady and unbroken, and felt tears prick her eyes. It was the simple rhythm she had almost forgotten could exist in this house. A rhythm older than fear, older than any haunting, the sound of sleep holding a family safely. The realization brought not only comfort but pain. Relief hurt almost as much as fear. It pressed down with its own weight, reminding her how long she had lived without it, how her body had been trained to brace for shrieks and shadows even in the gentlest hours of night. To stand there and hear only peace was both healing and cruel, because it showed her the depth of what had been taken. And over the following nights the family learned the strangeness of calm. Candles burned and guttered in ordinary ways. Light stayed steady, coins no longer appeared on the counters, and the photographs developed without shadows that should not be there. Yet every mundane moment felt haunted by the memory of haunting. When Dora poured her morning tea, she waited for the spoon to jump. When she folded laundry, she expected a sob to rise from the hallway. The past still whispered through the absence of events. The silence was not entirely empty. Now and then the air would dip cooler near the stairwell, or a board would sigh in the hallway, but these were not the urgent intrusions of before. They were the ordinary language of an old house settling into itself. What changed was the family's ability to tell the difference. Fear had sharpened their hearing. Recovery forced them to learn the boundaries between natural and unnatural again. That relearning was slow and humbling. One evening, Dora sat alone in the parlor, with only the lamp beside her. She realized she was listening not for sounds, but for the lack of them. It occurred to her that silence was not the opposite of haunting, but another form of presence. It carried weight, expectation, and sometimes even grace. The quiet after fear was not emptiness. It was a threshold, a space where something had departed but had not yet left the imagination. This threshold lasted days, then weeks. The house remained subdued, but the family remained cautious, as though walking on fragile ice. They spoke in softer tones. They treated each ordinary act, switching on a lamp, opening a door, as if it could tip the balance. Over time, the stillness began to feel less like waiting and more like healing. The walls seemed to breathe easier. The stairs groaned with honest weight, not hidden steps. Even the shadows thinned, becoming nothing more than shade. Only after the family endured this long hush did the gifts appear. The wonders came not at once, but only after the house had proven it could remain still. In the days immediately following the psychic's visit and the smudging ritual, the household was eerily calm. For the first time in months, no footsteps echoed at night. No alarms shrieked at witching hours, and even Piper the dog trotted up the stairs willingly, tail wagging as if a heavy invisible hand had been lifted from his back. The Williams family walked on eggshells at first, hardly daring to believe the haunting could truly be resolved so simply. But as one quiet day followed another, their confidence grew. The oppressive heaviness that had once made the air feel charged was gone. Peace seemed to have descended at last. One crisp morning, Dora stepped outside to fetch the mail and nearly dropped the letters in astonishment. In the middle of the front yard, something extraordinary had appeared seemingly overnight. A new rose bush was growing near the walkway, one that hadn't been there before. It was a modest little bush, yet despite the cold late winter season, it sported a single beautiful red rose in full bloom. Dora knelt to touch the petals, which were velvety and real. How could a rose bloom in the freezing temperature of Canadian winter? The ground had been snow-covered just days before. She called her husband, and he was equally perplexed. They certainly hadn't planted anything there. The spot where it grew had previously been just dead grass and a patch of ice. The neighbors, too, were astonished. One even asked if the Williamses had secretly done some midwinter gardening. Of course they had not. To Dora and her husband, the meaning was clear and profound. It was as if the spirits of the house, now hopefully at rest, had left them a parting gift, a symbol of thanks for understanding and helping them find peace. The ever-blooming rosebush became a living testament to that strange and beautiful resolution. It continued to produce blossoms even in the depths of winter, defying nature. This uncanny phenomenon was not lost on the Williams family. It gave them chills, yes, but good chills, the kind that come with the uncanny sense of being blessed by something beyond. Nor was the miraculous rose bush the only botanical surprise. Near the back fence where the yard met the old elm tree, the family noticed that a once scraggly little sapling had grown tall extraordinarily fast, far faster than a normal tree could grow. What had been a knee-high sprout of uncertain species was now, within weeks, a robust young tree taller than Mr. Williams's 6-foot frame. Its branches were healthy and full of off-season green leaves. The children's swing, which hung from the old elm, now had a new friend beside it, a tree that by all rights should have taken years to reach that height, seemingly shooting up almost overnight. A neighbor even popped by to compliment them on the lovely new tree and inquired how it grew so quickly, joking that he'd like to prune a branch for grafting. The Williamses could only shake their heads in wonder. This too felt like a gift, or at least a consequence of whatever mystical forces had been at work. Perhaps when the spirits departed, they imparted a final burst of life energy that quickened the growth of living things around the home. The rosebush and the tree were, in a sense, living messages, tokens of gratitude, or perhaps manifestations of the spirit's release. Flourishing where once sorrow had dwelled, Dora found herself deeply moved by these signs. One evening at twilight, she stood at the back porch, gazing at the now peaceful yard. The new tree's leaves rustled softly in the chill breeze, and the rosebush by the front path caught the last orange glow of sunset on its crimson petals. She felt for the first time in a long while unafraid to be alone out there. There was a sense that the ghosts, if still present at all, were now only benevolent watchers or had fully crossed over into the light where they belonged. The children, sensitive to the change, no longer woke with nightmares. Matt reported that his room felt lighter. no longer heavy with unseen eyes. Little Cammy innocently said that she hadn't seen the lady in the window for a while. Instead, she dreamed of a nice lady standing in a doorway bathed in light, like an angel, waving goodbye. Dora's heart caught at that description. It reminded her of something from shortly after the cleansing ritual. One night, when Cammy awoke half sleepwalking, she had pointed to the bedroom doorway and said, "Mommy, the angels are here." Dora had seen nothing, but she gently guided her daughter back to bed. Later, Dora wondered if perhaps, in that liminal state, Cammy had seen something her elders could not. Possibly the departing spirits, now appearing serene and luminous as they took their leave. It brought to Dora's mind an image she would never forget: angels in the doorway, ushering the lost souls toward peace. It was a comforting thought that the last presence in the house her children perceived was not something dark or scary, but something resembling angels. For several weeks, calm and normalcy reigned. No more midnight disturbances, no more inexplicable losses or movements of objects. It seemed the haunting truly had been laid to rest. The Williams family dared to feel relieved, even happy. They tidied up the damage from prior incidents, replacing broken light bulbs, fixing the alarm units. Piper the poodle cheerfully reclaimed his favorite spot on the upstairs landing, where he once feared to tread. The family even hosted a dinner for a few friends to celebrate the coming spring, something they wouldn't have dreamed of doing in the thick of the hauntings. The house, once full of tension, now felt warm and inviting again. During that dinner, one friend remarked on how comfortable the old place felt, with a kind of vintage charm. Dora and her husband shared a knowing glance but said little. They had decided to keep the details of their ordeal relatively quiet, partly to avoid gossip and partly out of respect for the spirits who had been a part of their lives. Dora did not reveal the house's history or location publicly, not even when curious neighbors or later readers would ask. She felt it was best to let the house live on without becoming a spectacle. After all, the goal had never been notoriety. It had been understanding, safety, and peace. The rosebush bloomed against the frost. The young trees stretched upward as if nourished by unseen hands, and the family let themselves believe that peace had come. Yet the days that followed were not free of weight. Silence had returned to the house, but silence is never neutral. It carried the echo of what had been, and each quiet hallway reminded them of nights when those same walls had whispered in other voices. The children adjusted first. They ran up the stairs without hesitation, laughter bouncing against plaster that once groaned beneath phantom steps. Their play was louder than it had been in months, as though they sensed that the house needed to be filled with ordinary noise. The dog, too, claimed spaces he had once feared, curling on the landing with calm eyes half closed, no longer trembling at shadows. For Dora and her husband, trust came more slowly. They had lived too long in the grip of dread to surrender it in an instant. When the kettle hissed, they half expected the fire alarm to follow. When the wind rattled a pane, they waited for the smell of sulfur. Nights were the hardest. The body braced for footsteps that never arrived. Relief can wound as sharply as fear, because it teaches how deep the fear had gone. They began to notice how memory itself haunts. A mirror in the hallway was only a mirror, yet Dora could not look into it without recalling the blurred face once captured there. A snow globe was only glass and water, yet she remembered the midnight when it played unbidden. Each object carried a second life, not visible but always recalled. The haunting had retreated, but the imprint of haunting remained, stitched into their perception of the house. Instead of resisting these memories, Dora tried to walk alongside them. She spoke softly into empty rooms, not to summon, but to acknowledge. "Thank you," she would whisper when candles guttered naturally. "We are safe now," she would murmur at the children's doorway before sleep. The house no longer demanded these words, but she felt they steadied the balance, as if kindness could be a foundation as strong as brick. Spring crept closer. The rosebush kept blooming, defying the seasons, and the neighbors still marveled at its impossible life. Dora came to see it not only as a gift from the spirits, but as a reminder of responsibility. To receive such a sign was not an end but a charge, to remember, to honor, and to live well within a place that had known sorrow. By the time they felt ready to dig for the pool, the family had learned that peace is not a sudden victory, but a gradual discipline. The house had quieted, but the echoes of its past still shaped them. They carried those echoes carefully, not as burdens, but as reminders that every home is layered with memory, and that sometimes the truest haunting is not what remains in the walls, but what remains in the heart. Spring arrived, and with it came the planned work on the backyard pool. Though things had been quiet, Dora held her breath when the contractors began to dig into the earth behind the house. It did not escape her that disturbing the ground had been the catalyst for the most intense phase of the haunting months ago. Would this excavation possibly stir any lingering spirits? The family had a long talk about whether to even proceed with the pool. Might it be seen as an affront, digging up soil that held the memories and maybe even remains of those before? But ultimately, they felt that whatever had needed resolution had likely been resolved, and living in mild apprehension indefinitely was not feasible. This was their home now, and they needed to live fully in it. So the work went on. As the backhoe clawed into the yard, Dora found herself watching anxiously from the kitchen window. She could not help scanning the upturned soil for any telltale shapes, bones, artifacts, anything that might have been buried deeper than the box. One day, mid-dig, the workers did pause, calling her over. Her heart leapt in fear. Had they found a grave? But it was only a section of old brick foundation from a structure that predated the house, perhaps an earlier outbuilding. Nothing human or particularly noteworthy emerged from the ground, aside from that which was expected. In a way, Dora felt relief, but also a strange wistfulness. A part of her had hoped for some tangible evidence to validate all they had experienced. But perhaps it was for the best that no tragic remains surfaced. It meant those long-ago souls likely had been properly laid to rest elsewhere, and it was only their spirits that had lingered, not their bodies. The pool was completed by early summer, a bright, joyful blue rectangle of water where once the ghosts had walked in darkness. On the first warm day, the children splashed and played, their laughter ringing out. Piper barked happily at the water. Dora reclined in a deck chair, marveling at how normal and idyllic it all seemed now. Watching the kids, she thought of the ghostly little girl they had seen and sensed. In her mind, she quietly dedicated this sunny day to that child of the past. This is for you too, she thought, be at peace. And perhaps in some unseen realm, that child was at peace, maybe even sharing in the joy, now freed from sorrow. In the months that followed, no further paranormal events troubled the Williams family. The nights grew long and uneventful, and morning light carried no residue of fear. The house creaked only with the honest strain of wood and nail, not with the deliberate rhythm of unseen steps. The haunting, it appeared, was truly over, or at least greatly diminished to the point of imperceptibility. There were, from time to time, the faintest reminders that the house had once been a stage for something otherworldly. Once, Dora discovered that a family photo album had been shifted from the shelf to the coffee table, as though someone had been leafing through it in the dark. Another evening, a door in the upstairs hall swayed open on its own, but without the forceful energy it had once carried. These moments no longer raised panic. They felt more like the echo of habits, the faint muscle memory of a place adjusting to stillness. The family would glance at one another, shrug, and move on. What once would have frozen them in terror now seemed like nothing more than the last traces of a storm receding beyond the horizon. The entire feeling of the house had changed. The oppressive heaviness that once pressed down on the rooms had lifted, leaving behind a space that breathed more easily. The hallways felt open, the air lighter. It was as though whatever invisible audience had crowded around them had finally taken its leave. The rooms that once seemed crowded with unseen eyes now held only the warmth of ordinary life. Children's voices, the clatter of dishes, the bark of the dog echoing up the stairwell. The house had returned to being a home, and in that transformation the family felt a quiet kind of triumph. Dora took time to reflect on everything that had happened. In quiet hours she would sit by the ever-blooming rosebush, inhaling its sweet fragrance, and think about the unlikely journey they had undergone. What struck her was how ordinary they were. An average family, not thrill-seekers or paranormal enthusiasts, and yet they had become part of something extraordinary, something frightening and profound. The experience had taught them that the past leaves an imprint, that intense emotions can linger in places, and that sometimes acknowledging a spirit and showing humanity toward it can be more powerful than any provocation or exorcism. Their story was not about vanquishing evil, but about recognition and understanding. The ghost of the Victorian family had not been monsters. They had been people, people who endured tragedy and needed help finding their way out of the dark. Eventually, Dora felt compelled to write down a memoir of the haunting, both as a cathartic exercise and to document the truth of what they experienced. She chose a simple, matter-of-fact style, just as she had lived it. She doesn't ask the reader to believe or disbelieve. She just tells what her family experienced. In doing so, Dora ensured that the story would not be lost to time or dismissed as mere folklore. She preserved every strange detail with careful precision, perhaps desperate for someone to believe her, as one reviewer would observe. Indeed, though many who heard the tale were fascinated, some were skeptical. Ghost stories invite doubt by their nature. But Dora took comfort in knowing that she and her family knew the truth of it in their bones. They had the photographs, the journal entries, the scars of fear, and the wonders of roses blooming in snow to remind them it was all real. And as one commentator noted, it ultimately didn't matter if outsiders believed. What mattered is that Dora 100% believed it, and it was her family's reality. She decided not to divulge the house's exact location to the public, despite some clamoring from curious readers who wished to pinpoint it on a map and perhaps even drive by, hoping to glimpse a ghost. Dora felt strongly that turning it into a circus would disrespect the memory of those who had passed there. The spirits had entrusted the Williams family with their story. It was shared in the pages of the book, but the home itself deserved privacy and a chance to be just a home again. In the end, the Williams family remained in the Victorian house they had so impetuously but fatefully chosen. Far from fleeing like the owners before them, they had faced the haunting and come to a sort of truce or resolution. There was a sense of kinship now. They often thought of the former occupants not with fear, but with a gentle sorrow and respect. Daily life began to carry small gestures of acknowledgement. Sometimes Dora would pause at the foot of the stairs and whisper a quiet, "Good morning," into the stillness. Her voice little more than breath, a courtesy offered to whatever might linger. On sunny afternoons, she clipped flowers from the garden and set them on the windowsill, a gift for the unseen. These habits became part of the rhythm of the house, folded into routine alongside the chores and the meals. The line between superstition and reverence blurred, but it mattered little. What mattered was that the atmosphere felt balanced, as though the house had accepted them fully at last. There were evenings when Dora wondered if the presence had ever entirely left, or if it simply shifted, shedding its unrest and remaining only as a gentler watch. The difference was profound. What once had felt like an intrusion now felt like guardianship. The air in the parlor carried not menace but memory. Passing through the room, she sometimes sensed not absence but a quiet companionship, as if the past had agreed to live alongside the present without interference. Nothing else occurred to suggest unrest. The doors stayed still, the mirrors only reflected what was truly there, and the nights returned to their ordinary length. The haunting had not been erased, it had been transformed, leaving behind a home that carried its history openly but peacefully. As years went by, the children would grow up with an incredible story to tell their own kids, a story of the house that was truly haunted and how their family lived through it. It became almost a family legend, the way some families talk about surviving a great storm or other life-changing event. And indeed, on quiet evenings when they reminisced, goosebumps still rose on their arms, remembering the scariest moments. The midnight music box, the face in the photo, the night the Victorian-dressed ghosts appeared in the hall. These memories never lost their power to send a shiver down the spine, but equally they remembered the outcome with gratitude, how they found help and resolved the mystery, and even received that mystical rose bush that never stopped blooming as a token of thanks from beyond. The Dora L. Williams family haunting stands as one of those modern supernatural tales that is carefully documented yet deeply emotional. It wasn't about dramatic Hollywood horror with demonic entities, but about a quiet, persistent haunting that built from subtle signs to full spectral encounters. It was about a normal family confronted with the paranormal, forced to bridge the world of the living and the dead in their own home. In the final chapter of their story, there is a sense of closure and even uplift. They learned why the events began in the first place, tied to the tragic history of the house, and they found a way to end the worst of the paranormal events with compassion and resolve. To this day, Dora Williams can stand on her porch and gaze at that rosebush, flowering in a season when all other plants lay dormant, and feel a connection to something larger and more mysterious than everyday life. It is as if the boundaries between past and present, between the seen and unseen, briefly overlapped in that house, granting a window into a mystery. The Williams family's story reminds us that behind tales of ghosts are often human stories of love, loss, and longing. And sometimes those who have passed just need to know that someone living acknowledges their presence and cares enough to help set them free. In the hush that falls after midnight, if one were to stand in the Williams' old Victorian home now, one would likely hear nothing but the creak of settling wood and the sigh of the furnace. But if you listen with the heart, perhaps you'd sense a lingering echo of gratitude, the gentle thanks of those Victorian souls finally at peace. The haunting of the Williams family is over, but its story lives on as a testament to the notion that even in the face of terror, understanding and empathy can illuminate the darkness and guide lost souls home. And that brings us to the end of tonight's story. The haunting of the Williams family stands as one of those rare accounts where the ordinary collides with the unexplainable, where a quiet house on a quiet street carried memories that refuse to rest. If you've made it this far, thank you for spending your time here. Subscribing helps keep these stories alive and ensures more of them find their way to you. Until next time, sleep well and remember, the past does not always stay silent. At the height of Led Zeppelin's power, Jimmy Page purchased the former home of Aleister Crowley, a remote manor above Loch Ness, where one of the most dangerous magical rituals of the modern age had been left unfinished. Crowley had entered the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, prepared a room for contact with his guardian angel, and called towards forces he intended to command. Then he abandoned the operation. Decades later, as Led Zeppelin became rock and roll legends, Page filled his world with Crowley's books, symbols, and occult history. This case involves secret societies, dead rock stars, forbidden rituals, beasts moving through the night, and material too controversial for YouTube. Meanwhile, inside Crowley's old house, visitors heard something rolling through empty corridors. Doors moved without assistance, terrified guests fled their rooms, and one caretaker woke to an enormous beast breathing and clawing outside his bedroom door. This is the House of the Beast, Aleister Crowley's curse of Led Zeppelin. This is one of my favorite cases I've ever researched, and it's available exclusively on the Fall Asleep podcast Patreon. Click the Patreon link in the description below to listen to the full case. This case is the latest addition to our growing library of Patreon exclusive episodes, joining 5 other equally terrifying and controversial paranormal cases. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of more than 100 episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. The Fall Asleep podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Don't forget to subscribe here on YouTube as well. Now back to the video. Evening lads, Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep podcast, your quiet space for the haunted and the true. Tonight, in the north of Japan, a temple holds a doll unlike any other. It sits quietly behind glass, dressed in silk, its eyes dark and unblinking. To some it looks ordinary, yet those who've stood before it speak of a weight in the air, of something watching in the silence. For over a century, the priests who care for it have carried a burden they rarely speak of, a burden tied to the spirit of a child and to a doll that refuses to be ordinary. Before we begin, thank you for being here. If you're new, subscribing helps keep these stories alive and brings more of them your way. Now, settle in bed, on the road, working late, or wherever you listen. This is the story of the Okiku doll. Let's begin. This is Char TV, and you're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast.
Oh my god, what is that?
Sleep. A gentle descent into the unknown. But beware, for tonight, as you close your eyes, something may be watching from the dark behind them. The Fall Asleep Podcast.
It began quietly, as many uncanny tales do, in the late Taisho era of Japan. The year was 1918, and on the northern frontier of Hokkaido, life unfolded under the long shadows of war and disease. In the bustling city of Sapporo, citizens thronged a grand exposition celebrating the region's growth, a semi-centennial exhibition marking 50 years since Hokkaido's development. The exposition was held in Nakajima Park, transformed into a fairground of wonders for the occasion. Grand pavilions showcasing Hokkaido's agricultural bounty, towering wheat stalks, prize-winning dairy cows and sturdy workhorses in pens, as well as displays of livestock breeding and the island's burgeoning industries, not to mention sideshows of curiosities, perhaps a few exotic animals or a traditional Ainu village exhibit, and nightly illuminations that bathed the park in a carnival glow. It was the height of summer, and the air was filled with the mingled scents of festival foods and fresh-cut hay from the farming exhibits. Among the crowd was a 17-year-old youth named Aikichi Suzuki. He had traveled from a smaller town to attend the exhibition, immersing himself in the sights and sounds of that celebration of Hokkaido's progress. Before returning home, he strolled down Tanuki Koji, Sapporo's lively shopping arcade, its covered street lined with vendors and curio shops. The afternoon light filtered through colorful awnings as Aikichi leisurely scanned the shop displays for a suitable souvenir. In one window, something caught his eye. A beautiful Japanese doll dressed in an ornate kimono. The doll was around 40 centimeters tall, crafted with fine detail. Its face was of smooth porcelain with a faint rosy blush on the cheeks, eyes dark and glassy with an almost lifelike depth. Glossy black hair framed its delicate face in a neat okappa style, a short, straight bob cut with blunt bangs across the forehead. This traditional hairstyle gave the doll a youthful, innocent look. In fact, the okappa haircut itself takes its name from a folkloric yokai, the kappa water sprite, often depicted with a similar bobbed hairdo. The doll's hair, cropped just at jaw length, was made of real human hair, a common feature of quality dolls of that era. It wore a finely tailored silk kimono, deep purple with patterns of pink chrysanthemum blossoms, complete with a tiny embroidered obi belt. The craftsmanship suggested this was not a toy for rough play, but an ichimatsu doll, a type of elegant collectible doll resembling a child, popular since the late 19th century for display and cherished play. Aikichi thought immediately of his little sister, Kikuko, back home. At 2 years old, free by some accounts, she was far too young to accompany him on this trip, but old enough to delight in a present from the city. She was a bright-eyed, joyful child, and Aikichi adored her dearly. During his travels, he had been searching for something special to bring back to her, a gift that would make her face light up. The doll in the shop window seemed perfect. It exuded a gentle charm that reminded him of Kikuko herself. Without hesitation, Aikichi stepped into the shop, paid the substantial sum for the doll, and had it carefully wrapped as a souvenir for his beloved sister. When Aikichi returned to the family's home, in a rural coastal town not far from Otaru, according to later tellings, he presented the doll to Kikuko. The little girl's reaction was pure astonishment and delight. In the warm, late summer light slanting through the paper shoji screens of their home, Kikuko cradled the doll in her tiny arms. She gazed at its pretty face and bright kimono with something like reverence, then flashed a gap-toothed smile up at her brother and parents. Immediately, she insisted the doll go everywhere with her. According to the family's recollections, Kikuko quickly formed an inseparable bond with the doll. She named it after herself, calling the doll Okiku, effectively giving it the same nickname the family often used for Kikuko. In Japanese, adding o can be an honorific and chan a diminutive. The child likely heard her family affectionately call her Okiku-chan and echoed it for her doll. In those days, it was not uncommon for children to bestow their own names or nicknames on beloved dolls. And Okiku, derived from kiku, meaning chrysanthemum, was a loving reflection of the child's identity. It's worth noting that Okiku was a fairly common girl's name before World War II and also famously appears in an unrelated Japanese ghost folktale about a servant girl Okiku whose spirit haunted a well. Aside from the name and the theme of a restless female spirit, that Edo period legend bears no real relation to the Okiku doll's story. Okiku simply means chrysanthemum, an auspicious flower. From that day onward, Kikuko and her doll were rarely apart. The Suzuki family's house was a simple wooden home with paper windows and a hearth, and now every corner of it soon knew the presence of that doll. Kikuko would carry her Okiku-chan on her back in a small child's sling as if piggybacking a younger sister. Neighbors would see the little girl toddling along the dirt paths outside, the doll's porcelain face peeking over her shoulder. At night, she insisted on tucking the doll into bed beside her, sharing her pillow. The doll became her constant companion. Kikuko fed it imaginary bowls of rice at mealtimes, chatting softly to it as if it were alive. She even tried to comb the doll's hair with her own little wooden comb, imitating her mother's grooming of her. The family watched these sweet interactions with fond smiles. To them, the doll was a beautiful object, but to Kikuko, it very much seemed like a living friend. As one account later put it, Kikuko regarded it as her closest family, beyond her immediate kin. That autumn and winter, however, tragedy loomed on the horizon, unseen. Since the previous year, a deadly plague had been raging worldwide, the Spanish influenza. By late 1918, the influenza had seeped even into remote Hokkaido. The sight of people coughing and shivering with high fevers became all too common. In Sapporo and the surrounding villages, families hung protective talismans and prayed desperately for safety as the newspapers carried grim daily tallies of the dead. The Suzukis heard of neighbors suddenly taken ill, and local funerals held with disturbing frequency. The Spanish flu would ultimately claim over 250,000 lives in Japan alone in those years, striking down the young and old alike with ruthless efficiency. As the snows fell early in Hokkaido, a shadow of dread lay over the community, though the Suzuki family prayed they would be spared. They kept a close watch on little Kikuko, bundling her in warm quilts at the slightest chill and forbidding her from going with her mother to the crowded market in town. Tragically, in January of 1919, some sources say early 1920, Kikuko fell ill. What began as a mild cold, the sort of routine sniffle every child gets, quickly turned into something more sinister. One night she spiked a high fever and was racked by deep, racking coughs. Despite their efforts, the fever did not break. The local village doctor was summoned. He arrived carrying a bag of herbal medicines and with a grave expression. He diagnosed a severe bronchial illness, likely the influenza. The family's hearts sank with fear. The doctor applied campo remedies, herbal infusions of mulberry leaf and ginger, and a mustard plaster on the child's back to try to draw out the fever, and advised them to keep her warm and hydrated. Kikuko's mother sat at the child's bedside around the clock, cooling her forehead with damp cloths. Aikichi knelt in the family's Buddhist altar room, fervently praying for his sister's recovery, while their father walked miles through snow to obtain Western aspirin from a distant pharmacy. For a few days, they hovered between hope and despair as Kikuko occasionally seemed to rally, then relapsed into delirium. Despite all prayers and the village doctor's remedies, herbal infusions and careful nursing, the illness proved too severe. After several days of raging fever, little Kikuko's strength ebbed away. On the night of January 24th, 1920, by one recorded date, Kikuko passed away quietly, slipping from the world of the living. She was 3 years old. The family was devastated. The home that had so recently been filled with her laughter and the patter of her small feet now fell into a sorrowful silence. Aikichi, inconsolable, blamed himself. Had he brought back the flu from Sapporo along with the doll? Likely not, but grief searches for reasons. The parents, who had doted on their late-born daughter, were heartbroken beyond words. In a span of days, they went from hopeful prayers to the grim reality of planning a funeral for a toddler. According to Japanese custom, a deceased loved one is typically cremated, and it is common to place one of their cherished belongings with them, a gesture to comfort them in the afterlife. Indeed, at Kikuko's funeral, held with tearful Buddhist rites at the local temple, the Suzukis fully intended that the doll be laid in the coffin by her side. Monks chanted sutras as incense smoke curled in the cold air, and the bereaved parents, barely able to stand from grief, tried to ensure every ritual was properly observed. Yet in their devastation, one crucial act went awry. Amid the haze of incense and tears, the doll that Kikuko loved did not make it into a coffin as planned. Perhaps it sat in a corner of the altar room, temporarily set aside and then overlooked in the crushing weight of sorrow. By the time they realized the omission, it was too late. The coffin had been sealed and the cremation completed. Kikuko's small body was consigned to the flames without her beloved doll. The family placed her ashes in a white porcelain funerary urn to be kept at home in their Butsudan, Buddhist altar. But this mistake, forgetting to send the doll with Kikuko, weighed heavily on Kikuko's mother in particular. Through her tears, she apologized to her departed daughter over and over, praying that Kikuko's spirit would not be lonely or upset. In the following days, the household was steeped in mourning. Kikuko's ashes, now in a small urn, were enshrined in the family altar, and they placed the doll right beside the urn. The father and mother lit sticks of sweet cedar incense at the altar each morning and evening, the fragrant smoke carrying their prayers to the spirit of their little girl. They offered her favorite foods, a bowl of warm rice, a few red bean sweets, and even set the doll's place at the family table, as if Kikuko might still come and claim it. The doll now sat before the gilded scrolls and statues in the altar, its glass eyes reflecting the candlelight. Kikuko's mother would often kneel on the tatami mats in front of that altar, hands pressed together, speaking softly to her lost daughter. Sometimes she addressed those whispered monologues to the doll itself, as if it were listening and could relay the messages to Kikuko's soul. Indeed, around that time, Kikuko's mother had a poignant dream. In her dream, she found herself in their home's back garden on a warm spring day. Little Kikuko was there, alive and happy, running between the trees with her beloved doll in her arms. The child's laughter echoed like music. In the dream, the mother approached and called her name. Kikuko turned and smiled. The doll clutched to her chest. Although only a dream, the mother felt the child's presence as real as daylight. Then Kikuko spoke softly. "Mama, don't worry, I'm still here. I'm with my doll, always." The mother awoke in tears, but not only tears of sorrow. She felt in that hazy moment between sleep and wakefulness that her daughter had truly delivered a message. This dream, along with the physical evidence of the doll's growing hair, convinced her beyond doubt that Kikuko's spirit remained close. Winter turned to spring, and spring to summer, as the first year of Kikuko's absence passed, and it was during this period of intense mourning and spiritual longing that the family began to notice something strange about the doll. At first, it was subtle, so subtle that they questioned their own senses. One evening, Kikuko's mother was trimming the candle wicks at the altar. The soft orange glow cast flickering shadows on the wall as she bowed her head in prayer. By that wavering light, she glanced up at the doll and felt a small jolt of uncertainty. The doll's hair, which had been trimmed in that neat okappa style, straight across at chin length, now appeared longer. The glossy black locks, once cut in a crisp line above the shoulders, seemed to have grown past the doll's chin and were brushing the top of its shoulders. She peered closer, thinking perhaps her memory was mistaken or the low light deceived her. The next day at noon, she inspected the doll in full daylight by the altar. If anything, the hair did indeed look longer than she recalled. Still, she hesitated to alarm her family. It seemed such an impossible thing. Unsure if it was an illusion, the mother decided to keep watch quietly over the coming days. Each morning she would gently examine the doll's fringe and trailing locks, and each day she had the uncanny impression that they had crept just a bit further down the doll's back. The change was slow enough to sow doubt. One day to the next it was almost imperceptible, yet over several weeks the cumulative change became undeniable. Finally, one afternoon, she fetched a cherished photograph of Kikuko holding the doll that had been taken some months before the illness. In that photo, the doll's hair was a tidy, blunt bob, ending just below its ears. Placing the photo side by side with the doll now, the mother's hands began trembling. The doll's hair had indeed grown several centimeters longer. What used to be a chin-length style was now well past the doll's shoulders. It was as if the doll's neat haircut had transformed into shaggy, untrimmed tresses. The ends of the hair, once blunt, were now uneven and tapered, exactly as human hair looks when it grows out without cutting. With a pounding heart, Kikuko's mother showed her husband and Eikichi what she had discovered. The family members exchanged quiet, uneasy glances as they gathered around the altar in disbelief. In that dim altar room, lit by a single oil lamp, They lifted the doll from its cushion and examined it closely. There were no signs of tampering. The hair was unquestionably part of the doll's head, not a wig that could have been swapped. It was the very same doll, yet somehow its once short hairstyle was now reaching down to the doll's small porcelain shoulders. The father gently ran the doll's hair through his fingers. The strands felt soft and supple, indistinguishable from a real child's hair. Indeed, it was real human hair. The possibility of someone sneaking in to replace the doll or attach longer hair was so unlikely as to be absurd. No one outside the family even had access to the altar room, and the doll had never left its place by Kikuko's urn. Initially, there may have been a prickle of fear. The unknown can be unsettling, but that feeling was soon overcome by a very different emotion. Rather than panic, they felt a kind of tender astonishment. And so, notably, the Suzukis did not react with dread or horror. They did not scream or regard the doll as cursed. Instead of seeing the hair growth as an ominous omen, they interpreted it as a comforting sign. To them, it was a tangible indication that Kikuko's spirit, so cruelly taken by illness, might indeed be nearby, inhabiting her favorite doll and expressing her presence in the only way it could. The family recalled their musings at the altar in those mourning days, that perhaps the doll could serve as a vessel for Kikuko's soul. The mother especially found solace in this. She had silently begged her daughter's spirit for forgiveness for leaving the doll out of the coffin. Now it seemed Kikuko had chosen to bind her spirit to the doll, ensuring she would never be left behind again. That heartfelt belief was confirmed in the most astonishing way. What other explanation could there be for the doll's hair miraculously growing? Dolls were not alive, and yet here was clear proof that something beyond the ordinary was at work. From that moment, the doll was no longer just a memorial keepsake. It was cherished almost as a living family member. They treated it with the same care they would a living child. Each day, Kikuko's mother would check the doll's hair, marveling and smiling through tears as it continued to lengthen little by little. Where before the hair barely tickled the doll's neck, it now inched past its shoulders. The glossy black strands grew thick and healthy. At times, the growth seemed to slow, especially in the cold of winter, and at other times, perhaps during Obon season, when spirits are said to visit, it seemed to spur on again, but always it was gradual and steady. Once the hair grew so long that it started to look unruly on the tiny figure, reaching almost to the doll's waist. Kikuko's mother took a pair of scissors and very hesitantly trimmed just a little off the ends to even them out. She did this delicate task in front of the altar, saying a prayer with each snip, treating it as if she were trimming the hair of her living daughter. She kept those snipped strands folded in tissue paper inside the butsudan. It felt, in a way, like tending to Kikuko herself. Initially, a few superstitious villagers murmured nervously that such a phenomenon was unnatural, perhaps the work of a yokai or some mischief-making spirit, but even they spoke in hushed, respectful tones, awed by what the family showed them. The local priest from the temple who performed Kikuko's funeral was invited to view the doll. He carefully inspected it and could only shake his head in wonder, concluding that if the family felt it was Kikuko's spirit, they were probably right. In Japanese culture, the idea that a spirit, especially that of a child or young woman, might inhabit a doll is not far-fetched. In fact, there are even ceremonies known as ningyo-kuyo, funeral rites for dolls, at certain temples where people bring old beloved dolls to be respectfully memorialized, an acknowledgement that dolls, having been deeply loved, might carry a soul or life essence. To the Suzukis, the hair growth was a blessing, not a curse. It was physical evidence that their dear Kikuko's soul was still with them. And instead of being frightened, they were grateful. They spoke to the doll as they would to their daughter, and they continued to place it by the altar next to her ashes as part of the family. Word of the mysterious doll spread quietly through the village and the neighboring areas. Neighbors and extended family who came to offer condolences would inevitably notice the doll with its now unusually long hair. Reactions ranged from astonishment to unease to reverence. Some visitors admitted to feeling a slight chill upon observing the doll up close, not out of fear exactly, but out of profound awe at confronting the unexplainable. Many left the Suzuki home convinced that they had witnessed a miracle, or at least a bona fide supernatural event. Far from encouraging thrill seekers, The family tried to keep the matter relatively private, sharing it only with those they trusted. They worried perhaps that outsiders might ridicule them, or worse, that someone might try to take the doll away. The consensus among those who knew was that something profound and unexplainable was at work, and it was treated with respect rather than sensationalism. The doll came to be referred to with a sort of affectionate honorific as Okiku-san, acknowledging the little girl's spirit within. Throughout the 1920s and into the 1930s, the Suzuki family cared for the doll and kept it enshrined at their home altar. The phenomenon of the hair growth continued, albeit at a slow pace. By the early 1930s, the doll's hair, if left untrimmed, would reach almost to its knees. Periodically, the family would cut the hair back to shoulder length in a solemn little ritual, both to maintain the doll's appearance and to prevent the hair from becoming too unwieldy. Each time they trimmed it, they found that within months it had grown back to its previous length. They even tested it by cutting the hair quite short on one occasion, according to one later account, only to observe it creeping down again over the following year. It was as if the doll were alive, with functioning hair follicles, though, of course, it had none. The retained clippings, which the family kept in envelopes, showed that the hair was indeed human and looked no different from Kikuko's own locks. Years later, a scientific examination of a sample of the doll's hair would confirm that it was human hair, from a child. How it kept growing remained an enigma. As the years passed, Japan marched towards war. By the late 1930s, the Suzuki's lives were destined for upheaval once again. Japan's imperial ambitions had expanded into a full-scale conflict with China by 1937, and young men across the nation were being mobilized. Hokkaido, though remote, was not untouched by the currents of history. Aikichi, now a strapping young man in his mid-30s, had come of age carrying the memory of his little sister and the guardianship of her extraordinary doll. In 1938, as the empire mobilized for an ever-expanding war and conscription notices arrived in villages daily, Aikichi was called to serve in the Imperial Japanese Army. At the same time, the family faced a major decision. Kikuko's father, Sukeichi Suzuki, had an opportunity, or perhaps an obligation, to move to the far-flung territory of Karafuto, the Japanese name for southern Sakhalin Island. Japan had been developing Karafuto for its resources, and by 1938, Sukeichi secured a job in the coal mines there, a risky but well-paid position. This meant the entire family, Aikichi's parents and other siblings if any, would relocate from Hokkaido to Sakhalin, while Aikichi himself would likely be deployed overseas for military service. This posed a painful dilemma. What would become of Okiku's doll and Kikuko's memory altar? For nearly 2 decades, the family had risen and slept under the doll's silent gaze, tending it with incense, offerings, and whispered prayers as if their daughter's spirit truly lingered there. It had become more than an heirloom. It was a vessel of grief and comfort, the heart of their home altar. Now circumstances threatened to pull them far from that sacred space. They were bound for an unfamiliar land, Karafuto, its harsh winters and rough mining settlements, a world apart from the familiarity of Hokkaido, while Aikichi prepared to march off to war in the emperor's uniform. They could not be sure that in the upheaval to come, they would be able to protect something so fragile. Moving to Karafuto would mean packing hurriedly, boarding crowded ships, and starting anew among strangers. The long sea voyage itself carried risks of loss or breakage. The doll, delicate in its porcelain and silk, could so easily be damaged, and the funerary urn containing Kikuko's ashes, a vessel of their deepest sorrow, might not survive the jolting journey or the rough life of a frontier colony. The more they considered it, the more precarious the thought became. An object so sacred entrusted to an uncertain voyage, its safety left to chance. Moreover, the notion of taking Kikuko's spirit far away from her homeland felt somehow wrong to them, as if her yurei, spirit, might become restless being carried to a foreign place. After much soul-searching, long evenings of the parents quietly discussing what Kikuko's spirit would want, and what fate the doll might meet if taken across the sea, they reached a decision. They would not risk subjecting the cherished doll, and by extension Kikuko's soul, to the perils of war and relocation. Instead, they resolved to entrust the doll, along with Kikuko's memorial tablet, and her ashes, to the compassionate care of a Buddhist temple in their home region. By leaving these precious items in a sacred place, They hoped to ensure that Kikuko's spirit would be honored and safe until the family could return. The temple they chose was Manenji, a small Jodo Pure Land sect temple located in the quiet town of Kurisawa, within Iwamizawa City in central Hokkaido. Manenji was not a grand famous shrine, but a modest local temple known to the Suzuki family. Likely they were parishioners there or had relatives buried in its graveyard. Its wooden halls and gentle-hearted resident monk promised a safe haven for something as sacred as their daughter's memorial. In late 1938, as autumn leaves fell and a chill crept into the air, Aikichi and his father Sukechi carefully wrapped the doll in layers of silk cloth to protect it. They also collected Kikuko's urn and Ihai tablet from their home altar, placing them in a wooden box. The family traveled to Manenji and presented these precious items to the head priest, explaining the extraordinary story behind the seemingly ordinary doll. One can picture the scene, the temple's main hall dimly lit by oil lamps, the air thick with the sweet scent of incense and old tatami straw. Golden statues of Amida Buddha and Bodhisattvas gazed serenely down from the altar, their gentle eyes seeming to acknowledge the sorrowful offering being brought before them. Aikichi, dressed in his newly issued military uniform, and his aging father knelt on the polished wooden floor before the chief priest, who sat quietly in robes. With quiet emotion choking his voice, Aikichi recounted to the priest the whole strange history. The summer day he bought the doll for Kikuko, Kikuko's tragic death from illness, the first inexplicable evidence of the doll's hair growing, and the years of care and wonder that followed. He explained the family's conviction that their departed Kikuko's spirit resided within the doll, and how precious this connection was to them. The priest, astonished yet respectful, listened intently with brows furrowed in concentration. At first, perhaps, he wondered if grief and imagination had conjured this story, but when Aikichi gently unveiled the doll and placed it before him, the evidence was undeniable. They opened the wrapping to reveal the doll in its kimono, and there, unmistakably, was the long black hair flowing down the doll's back. The priest leaned in, peering through his spectacles, and breathed a soft exclamation of awe. He reverently picked up a lock of the doll's hair between his fingers. It was human hair, no different from a living child's. He touched the doll's serene face, then nodded gravely. Aikichi and Sukechi, both on the verge of tears, respectfully requested the temple's help. They asked Manenji to take custody of Kikuko's ashes and the doll, to enshrine them and honor Kikuko's spirit for perpetuity. It was a formal request, a request for eternal memorial services. The head priest, moved by their devotion and the uncanny tale, agreed. The temple accepted the urn containing Kikuko's ashes and solemnly placed it in the temple's ossuary, a charnel house for urns. They also took the doll. According to temple accounts, the monks placed the doll in a small shrine alcove within one of Manenji's inner halls, protected by a wooden and glass display case, essentially treating it as a sacred object to be venerated. They treated it almost like a guardian statue or a revered image, rather than a mere doll. One can imagine the relief and sorrow in that moment. Eikichi and his father bowed their heads to the floor, expressing gratitude that Kikuko's spirit would have a proper home while they were away. The priest assured them that the doll and ashes would be cared for as part of the temple's treasures. To seal the understanding, the family donated a sum to the temple and asked that Kikuko's name be included in the Nembutsu prayers said by the monks each day, so her spirit would be continually guided and at peace. The priests vowed to honor that wish. The Suzukis left Manenji with heavy hearts, knowing they might never again hold their daughter's remains or her enchanted doll, but also feeling a weight lifted. Okiku would be in good hands. After the family departed Hokkaido, Manenji's caretakers began tending to the doll as part of their routine. They placed it on a small altar in a side room off the main hall, where a statue of Kannon, the Bodhisattva of compassion, also stood. There the doll sat, her big dark eyes gazing out placidly and her long hair draped over her shoulders. At first, the monks were understandably curious, even skeptical, about the hair-growing claims, but it wasn't long before they, too, witnessed the doll's most notable phenomenon. In the months after the doll's arrival, the monks observed that its hair continued to grow, just as the Suzukis had described. The head monk would bring a few trusted parishioners or fellow priests to see. Left alone in its case, the doll's hair, which had been trimmed to shoulder length at the time of enshrinement, gradually extended to perhaps 25 centimeters, or about 10 inches long, about chest length on the doll. The temple was as baffled as the family had been years before. Each time they carefully opened the case to measure or study the hair, they found no tricks or hidden mechanisms, only a seemingly ordinary doll imbued with an extraordinary trait. To the credit of Manenji, the priests treated the doll's presence with reverence and caution. They understood this was no idle ghost story, but a real spiritual mystery in their care. They integrated caring for the doll into their spiritual duties. Each morning, alongside the usual offerings of rice and tea to the Buddha, they would place a small dish of rice or fruit in front of Okiku's doll as an offering to Kikuko's spirit. They lit incense and recited sutras not only for the temple's ancestors, but also for the little girl whose soul was believed to dwell in the doll. In winter, they ensured the doll's case was warm and dry. In summer's humidity, they aired it out to prevent any damage. It's even said that on Obon, the summer festival when spirits of ancestors return home, the monks would light a lantern specifically for Okiku's spirit and invite her, through prayer, to be at ease in the temple. The doll became a quiet part of the temple family. Over the months, the chief priest and other monks also kept an eye on the doll's hair. True to form, the hair grew. When it eventually reached a length that looked too long, around the doll's waist or even its knees, the priest decided something should be done. They were mindful that this was believed to be a child spirit, so any action had to be respectful and gentle. The head priest reportedly had a vivid dream that served as a divine message guiding him. In that dream, he saw Kikuko's father, Sukechi, or in some versions, Kikuko herself, standing by his bedside. The apparition was dripping wet, as if having emerged from the sea or from heavy rain, and it spoke urgently. As one oft-told version, recorded in a 1962 magazine article, goes, Sukechi appeared in the monk's dream, drenched from head to toe, and beseeched him, "Please cut the doll's hair." The imagery of the dream was vivid. The ghostly figure of the father, possibly a sign he had died or was in great distress, making a humble request on behalf of his child's spirit. The monk awoke before dawn, heart pounding, and took the dream as a sign from the supernatural realm. Taking these visions as unmistakable spiritual signs, the monks resolved to periodically trim the doll's hair as an act of compassion. Thus began a unique ritual at Manenji. The very first time they undertook this duty, the head priest prepared himself by fasting and chanting prayers. He wanted to ensure the act would not anger the spirit. At last, in the hush of an afternoon, he approached the doll's case. With hands trembling slightly, he opened it and gently lifted the doll out, placing it on the tatami. Treating the doll as if it were alive, he spoke softly. "Okiku-san, we will trim your hair now, to keep you comfortable." He then took a small pair of scissors, purified by passing them through incense smoke, and with great reverence he began to cut the hair. He trimmed it only a little, just enough to restore it to a modest, neat length, about shoulder length. The other monks in attendance recited the Nembutsu as a protective mantra during the act. It was a solemn scene, as if they were performing a sacred tonsha. The trimmed hair was carefully collected, sometimes kept among the temple's relics archive, other times burned in a consecrated fire like retired incense ashes. After that inaugural cut, the practice continued whenever needed. Roughly once a year, the priests would give Okiku's doll a haircut as a form of memorial grooming. They treated it as a kind of oyako service, parent-child care, symbolically combing and trimming the hair as a parent would for a child, to honor the spirit's presence. And each time, with a mixture of awe and devotion, they would watch as in the following months the hair grew right back again, as full and long as before. Naturally, skeptical minds sought more earthly explanations. Some monks or scholarly visitors couldn't help but wonder if there was a rational reason for the doll's hair growth. One common theory pointed to the way traditional dolls were made. Often a long strand of human hair would be folded in half and secured into the doll's scalp, giving the illusion of two strands. Over many years, the theory went, the glue or threads holding the hair might deteriorate, allowing the folded hair to slip and thereby appear longer. For example, if a 40 centimeters strand was folded to make two 20 centimeters lengths on the doll's head, maybe over time one side could slide out to 30 centimeters, while the other receded to 10 centimeters, giving an impression of growth. The monks were aware of this idea, but as they observed Okiku's doll, they noted problems with that explanation. If hair were simply slipping out, one would expect shedding or thinning of the hair volume. Some hairs might fall out entirely, and for the overall wig to look patchy. Yet when they compared the doll's current appearance to older photographs and to the Suzuki's descriptions, the doll's hair was just as thick as before. The volume of hair hadn't diminished at all. In fact, it sometimes seemed even thicker, as if new hair were somehow appearing rather than the old hairs shifting. Moreover, the continuous nature of the growth over years, and the sheer extent, from a short bob to knee length and then growing back again after cuts, were far beyond what a one-time slippage could explain. The priests even looked carefully at the doll's head for any gaps or loosening. They found none obvious. Out of curiosity, it is said that the monks at one point sent a small clipping of the hair to scientists at a university laboratory in Sapporo for examination. The results, when they came back, only deepened the enigma. Analysis confirmed the hair was human, seemingly that of a young child. This matched the Suzuki's claim that the doll's hair originally came from Kikuko. Many traditional dolls indeed used human hair, sometimes donated, from children, but it offered no insight into how the hair could continue to grow on an inanimate doll. There were no follicles or living cells on the doll's head. It was simply a carved head with fixed hair plugs, and yet the locks had lengthened all the same. The scientists were stumped, noting that apart from the uncanny growth, the hair was normal in all respects. With no better explanation forthcoming, the temple and its community settled into acceptance. Okiku's doll was a spiritual vessel, and this was a supernatural occurrence that defied modern reasoning. The Second World War engulfed Japan in the early 1940s, bringing hardship to every corner of the country. Menenji Temple continued its quiet caretaking of the doll through those turbulent years, even as resources grew scarce and prayers for peace intensified. One can imagine the monks performing their daily devotions while distant warplanes droned overhead on their way north or south. The doll sat in her shrine, an eerie yet comforting constant in a chaotic world. It's said that during the war, when times were dark, a monk would sometimes light a lantern at night and sit near the doll, finding her presence strangely calming amid the uncertainty. Meanwhile, Aikichi Suzuki was away fighting for Japan, and his family in Karafuto faced their own perils. There is an anecdote, perhaps apocryphal yet touching, that during the war, Aikichi kept a small photograph of Kikuko, holding the doll in his breast pocket as a good luck charm. In the muddy trenches or barracks far from home, he would sometimes take it out and whisper a prayer, drawing strength from the image of his smiling little sister with the doll in her arms. Whether or not that exact scene happened, it is true that many soldiers carried talismans of loved ones, and for Aikichi nothing would have been more meaningful than the memory of Kikuko and her mysterious doll. In battlefields across the Pacific, he survived by clinging to the hope that his sister's spirit was watching over him, perhaps even believing that, through the doll at Menenji, she acted as a guardian angel. By 1945, Japan was on the brink of defeat. In August of that year, the Soviet Union invaded Karafuto. The Suzuki family, along with tens of thousands of other Japanese colonists, were caught in the chaos. Many were forced to flee with only what they could carry. Others perished in the violence of the short Sakhalin campaign. It is not recorded exactly what befell Sukechi or other family members during this time. Some later reports suggest Kikuko's father, Sukechi, never returned from Karafuto, possibly becoming one of the many war casualties, but definitive records are scarce. What is known is that after the war, Eikichi Suzuki survived and made his way back to Hokkaido. War-weary and likely grieving other losses from the conflict, perhaps including his own father, Aikichi's thoughts turned to the things that truly mattered to him: home, family, and Kikuko's memory. In 1946, looking thin and haunted but filled with resolve, Aikichi undertook a pilgrimage back to Menenji Temple. Stepping through the temple gates in his threadbare demobilization uniform, he found the old compound much as he remembered, weathered but intact, nestled among tall pines and rows of mossy gravestones. A surge of gratitude filled him, After so much destruction elsewhere, this sacred place and his sister's sanctuary still stood unscathed. When Aikichi met the head priest, a bit older with more grey in his hair now, the two men exchanged deep bows and weary smiles. The priest led Aikichi to the inner hall where the doll was kept. Perhaps it was a calm spring afternoon. Light filtered through the lattice windows, illuminating motes of dust in the air. As Aikichi peered into the display case, he felt a surge of emotion. The doll was there, gazing back with the same serene, childlike expression, but its hair was now even longer than he remembered. During the years at the temple, even with periodic trims, the hair had continued to grow. It might have been trimmed shortly before Aikichi's arrival, to keep it manageable, but it was still significantly longer than when he left it. To Aikichi, this was a bittersweet sight. It reaffirmed that his sister's spirit had remained active and present through the hard years apart, yet it also underscored in heartrending fashion how long she had been gone from the living world. Standing before the glass case, his eyes filled with tears, he pressed his palms together and bowed his head, silently thanking the monks for watching over Okiku during the family's absence. In that moment, the reality of all he had lost hit him: his sister, his youth, perhaps his father, and so many comrades. And yet, here was a piece of Kikuko that still lived on. It is said that Aikichi prayed and wept before the doll's shrine for a long while, as the priest quietly recited sutras in the background. Realizing that his life, and Japan itself, had entered a new era, and that he might not resettle in Hokkaido anytime soon, and possibly learning that his parents would not be returning either, Aikichi made a final decision regarding the doll. He formally entrusted the Okiku doll to Manenji Temple in perpetuity, along with Kikuko's ashes, requesting that the temple continue to honor and safeguard them for all time. In practice, this meant Okiku's doll would remain at the temple as a permanent memorial, and the monks would maintain her gravesite, the urn, and spirit tablet. With his parents unable to care for the memorial, and his father presumed dead in the war's aftermath, the duty fell on Eikichi to ensure Kikuko's spirit had a proper guardian. The priests readily agreed. By now they regarded the doll as part of their temple's story. They promised Aikichi that Okiku's doll would be kept at the temple, and that every year, on Obon and other memorial occasions, prayers would be said for Kikuko's soul. Eikichi left Hokkaido again, perhaps to find work in the rebuilding economy of mainland Japan, but he did so with some peace of mind. His sister's spirit would have a home at Manenji forever. In the decades after the war, Manenji Temple and its extraordinary doll settled into a gentle routine. The monks documented the story in the temple's records, an entry in the chronicle scrolls detailing how a doll's hair grew and that it housed the spirit of a girl, so that future caretakers would understand the significance of the object sitting in the glass case. As younger novices arrived, the senior monks would tell them in hushed tones, "This is Okiku's doll, inhabited by a spirit. Treat her with respect." The temple carried on with its services and community functions, and the doll quietly resided in its shrine. Small local crowds would attend the temple's Obon festival each summer, and among the lanterns and prayer tablets, they knew one was dedicated to Okiku-chan. Occasionally, the monks would open the doll's case to trim her hair as needed, continuing the practice without fanfare. They would note the date of each trim in a margin of the record book, a unique kind of maintenance log for a truly unique charge. During these years, the mystery of Okiku's doll remained a local curiosity, known within the region, but not much farther. The priests themselves were not eager to exploit it for publicity. They treated it as a sacred trust, and perhaps were wary of inviting too much attention. Still, whispered tales circulated beyond the immediate area. A story this uncanny naturally spread from person to person. By the 1950s, travelers or pilgrims passing through Hokkaido would sometimes be told, "If you visit Kurisawa, stop by Manenji. They have a doll whose hair grows by itself." Such visitors, if they came, were received politely. A monk might show them the doll, but always with the admonition that photography was forbidden. Indeed, as early as the 1950s, temple caregivers noted that the doll did not like cameras, for attempts to photograph it often failed or yielded odd flaws. Through the late 1940s and 1950s, Japan underwent immense changes: defeat, occupation, then rapid economic growth. But in that small temple, an old doll with human hair continued its quiet, miraculous existence. The story was waiting, as if dormant for the right moment to capture wider fascination. That moment would come with the flourishing of mass media and urban legend culture in the post-war period. By the turn of the 1960s, the Okiku doll had spent over 20 years at Manenji, known mainly to locals and a handful of curious souls. But secrets rarely stay secret forever. Word of the doll with the growing hair began to spread beyond Hokkaido, carried perhaps by temple visitors or through letters until it reached the ears of journalists in Tokyo. Japan in the early 1960s was experiencing rapid social change and a blossoming media culture that loved a good mystery. It was the perfect environment for a strange tale from the far north to capture the public imagination. One can imagine a Tokyo reporter catching a whisper of this haunting doll and deciding to investigate, boarding a long overnight train up to Hokkaido with a notebook and camera in hand, skeptical but intrigued. The first major media report on the doll appeared in the August 6, 1962 issue of a popular weekly magazine called Yosei Jishin, meaning Women's Own. The story in the magazine recounted the now decades-spanning legend of the hair-growing doll at Manenji. The magazine printed a photograph of the doll as well, a grainy black and white image showing a kimono-clad figure behind glass, with hair draping over its shoulders, which sent a collective shiver through readers who had never seen such a thing. Curiously, the accompanying article's text presented details quite different from the temple's own records. According to the 1962 article, the child associated with the doll was named Kyoko, not Kikuko. In this telling, it was not a brother who delivered the doll to the temple, but Kyoko's father, identified as one Sukechi, who supposedly brought the doll to Manenji in 1958, much later than the actual date. This version claimed that the father had intended to return to pick up the doll, but went off to work in Honshu and never came back, effectively abandoning it at the temple. Additionally, the magazine article made it seem that the doll had only been at the temple since 1958, which was at odds with reality. The doll had been there since 1938. It also used the name Kyoko for the girl, perhaps the result of a misheard interview or a deliberate alias. The Josei Jishin article caused a minor sensation. Readers were alternately fascinated and unnerved. The idea of a real-life possessed doll, not just a fireside tale, was both thrilling and chilling. Many likely read it with goosebumps on their arms, then immediately showed it to family and friends saying, "Look at this, a doll in Hokkaido that grows human hair." The combination of the eerie photograph, purported eyewitness testimony, and the tragic backstory captured the public's imagination. The story became a talking point in coffee shops and office break rooms. Letters to the editor poured in, some expressing horror, others skepticism, and others compassion for the spirit of the child. The success of this piece did not go unnoticed by the publisher. Encouraged by the surge of interest, the same magazine, and likely the same reporter, revisited the story a few years later, adding further modifications to keep the tale fresh. On July 15, 1968, another article about Okiku's doll appeared, this time in a young women's magazine called Young Lady, Yanguredi. This second retelling contradicted even the earlier piece on several points. In the 1968 version, the timeline was partially corrected to align with some known facts. The doll was again said to have been purchased in 1918 at the Sapporo exhibition, and the child, now named Kikuko once more, loved it until she died. But it claimed that the father, a coal miner by profession, left the doll with the temple in 1938, not because of war, but because he had to move for work. In this version, after Sukechi deposited the doll, it was supposedly packed away and forgotten at the temple. Only in 1955, while cleaning out a storeroom, did a monk rediscover the doll and notice its hair had grown while in storage. The article dramatically described the dusty doll being unwrapped after years, hair now much longer, confirming the supernatural rumors. It then asserted that upon this discovery in 1955, the temple started to care for the doll, and the story spread. In this account, the child's name was restored to Kikuko, and the doll's to Okiku, aligning more with the original family story. So between the 1962 and 1968 print stories, the details morphed significantly, like strands of hair being tugged in different directions until the original shape was hard to recognize. Each author seemed to take creative license, tailoring the tale to the tastes of their readers and to the editorial appetite for shock and sensation. What began as a localized mystery of a family, a child, and a temple was now being filtered through the lens of mass market publishing, where accuracy was often secondary to impact. It seems likely that after the first article, word filtered back to the magazine offices from people in Hokkaido who knew the background more intimately. Perhaps a parishioner at Manenji, or even a descendant of the Suzuki family, quietly informed the editors that the girl's name had been Kikuko, not Kyoko, and that the doll had resided at the temple far earlier than 1958. Faced with the need to acknowledge those corrections while still selling an eerie story, the journalist reshaped the narrative rather than abandoning the dramatic flourishes that had captured readers in the first place. The second article, therefore, corrected the names and dates, yet introduced a new ghostly twist, the doll supposedly hidden in storage for years, forgotten, until a monk rediscovered it with hair spilling down, unnaturally long. In this way, the legend was made elastic, stretching to fit whatever served the moment. What remained constant was the image of the doll itself, pale face, dark eyes, and hair that defied the boundaries of the inanimate, while the surrounding details shifted like mist. The same reporter, or perhaps the same editorial team, was essentially retelling the story anew 6 years later, not to clarify it, but to re-enchant it for a fresh audience, ensuring that the mystery of Okiku would not fade from public imagination. Naturally, these alternate retellings sowed confusion. Ordinary readers outside Hokkaido had no way to know which, if any, version was true. Was the doll left in 1938 or 1958? Was the child named Kikuko or Kyoko? These discrepancies didn't diminish the core creepiness of the tale. If anything, they added to its mystique, as people wondered which details were real. Importantly, the temple monks at Manenji were not directly collaborating with these magazines, so far as one can tell. They likely cooperated to the extent of allowing a journalist to see or photograph the doll in the early 60s, but they did not publicize the story themselves. In fact, the head priest was reportedly quite surprised, and perhaps displeased, to see the fantastical liberties taken in the magazine articles. To set the record straight, in 1970, the Hokkaido newspaper, Hokkaido Shimbun, published a short column about the Okiku doll. In this piece, which presumably had input from the temple or local historians, the story was presented in line with the known facts. Kikuko, not Kyoko, was the child. The doll was purchased by her brother in 1918. Kikuko died of an illness, the Spanish flu, in 1919. The doll's hair began to grow soon after, and in 1938 the doll and ashes were entrusted to Manenji, where the hair continued to grow and the priests periodically trimmed it. The newspaper column explicitly left out the more sensational embellishments and emphasized that this was the official version of events. The Hokkaido Shimbun even ran a small photograph or sketch of the doll in its case, bringing the visual to those who hadn't seen the magazines. The official story as presented in this column dispensed with the forgotten in storage narrative, aligning instead with the straightforward chronology the Suzuki family and temple had always maintained. After this 1970 article, it appears that no further conflicting versions gained traction. The Okiku doll story had been standardized, so to speak, by reputable media. The temple, having set the record straight, likely felt relief that the truth, or at least their sanctioned version of it, was now widely known and not overshadowed by imaginative rumors. Yet by then, the doll's legend had already grown beyond the temple's control, entering the realm of modern folklore. The story no longer belonged solely to the quiet alcoves of Manenji or to the grieving memory of the Suzuki family. It had become something retold in coffee shops, printed in pulp magazines, and whispered among schoolchildren at night. Public fascination with Okiku's doll reached a new intensity in the 1970s, when Japan's appetite for ghost stories, yokai lore, and unexplained mysteries was surging alongside the rise of mass television. Producers looking to fill late-night mystery shows or variety segments found in Okiku the perfect subject. A real object you could film if permitted. A story anchored in a temple that still existed, and a legend that tapped into cultural archetypes of restless spirits and uncanny dolls. The doll would occasionally pop up in popular media, often in programs devoted to the occult or unsolved mysteries, her story narrated over atmospheric shots of the temple's halls. These shows typically presented dramatic reenactments of the backstory, with actors portraying the grieving Suzuki family or monks trimming the doll's hair, while ominous music swelled in the background. Inevitably, such productions blurred the boundaries between truth and embellishment, folding in elements from earlier magazine versions and layering new dramatic touches of their own. Viewers at home were left with an impression of a haunted artifact both pitiable and terrifying, even if the specifics were muddied. Still, the tone was always reverent, almost fearful, underscoring that this was not just entertainment, but a glimpse into something that might genuinely defy explanation. Japan in that era was primed for such tales. The post-war years had brought prosperity, but also an undercurrent of unease in a rapidly modernizing society. Urban legends thrived in this environment, reflecting both nostalgia for older spiritual beliefs and anxiety about the strange new world of technology and urban sprawl. Folklorists noted a resurgence of yokai in popular culture. Old ghost stories were reprinted, new anthologies of the supernatural appeared in bookstores, and children's magazines regularly carried spooky installments. In this climate, Okiku's story gained a new symbolic weight. She was not merely a doll with a peculiar quirk, but an emblem of the way the past refuses to be silenced. The sight of her long, unnatural hair tied perfectly into these currents of dread and fascination. The early 1970s even saw what came to be dubbed a hair-growing doll boom. Inspired directly by Okiku's case, rumors sprouted across the country of other dolls that seemed to defy the boundary between inert object and living presence. In one instance, people in a distant prefecture whispered about a doll at a local shrine whose hair supposedly began to grow. In another, a family claimed their grandmother's old Ichimatsu doll occasionally grew an inch of hair overnight. These copycat tales, however, rarely held up under scrutiny. Investigations, where they were done, tended to find more mundane causes. For example, one well-known copycat case turned out to be a doll's wig, coming unglued, not truly growing. None of the imitators had the longevity or documented consistency of Okiku's doll. Nevertheless, Okiku's story had become the reference point for haunted dolls. It inspired fiction, theater, and film. Playwrights wrote one-act plays based loosely on it. Horror movies included nods to it, with dolls whose hair or nails grew as a sign of possession. Even a modern kabuki play took inspiration, dramatizing a tale of a family with a cursed doll, complete with stage tricks to make a wig visibly lengthen during the performance. These artistic interpretations usually dialed up the terror, having the doll do far creepier things than just grow hair, such as giggle, cry, or move on its own. But the real Okiku doll, unlike the vengeful doll tropes of fiction, remained benign and silent, content simply to sit and have its hair grow. It had no recorded history of violence, no curse beyond the eerie hair, a fact that often gets noted when comparing it to other famous haunted dolls. As the years went by, skeptical investigators and writers also took their turn examining the Okiku doll story. By the 1970s and 1980s, when the legend was already firmly rooted in popular culture, it was inevitable that rationalist voices would attempt to peel away the mystery. Aside from the hair-slipping hypothesis already considered, other theories circulated in academic journals, folklore studies, and magazine essays devoted to debunking the occult. Some skeptics speculated that perhaps someone, either the grieving Suzuki family in the early years, or later the monks at Manenji, had unwittingly or deliberately created the illusion of growth. They imagined scenarios in which the family, so overcome with loss, might have unconsciously replaced the doll's wig with longer hair as a way of convincing themselves Kikuko's spirit was still present. Others went further, suggesting that the temple might, decades later, quietly maintain a trick for the sake of fame or local tourism. Yet when skeptics actually visited the temple, interviewed priests, and stood before the glass case, those suspicions began to wither. There was no atmosphere of showmanship, no sense that the clergy were fabricating marvels to draw a crowd. On the contrary, the monks were almost reluctant to discuss the doll in detail, as if wary of sensationalizing something they considered sacred. They did not press visitors to donate money or advertise the doll's presence widely. Their words were measured, their actions earnest. Accounts from journalists who met them repeatedly noted the same impression. The priests were solemn and protective, more concerned with guarding the dignity of the object than profiting from it. They clearly believed in the phenomenon themselves, and that sincerity made the idea of a staged deception increasingly implausible. And logically, staging such a hoax would require a lot of effort and lying for very little obvious benefit. The temple wasn't charging people to see the doll, for instance. Moreover, skeptics had to confront one stubborn fact. Multiple independent analyses confirmed the hair was human child's hair. So if it were a fraud, at minimum someone had to procure human hair of a matching type continually and attach it seamlessly to the doll in a convincing manner over decades. A tall order with very slim chances of going undetected. Ultimately, most skeptics conceded that if this were not outright fabricated, then it indeed had no scientific explanation. And there was no evidence of fabrication. By the 1980s, Okiku's doll had cemented itself as one of Japan's enduring modern legends, one that believers and non-believers alike found endlessly intriguing. The cultural resonance of Okiku's story runs deep. It taps into ancient Japanese beliefs about souls residing in objects, the concept of tsukumogami, where tools over 100 years old gain a spirit of their own, comes to mind, and about the unquiet spirits of those who die young, such as the classic image of yurei, female ghosts with long, disheveled hair in white kimonos. Indeed, in ukiyo-e art and kabuki theater, ghosts are almost always depicted with loose long hair that in life would have been bound up properly. This is symbolic of the boundary between life and death being broken. Okiku's doll, in a sense, embodied that motif. In life, the little girl kept the doll's hair neatly trimmed in a cute bob. In death, her spirit let the hair grow wild and free, as if to signal that normal rules no longer applied. People couldn't help but be reminded of famous ghost stories. The name Okiku itself echoed the well-known ghost of Okiku's well, though the doll's story had no relation to that Edo period tale beyond the name. It's perhaps fitting that chrysanthemums, the meaning of kiku, are symbols of both longevity and mourning in Japan, used in imperial emblems and also as funeral flowers. The doll's kimono even sported chrysanthemum designs. The intertwining of all these cultural threads gave the Okiku doll legend a richness that transcended a simple ghost story. It was at once a human tragedy, a mystery, and a reflection of Japanese spiritual values. In the late 20th century and into the 21st, Okiku's doll remained at Monenji Temple as both a solemn religious artifact and a tourist attraction for the intrepid. As Japan's society modernized, fewer among the youth were familiar with older legends, but the Okiku doll retained its fame. Somewhat surprisingly, not everyone in Japan is aware of it. One modern visitor to the area noted that younger locals had never heard of the hair-growing doll. Yet among aficionados of the occult, it's legendary. By the 1990s, the tale was appearing in English-language books about Japanese ghosts, and in the 2000s it found its way onto the internet's countless listicles of top 10 haunted dolls, alongside names like Robert and Annabelle. Western audiences were fascinated by the notion that such a doll exists in a temple. It stood out as most Western haunted dolls are linked to violent or demonic lore, whereas Okiku's story is more poignant. Indeed, many commentators pointed out how Okiku's doll has no evil or curse. It doesn't harm, it doesn't frighten people with anything more than its inexplicable hair. This made it, in a way, more unsettling, an enduring enigma, resistant to debunking yet not overtly malicious. In recent years, visitors from around the world have made the pilgrimage to see Okiku's doll. They often come expecting to be terrified or at least spooked by the experience. Instead, many report gentler emotions, pity, sadness, even a strange sense of affection. Some tourists have been moved to leave small offerings, a piece of candy, a flower, or a tiny doll-sized toy, near the display with the temple's permission, treating the doll more like a grave to pay respects at than an exhibit to gape at. Far from being just a scary attraction, the doll has become a symbol of enduring love and a tangible link between worlds. One traveler from abroad wrote that she went in with goosebumps, but left with tears in my eyes, feeling more sad for the lonely doll than afraid of it. Such reactions highlight how Okiku's story touches deeper chords than simple fear. It evokes the universal longing for connection and the comfort of believing our loved ones never truly leave us. As the era turned to the 2010s and beyond, Okiku's doll quietly persisted in its shrine at Manenji, and its legend lived on in new forms. In the digital age, the story was no longer confined to dusty newspaper clippings or late-night Japanese television specials. By the 2010s, stories of the Japanese doll that grows hair had begun circulating widely on English-language websites, podcasts, and YouTube channels, often accompanied by ominous background music, flickering footage of dark corridors, and narration delivered in hushed theatrical tones. The tale slipped seamlessly into the ecosystem of online horror, sitting alongside creepypastas, haunted object lists, and ghost documentaries. On message boards, threads dissected the mystery with a mix of awe and speculation. Some users shared photographs of the temple's exterior as proof they had made the pilgrimage, while others simply passed along retellings copied and reshaped through countless reposts. In this way, Okiku became part of global internet folklore, her presence multiplied in thousands of digital echoes. Many of these retellings inevitably embellished details. Some claim the doll had sprouted teeth visible inside its parted lips, a rumor that can be traced to a few imaginative writers who misinterpreted close-up photos of the mouth. Others asserted that the hair grew rapidly, inch by inch, right before the eyes of anyone who dared to watch. Such flourishes spread quickly online, where the line between fact and fiction is thin, and few pause to trace the story back to its temple roots. Yet even as the legend mutated in this global retelling, the heart of the mystery remained intact, a child's doll preserved in a Hokkaido temple whose human hair continued to lengthen despite the passage of a century. It was this simple, inexplicable core that kept audiences captivated, ensuring that no matter how many digital exaggerations were layered on top, the essential truth of Okiku's story still shone through. Okiku's doll has even been referenced in video games and anime. Yet for all this international fame, some young people in Japan today might not immediately recognize the name, showing that even legends need retelling for each generation. When those unacquainted with it hear the story for the first time, they react with the same wide-eyed wonder and chill that people did decades ago, proof that Okiku's doll still has the power to fascinate and unnerve. Through all the retellings and analyses, Manenji Temple has maintained a respectful stance. Over the decades, as the doll's reputation grew, the temple never sought to turn it into spectacle or tourist bait. Instead, they struck a careful balance, acknowledging the legend without exploiting it. They allow visitors to come see the doll during designated hours, but always under the quiet supervision of a monk or attendant who ensures the atmosphere remains reverent. Before entering the room where the doll resides, guests are reminded to approach in silence, to bow if they wish, and above all to respect the boundaries placed around the display. The most important of these is the absolute ban on photography. Visitors are not permitted to take photographs of the doll, regardless of whether they carry a professional camera or simply a phone slipped from a pocket. This rule is not hidden or casually enforced. In fact, clear signs reading "no photo" in both Japanese and English are posted prominently near the display. Their stark lettering a visual reminder that what sits behind the glass is not a curiosity to be captured and shared, but a spiritual relic to be witnessed in the moment. Partly this is out of spiritual respect. The doll is considered to house a soul, and flashes and selfies would be irreverent. But also, as temple guides sometimes mention, she does not like cameras. Indeed, it's claimed that when people tried to photograph the doll in the past, the pictures wouldn't develop properly, or strange blurs appeared. In one modern instance, a foreign film crew was reportedly permitted to film around the temple, but not the doll itself. Any close attempt to film was met with polite but firm refusal by the caretakers. To this day, the only images widely seen of Okiku's doll are those the temple has approved. A handful of photographs often published in books or shown on TV, usually a bit old and grainy, which only add to the mystique. And so the Okiku doll remains at Manenji Temple, carefully tended and quietly haunting in its presence. Those who make the journey to the temple today will find a rather unassuming sight. Manenji is a small wooden temple amid the snowy winters and mild summers of Hokkaido. Visitors arriving might be greeted by the lone toll of a bell and the sight of pine trees swaying in the breeze. A resident monk or the priest's wife will welcome them kindly, and, if asked about the doll, will guide them to a modest tatami-floored room in the temple's interior. There, in a little alcove behind a protective glass case, sits Okiku's doll. Often there are fresh flowers in a vase nearby, or perhaps a small offering of rice crackers left by a recent visitor moved by her story. The doll looks serenely back at the onlooker. By appearance, it is a classic Japanese doll. The porcelain face is delicately molded, with dark inset eyes that are at once childlike and eerily stoic. Its lips are slightly parted in what might be the hint of a gentle smile, or just the neutral expression of a doll maker's art. The doll wears a multi-layered kimono of rich hues, still the same one Kikuko dressed it in decades ago, carefully preserved. And then, of course, there is the hair. Jet black, lustrous, and astonishingly long. The monks keep it combed neat, occasionally tied at the ends with a delicate ribbon. Depending on when it was last trimmed, the hair might be around shoulder length, or it might flow down further toward the doll's waist or knees. If one didn't know the story, one might simply think it a traditional doll wearing an elaborate wig, until one notices a certain organic randomness to the hair's length and texture that wigs usually lack. Knowing the backstory, it's hard not to stare fixated at those strands, half expecting them to somehow stir or grow as you watch. They don't, of course, at least not in a perceptible way. The temple's atmosphere adds to the experience. It's quiet. Often the only sound is the distant caw of a crow outside or the soft shuffling of a monk's slippers down the corridor. Sunlight might fall on the doll's glass case at a certain angle, causing a glare or reflection of the surrounding altar. Visitors report that standing before the doll, they sometimes feel a presence, as though someone unseen is nearby. Perhaps it's just the power of suggestion, or perhaps, as many believe, it is truly Kikuko's gentle spirit, standing watch. The vibe is not malevolent. In fact, a number of those who have visited say they expected to feel scared but instead felt a sense of calm or sadness emanating from the doll. One Japanese visitor in his travelogue noted that he felt no fear at all. It was like praying before a child's memorial. I felt sorry for her. Indeed, it is not uncommon for people to offer a silent prayer for Kikuko when they see the doll, as one would for any departed soul. Through the seasons, under drifts of soft snow in winter and the buzz of cicadas in summer, the doll remains in place, quietly observing. Late at night, when the temple gates are closed and the visitors gone, one might imagine that the halls of Menenji grow even more still, as if holding a collective breath. The only sounds are the night wind sighing through the pine trees outside and the faint chirring of insects. Occasionally, a pine branch might scrape gently against the wooden eaves with a low, creaking groan. In the silence, it can sound uncannily like a soft footstep or a whisper. In the faint light of the altar room, perhaps the moon's glow or a single dim night lantern left burning. Okiku's doll resides in her case. The glass reflects the silhouettes of the hanging lanterns that sway slightly in the night breeze. Within that reflection, the doll's porcelain face can be seen, appearing to float in the dark. Some say that in that stillness, if you are very receptive, you might feel as if a little girl is in the room, watching over her cherished possession, or perhaps watching you. The atmosphere is thick with the temple's centuries of devotion, and this small shrine is no exception. Of course, nothing overtly dramatic occurs. The doll does not move or cry out. It keeps its eternal vigil silently. Yet, the imagination might play gentle tricks. One volunteer caretaker once admitted that while closing up the temple hall at night, he thought he glimpsed the doll's eyes gleam as if with tears for just an instant. Another time, a young acolyte sweeping the corridor fancied he heard a child's laugh from the direction of the doll's room, only to find it empty and still. These subjective experiences only reinforce the uncanny aura around Okiku's doll. The monks, if asked, will chuckle softly and say something like, "Her spirit is around, of that we are sure." But she is a good spirit. They have no fear of the doll they have cared for all these years. In fact, they treat her more like an honored ward. The legend of Okiku's doll shows no sign of fading. It has been told and retold in many languages, each storyteller adding their own little embellishments. But the heart of the tale remains the same and continues to send a little shiver down the spine. It is a story not only of a possible haunting, but of love, loss, and mystery. As long as the doll stays at her shrine and her hair continues, however slowly, to grow inch by inch, people will continue to wonder and to share her story. And perhaps Kikuko's spirit, that little girl who loved her doll so fiercely, will continue to find comfort in the fact that she is remembered and cared for. Even now, over a century later, the Okiku doll remains quietly haunting, yet oddly comforting in equal measure, a gentle guardian of an innocent spirit, and an enduring reminder that some mysteries in this world are destined to remain unsolved. In the dim light of faith and folklore, she sits and waits, her hair ever so slowly growing, as the living tiptoe around the edge of her uncanny world. And that brings us to the end of tonight's story. In a quiet temple in Hokkaido, the Okiku doll still waits, behind glass, beneath watchful care, its presence unchanged by time. Some say it is nothing more than porcelain and silk. Others leave convinced they felt the brush of something unseen in the room. What is certain is that the doll endures, and with it the unease of knowing there are mysteries that refuse to be put to rest. Thank you for listening, everyone. If you're new here, subscribing helps keep these stories alive and ensures more of them find their way to you. Until next time, sleep well if you can. In the beautiful countryside of the English Cotswolds, there stands an old inn that people have travelled from around the world to visit. Many have spent the night beneath its crooked beams. Some have heard children crying in empty rooms. Others have been scratched, touched, and physically assaulted by presences they described as demonic. The owner, John Humphreys, lived inside the building for nearly 50 years. He claimed that invisible hands dragged him from his bed, that predatory spirits entered his room at night, and that something inside the inn repeatedly attacked him while he slept. Beneath the floors, he discovered what he believed were child remains, and according to local legend, the ground itself had once been used for ancient rituals and offerings. The building still stands today. The ancient Ram Inn is said to be home to more than 20 spirits, including entities believed to be violent, provocative, and inhuman. Would you dare to spend a night inside? Check in to the ancient Ram Inn exclusively on the Fall Asleep podcast Patreon. Click the Patreon link in the description below to listen to the full case. This case is the latest addition to our growing library of Patreon exclusive episodes, joining the Demon in the French Kingdom, Rumpelstiltskin, the Devils of Loudun, and the Exorcism at St. Joseph's Convent. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of 90 plus episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. The Fall Asleep podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Don't forget to subscribe here on YouTube as well. Now back to the video. Hey lads, Mason here. You've made it to the Fall Asleep podcast, where the strange, the real, and the terrifying come alive when the world goes still. Tonight's episode brings you into one of the most disturbing hauntings I've ever researched. It's not just disturbing, it's the kind of story that makes you wonder how close the strange really is to your own life. This is one of the most thoroughly documented hauntings in paranormal history. The case of Jackie Hernandez, an ordinary woman in an ordinary home in the quiet coastal neighborhood of San Pedro, California. What she endured over the span of 2 years has been studied, filmed, recorded, and still leaves seasoned investigators shaking their heads. This story involves disembodied voices, objects flying on their own, ghostly apparitions, and even a cameraman nearly being hanged by something no one could see. And it followed her. It left the house. That's the part that gets under your skin. Tonight we step into San Pedro, a modest little bungalow with cracked windows and a leaky roof, and a presence that wanted Jackie out and was willing to show itself to make that happen. What begins as quiet knocks and eerie dreams quickly spirals into something violent, terrifying, and deeply personal. We're inching closer to 10,000 subscribers, and every single one of you makes that possible. Thank you, truly, for all the support. And if you haven't yet, now's the perfect time to subscribe. There are a lot more stories coming, and some of them, well, they'll stay with you long after the episode ends. Whether you're settling in for the night, working late, or just here to disappear into a different world for a while, this is your moment. Grab your headphones, dim the lights, and get ready for a haunting that doesn't feel like a story. It feels like a warning. Let's begin. This is Char TV, and you're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast.
Oh my god, what is that?
Sleep. A gentle descent into the unknown. But beware, for tonight, as you close your eyes, something may be watching from the dark behind them. The Fall Asleep Podcast.
In late 1988, Jackie Hernandez was a 23-year-old mother seeking a fresh start. She was pregnant with her second child, and her marriage was crumbling under domestic strife. Determined to build a better life for herself and her children, Jackie left her husband and moved with her 2-year-old son, Jamie, into a small bungalow in the San Pedro neighborhood of Los Angeles. This modest house at 593 West 11th Street was over 80 years old, a turn-of-the-century structure with a creaky floor, thin walls, and, as Jackie would soon discover, a malevolent occupant unseen to the naked eye. San Pedro is a quiet seaside community by the port of Los Angeles, known for its fishing industry and maritime history. To Jackie, the little house felt like a refuge at first, a place where she could raise her toddler and await the birth of her baby girl, Samantha, in peace. Initially, nothing seemed extraordinary about the house. It was drab and ordinary, the kind of single-story ranch house with peeling paint and an attic space overhead. But from the moment she moved in that November, Jackie had a persistent, uneasy feeling that she and her child were not alone. The atmosphere in the bungalow felt off, as she later described, a subtle heaviness that settled in the rooms like an unseen fog. At night, as the ocean breeze rustled the palms outside and the distant horn of a ship occasionally sounded from the harbor, Jackie would lie awake in bed, pregnant and worried about her future, sensing something watchful in the darkness beyond her bedroom door. It was as though the house itself were alive and breathing around her, listening, waiting. Within weeks of moving in, strange disturbances began to make Jackie question her own senses. It started small. She heard inexplicable sounds in the night, a faint, high-pitched screech echoing through the walls and a scuttling noise above the ceiling. At first, she brushed it off as rats in the attic or the normal creaks of an old house cooling at night. But the noises persisted, escalating in intensity. Some nights she described hearing what sounded like pebbles or gravel trickling inside the walls, pattering down between the wooden studs. On other nights came a shrill tone that made her cover her ears, a whining noise so sharp it hurt, seeming to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. Jackie would get up to investigate, gingerly climbing on a chair to unlatch the attic hatch in the ceiling of the hallway. Each time she expected to find a loose vent or a nesting animal causing the racket. Yet whenever she peered into the attic's dusty darkness with a flashlight, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Just still, stale air and exposed rafters. Then, one night, to her surprise, she found the attic trapdoor hanging open on its own, as if someone had lifted it from above. Jackie knew she hadn't touched it, and no draft could have pushed it open. A chill ran through her as she realized that whatever was making the noises might actually be coming in and out of the attic. As the nights went on, the house itself began to misbehave in increasingly puzzling ways. Household objects wouldn't stay put. Jackie might leave a room and return to find a chair moved or a cabinet door inexplicably ajar. Doors opened and closed by themselves, even when no breeze could be blamed. One of the beds repeatedly collapsed without explanation, a daybed in the living room that would suddenly fold in on itself as if an unseen force had stomped on it. It happened multiple times, often when someone was sitting or lying on it. One moment Jackie or a visitor would be resting on the daybed, and the next they'd crash to the floor with the mattress, startled and bewildered. Each time, inspection showed nothing physically wrong with the bed frame. It was as if invisible hands had pushed it apart. Even Jackie's cat sensed that something was amiss. The normally placid pet would bolt upright, fur bristling, and chase unseen things along the walls of the house. On more than one occasion, Jackie watched in alarm as the cat stared intently at an empty corner, its eyes following something invisible that seemed to scurry just out of human sight. The animal would meow and paw at the plaster walls as if tracking an imaginary mouse, then suddenly hiss and retreat, as though whatever it pursued had turned to chase it. These episodes left Jackie feeling disquieted and vulnerable. Was stress causing her and the cat both to hallucinate? She wondered if her pregnancy and the exhaustion of working multiple jobs while also caring for a toddler might be playing tricks on her mind. At times, she tried to dismiss the anomalies, telling herself that maybe the weight of moving stress and single motherhood were making her oversensitive, but the incidents only grew in frequency and intensity as winter turned to early 1989, eroding any mundane explanations. One evening, about a month after moving in, Jackie invited her friend and neighbor Susan Castaneda over to keep her company. Susan was a young mother herself from next door, someone Jackie trusted enough to confide in about her uneasy feelings. The two women were chatting in the living room, trying to take Jackie's mind off her troubles, when a sudden bang jolted them from their conversation. The loud crash had come from the kitchen. Heart-pounding, Jackie led the way into the kitchen with Susan at her heels. Uncertain what they would find, they discovered a bizarre scene that made little sense. A framed picture that normally hung on the kitchen wall was now off its hook, lying on the countertop, propped neatly against the backsplash above the sink. The nails that had held the picture in place were not just yanked out, they were found standing on end on the counter, balanced perfectly upright on their narrow heads. It was as if someone or something had carefully removed the picture, set it gently aside, and then painstakingly arranged the nails to defy gravity in a display of taunting absurdity. Susan and Jackie stared in disbelief at the nails, each pointing straight up like tiny metallic gravestones on the formica. The hairs on the back of Jackie's neck rose. Neither she nor Susan could fathom how an ordinary picture falling could result in nails standing themselves up in such a precise manner. To Susan, it was immediately apparent that something unnatural was at work. If Jackie had secretly harbored hopes that a living person, an intruder or prankster, was behind the disturbances, that hope dwindled when they realized no human hand could have so silently and instantaneously set that trap. The implication was chilling. A malicious intelligence was in the house, wanting to harm or scare them. The nails were arranged points upward on the floor, clearly meant for someone to step on. In a clear act of aggression, as one account noted, the spirit seemed to have deliberately created a hazard, almost as if it hoped a barefoot Jackie or Susan might impale their foot. This incident was the first overt sign to Jackie that the entity in her home was not just playing pranks, it intended to hurt. The shock of that moment also brought Jackie a perverse kind of relief. Others were witnessing the phenomena too. She wasn't crazy or imagining things. Susan, while shaken, was not entirely skeptical. She had an open mind about the paranormal. In fact, Susan's steady response, helping Jackie clean up the nails and calmly acknowledging that something uncanny was occurring, reassured Jackie that she had someone on her side. In the weeks that followed, other friends and babysitters would also report strange experiences in the bungalow. Lights were seen floating about, foul smells would manifest briefly, and objects would sometimes slide or topple in their presence, as if moved by invisible hands. Each corroborating account strengthened Jackie's resolve and sanity. She began to document everything, keeping a journal of the occurrences in meticulous detail. It became a nightly ritual. After putting Jamie to bed, she would jot down the day's odd happenings, from the trivial, a spoon found on the floor, to the terrifying, a disembodied whisper. In one entry, she noted the appearance of a foul-smelling liquid that materialized in the kitchen, an ooze that looked like blood mixed with some black substance, dripping seemingly out of nowhere onto the counter. The odor was putrid and made her gag, but when she wiped it away and checked for leaks or spilled food, she found no explanation. On another occasion, Jackie and a friend noticed spheres of light, glowing orbs, drifting casually near the kitchen ceiling, lazily floating through the air before vanishing. When Jackie fetched her camera to snap a picture of the orbs, the device inexplicably malfunctioned, refusing to click even though it had been working moments before. Another friend, Tina Lawler, often babysat little Jamie in the evenings to help Jackie out. Tina would later recount a hair-raising incident that occurred one quiet night. The house had been still for some time as Tina read on the couch, with Jamie asleep in his bedroom. Concerned by the child's unusual silence, Tina went to check on Jamie. As she approached his closed bedroom door in the dark hallway, the door swung open for her on its own, slowly, silently, as though an unseen hand had turned the knob in welcome. Puzzled, Tina peeked in at Jamie, who was soundly asleep. She gently pulled the door to behind her and walked back to the living room. But before she could sit down, she heard the soft creak of hinges. She turned to see that the door to Jamie's room stood open again. The door opened itself a second time, right in front of her eyes. No one else was in the house. A jolt of fear passed through Tina. Was some invisible force trying to keep an eye on the sleeping toddler? She gathered her courage, returned to the room, and firmly closed the door. This time she lingered a moment with her hand on the knob. The door remained shut. Although nothing further happened that night, Tina later admitted that the incident unnerved her so badly that she refused to babysit alone at Jackie's ever again, unless the strange occurrences were addressed. The cumulative effect of these early signs was profoundly disturbing to Jackie. She began to feel hunted in her own home. When she walked down the short hallway at night, it felt like eyes were following her from the dark corners of the ceiling. Often she would catch a flicker of movement from the corner of her eye, a fleeting shadow flitting just out of sight. But whenever she turned to look, nothing was there, save for the silent furniture and the faint smell of must that lingered in the old house. The sense of a presence grew stronger with each week, and that presence seemed to be gaining confidence, moving from subtle pranks to more direct and frightening confrontations. As spring 1989 arrived, the haunting escalated from subtle mischief to overt terror. Jackie's daughter, Samantha, was born in April of that year. The birth should have been a joyful time, but almost immediately after bringing newborn Samantha home from the hospital, Jackie noticed the paranormal activity growing not only more frequent, but distinctly more menacing. It was as if the poltergeist, no longer content with toying around, was now feeding off Jackie's increased exhaustion and fear. Gathering strength from her stress, she reported the phenomenon accelerating exponentially following Samantha's arrival. Her tiny home became a theater of unexplained horrors. One afternoon, not long after Samantha's birth, Jackie was coming back from the market, arms laden with grocery bags. As she kicked the front door closed behind her and headed into the kitchen, a startling sight made her stop in her tracks. Across the kitchen on the refrigerator door, the colorful plastic magnetic letters that usually spelled out playful words for Jamie had been rearranged into a chilling message. "Get the hell out." Jackie's heart skipped a beat. She stood there trembling, the grocery bag slipping from her hands as the import of the words sank in. She had been out of the house for only minutes, and no one else had been home, yet something had deliberately crafted this warning for her to find. The magnet letters, which normally stuck haphazardly to the fridge in the jumble, typical of a toddler's play, were now aligned in a perfect row spelling out a direct command. There were no signs of forced entry. Nothing else in the house was disturbed. The entity had chosen this method, using the letters like a Ouija board to unmistakably voice its hostility. Jackie's stomach churned with a mix of fear and anger. This was her home, her sanctuary for her children, and now an invisible intruder was ordering her to leave. She felt violated and threatened. Clutching her baby to her chest, Jackie could almost imagine a cruel presence hovering nearby, laughing at her distress. Jackie swept the magnets off the fridge in fury, but the damage was done. The psychological assault had intensified. That night, she put both children in her own bedroom, unwilling to let them out of her sight. Jamie, only 3, didn't fully understand why Mommy was so upset, but he clung to her, sensing her fear. Jackie herself barely slept, dozing off only in the early morning hours with the bedside lamp on. When she finally drifted into a light sleep, she experienced one of the most vivid nightmares of her life. A nightmare that felt more like a vision or even a memory not her own. In this dream, Jackie found herself transported back in time, observing a scene at the San Pedro harbor as it might have looked decades ago. She saw an image of the harbor from the 1930s, old wooden piers, water lapping against dock pilings, the faint sound of a distant ship's horn. Suddenly, chaos. She witnessed a young man being brutally attacked. The assailant wielded a heavy lead pipe, clubbing the man's skull with sickening force. The young victim collapsed, and then Jackie felt herself inside his body, as if she had become that man. The perspective shifted, and now she was the one being beaten and dragged. A pair of strong hands grabbed her, and dunked her head under the dark, oily water of the harbor. She felt the water flooding into her lungs. She thrashed in desperation, experiencing the dying man's terror as he was held underwater to drown, his final consciousness slipping away. The sensation was horrifically real. The burn of salt water in the nose, the weight of the harbor water overhead, the dull ache of a head wound. Just as the last glimmers of life left in that drowning dream state, Jackie jolted awake, gasping and soaked in sweat. She bolted upright in bed, disoriented, her heart hammering. It was 3 a.m. Baby Samantha slept peacefully in her crib. Jamie snored softly beside her. But Jackie was panting as if she had actually swallowed water, her throat raw from an imagined inhalation of the Pacific. The dream lingered powerfully. She couldn't shake the sense that what she had witnessed was not a typical nightmare, but possibly a communication, perhaps a replay of something that had really happened long ago. In her journal, she later described how in the dream she became the dead man, feeling his panic and pain as he was murdered. It was a nightmare that would recur, always with the same grisly details of the harbor, the pipe, and the drowning. In the days following the magnet letter incident and the nightmare, physical manifestations of the haunting ratcheted up to new extremes. While doing laundry or washing dishes, Jackie began to notice an inexplicable liquid seeping from various places, sometimes from the walls, other times from light fixtures, or even the wooden eaves near the attic. One evening, she and her friend Christina Zivkovich, another neighbor who often babysat, were tidying up the kitchen, scrubbing pots at the sink, when Christina suddenly recoiled with a cry. She pointed upward, and Jackie's stomach turned as she saw dark red droplets forming on the wall above the sink, slowly trickling downward. A thick, blood-like substance was oozing straight through the paint and plaster, as if the wall itself were bleeding. The liquid was viscous and reddish-brown, with an awful stench of decomposition. The two women watched in morbid fascination for a moment as the stains expanded. Then Jackie ran to fetch a towel while Christina gagged from the odor. They wiped the wall only to have more of the mysterious fluid bubble up moments later through the fresh streaks. Panicking, Jackie opened cabinets looking for the source, and to her horror saw that the same ghastly fluid was dripping inside the cupboards as well, running over dishes and canned goods. Soon it had pooled onto the kitchen floor in small puddles of ruddy sludge around her feet. It seemed to be coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Jackie had the sense that the house was vomiting its own malevolence at her, an unholy effusion designed to break her resolve. In her mind she screamed, "Stop it! Please stop!" And just like that, the flow ceased. But the kitchen was left reeking of what smelled like rotting blood and sulfur. Jackie collected a sample of the strange liquid in a jar, hoping later to have proof that could be analyzed. In fact, some of these samples were reportedly tested and found to contain human blood plasma, though lacking cellular components, an unnerving detail the investigators would later discuss. The episode left both Jackie and Christina badly shaken. Christina realized with dawning fear that Jackie's earlier tales had not been exaggerations, and that she herself was now entangled as a witness. Around this same period, Jackie had another face-to-face encounter with the entity, one that erased any doubt that an apparition was truly haunting her family. Late one night, after the children were asleep, Jackie finally laid down on the living room daybed with a plan to grab a few hours of rest. She left a small lamp on, bathing the living room in a weak yellow glow. Sometime after midnight, she was startled awake by a peculiar sound, a wet, raspy breathing that resonated from down the hallway. It was the sound of labored inhalation, like the rattle of an emphysema patient, each breath heavy and hollow. Jackie's skin prickled. At first, she thought Jamie might be awake and congested with a cold, so she grabbed a robe and quietly followed the noise to check on him. The breathing led her right to Jamie's bedroom, and what she witnessed there made her blood run cold. In the dim light spilling from the hall, she could see Jamie fast asleep in his toddler bed, but she was not the only one watching over him. Sitting in the rocking chair beside the bed was an old man, a gaunt, wretched-looking figure, hunched forward, staring intently at her sleeping son. The man's complexion was ashen grey, his features sunken. He looked like a corpse dressed in working man's clothes, with a threadbare flannel shirt and dirty jeans. His eyes, though deeply shadowed, seemed to burn with a red, otherworldly glow, locking onto Jackie with an expression of pure malice. For a split second, Jackie was too stunned to move, her mind reeling at the impossibility of someone else being in the house. Then the stench hit her, the same nauseating odor of rot and decay that had accompanied the blood ooze in the kitchen. It emanated from the figure filling the small room. Jackie let out a short scream and lunged toward her son, instinctively placing herself between Jamie and this intruder. But in that instant, the old man simply vanished. One moment he was rock solid, hideously real, and the next he was gone, leaving only the empty, gently swaying rocking chair in his wake. No fading, no retreat. He blinked out like a snuffed candle. Jackie's hands were shaking as she snatched Jamie up from bed. The boy awoke, startled and crying, as Jackie rushed him out into the hallway and toward the front door. Every window shade in the house suddenly flew up at once as they passed, the spring roller blinds whipping open with a series of loud snaps, flooding the dark rooms with moonlight. This simultaneous clattering of window shades was like a final emphatic gesture from the entity, a flourish of poltergeist showmanship to hammer home its dominion. Jackie ran outside with Jamie in her arms. She spent the remainder of that night sitting on the front porch swing, shaking and wide-eyed, holding her son tight while he slept fitfully against her shoulder. Baby Samantha, miraculously, stayed asleep inside the house, but Jackie could not bring herself to re-enter those walls until dawn, when the rising sun finally gave her enough courage to go back in and get the infant. That chilling apparition of the haggard old man became seared into Jackie's memory. She described him in detail later, an unkempt elderly figure with an aura of rage and eyes that were glowing and emotionless. His glare was full of what she perceived as pure hatred, a malicious glare that communicated both a threat and a strange sense of sorrow or bitterness. The encounter left Jackie deeply traumatized. For days afterward, she could still picture him vividly. The tufts of thin hair on his mottled scalp, the way his lips were drawn back as if in a snarl. She had no idea who he was or why he was terrorizing her family, but she had the gut feeling that he was connected to the history of the house. If he could appear that solidly and even physically interact with the environment, rocking the chair, raising the blinds, then this was beyond a mere haunting. It was an aggressive poltergeist with potentially dangerous power. Indeed, the violence escalated further not long after. Jackie started to feel that the entity, or perhaps entities, wanted not just to frighten, but to harm her and her children. One night, as she tried to calm little Jamie to sleep in her bed, the children were now routinely sleeping with her for safety. Jackie heard the rattle of toys in the living room. Steeling herself, she crept out to investigate, armed with the only thing she had at hand, a baseball bat from Jamie's toy box. The living room was dim, lit only by a street lamp's glow through a window. She scanned the room, bat trembling in her grip. Without warning, a brightly colored beach ball that had been lying in the corner launched into the air and bounced into the center of the room, as if kicked or thrown by an invisible child at play. It bobbed and rolled to a stop at Jackie's feet. The sheer normalcy of the object, a child's ball, contrasted with the utter abnormality of how it moved on its own, and it sent a surge of indignation through Jackie. This ghost was now playing with her children's toys to taunt her. Enough was enough. Jackie bent down, picked up the ball, and with a quavering voice she demanded, "What do you want? Leave us alone." In the next instant, all hell broke loose. Something unseen lunged at Jackie, grabbing her by the throat and shoulders. She felt an intense pressure clamp around her neck, an invisible hand choking her, squeezing her windpipe shut. She was lifted back and slammed onto the floor by this force, the baseball bat clattering away uselessly. Jackie gasped and fought, but there was no solid form to strike back against, only cold air and that terrible vice on her neck. Black spots danced in her vision as she struggled to breathe. For a horrifying few seconds, Jackie truly thought she was going to die there on her living room floor, strangled by an invisible assailant. Then, as abruptly as it began, the pressure released. She rolled onto her side, coughing and sucking in air. She couldn't see her attacker, but the area around her crackled with a palpable energy, as if the air itself were charged with anger. Weak but fueled by adrenaline, Jackie forced herself to her feet. If the entity intended to kill her, it nearly succeeded. But Jackie's maternal fury now flared stronger than her fear. She refused to be a passive victim any longer. She snatched up the baseball bat again and, in a bold but desperate move, marched straight to the open attic hatch. For the first time, Jackie climbed into the attic herself, determined to confront whatever lurked there on its own turf. She shouted into the darkness, demanding that the spirit show itself. The attic's air was stifling and thick with dust. By the thin beam of a flashlight, she could see only exposed beams and decades of cobwebs. Her own voice echoed back at her from the cramped space, ragged with fear and anger. "I know you're here," she yelled. "Leave my family alone." Silence. Then a scuttling sound behind her, and Jackie spun around just in time to glimpse a shifting black mass coalescing in the corner. Out of this swirling shadow, the old man's ghastly face materialized, suspended in midair. His glowing eyes bore into hers, filled with cruelty. Startled, Jackie stumbled backward, losing her footing on a loose board. The bat fell from her hands and clanged off a rafter. Before she could regain balance, the entity rushed at her. A wave of unseen force struck her chest like a freight train. Jackie was flung backward out of the attic opening. She plunged down through the trapdoor and crashed onto the hallway floor below, landing painfully on her back and knocking the wind out of herself. Dazed and bruised, she looked up at the attic opening. The darkness above seemed to swirl with a life of its own, almost gleeful. That was the final straw. This spirit could literally throw her around. There was no way she could fight that. Sobbing in frustration and terror, Jackie scrambled up, gathered her crying children, and fled the house that very night. She piled Jamie and baby Samantha into the car, with only a diaper bag and the clothes on their backs. As she pulled away from the house, she could almost feel eyes watching from the attic window. In her rearview mirror, the bungalow sat innocuously under the streetlights, betraying nothing of the nightmare inside. But Jackie knew she would not, step foot back in there without help. It was around this time, summer of 1989, that Jackie finally realized she needed outside assistance to reclaim her home and protect her family. By now, nearly everyone close to Jackie was aware that something truly bizarre and dangerous was happening in her home. The bizarre episodes had shaken her friends and driven away babysitters. Even Jackie's estranged husband, Al Hernandez, who was initially skeptical of her stories, had begun to witness odd occurrences during his visits. On one such visit, Al skeptically suggested she just shout at the ghost to show itself. Jackie tried this in frustration, and though nothing happened immediately, she later found Al's name scrawled hundreds of times inside a bedroom closet, a creepy retaliation that left Al pale and frightened. Traditional avenues of help had failed Jackie spectacularly. Earlier, at Susan's urging, Jackie had told her landlord about the hauntings, and he arranged for local priests to come bless the house. That experience turned out to be a disaster. The two priests who visited were deeply skeptical, and, upon seeing some horror movie VHS tapes and a novelty plastic skull decoration Jackie owned, they jumped to the conclusion that Jackie herself was dabbling in dark forces and perhaps mentally unstable. They even suggested that little Jamie's occasional night terrors or crying fits were due to demonic possession rather than the very real disturbances scaring the child. Unbelievably, these priests went so far as to report Jackie to Child Protective Services, alleging that she was a pregnant woman on drugs and hallucinating. The very next day, a social services agent knocked on her door, conducting a surprise inspection for substance abuse in the home. Jackie was mortified and furious. Instead of help, her plea to the church had nearly gotten her children taken away. She swore then and there never to seek help from authority or clergy again for this problem. If she was to find assistance, it would have to be from someone who would take her seriously and not judge her, someone who understood the paranormal. Susan Castaneda stepped in with a new idea. Susan remembered seeing a TV program that featured a local paranormal investigator named Dr. Barry Taff, a parapsychologist with a reputation for investigating hauntings. Taff was somewhat well known in Southern California paranormal circles. He held a doctorate in psychophysiology and had worked in the UCLA parapsychology laboratory back in its heyday. In fact, Dr. Taff had investigated over 3,000 cases of alleged hauntings by that point, including a notorious case in 1974 involving a woman named Doris Biver that inspired the horror film The Entity. If anyone would treat Jackie's claims with gravity, it would be him. Susan urged Jackie, "Call him." Initially, Jackie hesitated. After the debacle with the priests, she feared reaching out to strangers. But as the situation deteriorated to open attacks, she realized a professional paranormal team might be her only hope. Summoning her courage, Jackie got in touch with Dr. Barry E. Taff in the summer of 1989. She recounted the horrifying events over the phone, her voice shaking as she described being choked and seeing the ghost by her son's bed. To her relief, Taff didn't dismiss her. In fact, he seemed intrigued and concerned. Here was a young mother with no prior interest in the paranormal, describing classic poltergeist phenomena: apparitions, foul odors, telekinetic activity, even injury to witnesses. Taff later said the Hernandez case grabbed his attention from the start. Many cases he'd investigated turned out to be exaggerations or frauds, but Jackie's story had multiple independent witnesses and physical evidence that something highly unusual was afoot. The clincher was when he learned that people were being harmed, objects hurled, a potential hanging, a victim physically assaulted. In his entire career, only a handful of hauntings had verged into truly dangerous territory. As Taff would note, in the whole history of the paranormal, maybe 5 cases involved people being injured by a ghost, and he had never personally been on a case where the phenomenon targeted the investigators themselves. The Hernandez case had all the hallmarks of an extreme and potentially groundbreaking haunting. Taff agreed to investigate right away. On August 8, 1989, Dr. Taff assembled a small team and drove out to San Pedro to meet Jackie at the bungalow. Along with Taff came Barry Conrad, a professional photographer and aspiring filmmaker, and Jeff Wheatcraft, a schoolteacher turned photographer who often volunteered on paranormal investigations. Another investigator, a photographer named Gary Boehm, was also on call to assist. They arrived in the evening just before nightfall, loaded for ethereal bear, as Taff quipped, bringing an arsenal of equipment in hopes of capturing hard evidence. Conrad carried a state-of-the-art video camera with low light capabilities. Jeff had a 35mm still camera with flash, and the team also toted infrared detectors, EMF meters, and image intensifiers to pick up any invisible energies or lights. They were prepared, in Taff's words, to record images of the unknown. When the investigators knocked on Jackie's door that night, she greeted them with a palpable mixture of relief and anxiety. For the first time, she wasn't facing the entity alone, but inviting outsiders in also meant opening up her private nightmare to scrutiny. Inside, the house was dimly lit, and the air immediately struck the team as oppressively heavy. Barry Conrad sniffed and noted a foul odor hanging around, a scent they couldn't quite pinpoint, like something rotting, he said. They opened some windows to air the place out, but the smell seemed localized, moving as they moved, then dissipating, only to waft back in another room later. Dr. Taff privately noted this. Phantom scents are a common feature in haunting cases, often associated with negative entities. With video camera rolling, Taff sat Jackie down at the kitchen table to interview her in depth about the phenomena. Jackie recounted everything: the flying objects, the ooze from the walls, the ghost's appearance, the physical attacks. She trembled as she talked, clearly traumatized but determined to help the team understand what they might be up against. Susan was also present to offer her corroborating experiences. As they spoke, activity began almost immediately, as if the entity sensed the presence of challengers and wanted to make itself known. The investigators later remarked that it was as though the poltergeist was showing off for them. First came the banging in the attic. Sudden loud thuds reverberated above, making the ceiling shake. It sounded like heavy footsteps stomping across the attic floor, or as if a 200-pound animal was running amok up there. "We kept hearing what sounded like a 200-pound rat," Dr. Taff later told the press. The noise was so loud and alarming that conversation halted, and everyone looked up. Taff, Conrad, and Jeff exchanged excited glances. This was exactly the kind of audible phenomenon they hoped to document. Simultaneously, multiple team members felt an odd pressure sensation descend upon them, a physical heaviness that they likened to the feeling of being deep underwater. Their ears popped slightly as though air pressure had changed. This oppressive atmosphere is something Taff had encountered in other hauntings, and he recognized it as a sign of the environment being charged with some kind of energy. The investigators continued their interview, but now with heightened caution. Jackie guided them to the kitchen, pointing to the ceiling at the precise spot where she had previously seen the strange liquid seeping down. Conrad shone a flashlight up and saw nothing unusual now, but as they paused there, a new sound emerged, a low mutter of voices seemingly coming from above their heads in the attic, as if two people were whispering urgently just out of earshot. Jackie's eyes widened. She had heard these muffled voices in the attic before. The men heard it too. They gestured for silence. For a minute, everyone stood still in the kitchen, listening intently. The whispering stopped. In the pregnant silence, an intense feeling of being watched settled on the group. It was time to venture into the attic. The team decided to go up in pairs to investigate and photograph. Jeff Wheatcraft, being both brave and a bit skeptical, volunteered to go up first. Armed with his 35mm camera and a flash, Jeff grabbed a ladder and hoisted himself through the narrow attic opening in the hallway. Barry Conrad climbed up behind him with a flashlight and an 8mm film camera rolling for good measure. The attic's darkness swallowed them. Dust particles swirled in the flashlight beam. Below, Jackie, Susan, and Dr. Taff stood anxiously listening. For a minute or two, Jeff moved slowly along the attic beams, snapping photographs of every corner. The flash would illuminate a slice of insulation and rafters, then darkness again. Conrad's video camera, using the flashlight for light, panned around. They saw only the accumulated junk of an old house, some discarded boards, a broken chair, spiderwebs shimmering. In one area, Conrad's light caught something and Jeff exclaimed, two glowing points of light hovering in the far corner, like eyes reflecting. Conrad's camera didn't capture them well, but Jeff aimed his still camera and clicked. Just then, Jeff felt an odd static in the air. His hair stood on end. Without warning, something yanked the camera with tremendous force. Jeff let out a yell as the camera was literally torn from the strap around his neck by an invisible force and flung into the darkness. Down below, they heard Jeff's cry and the thump of something hitting the attic floor. Go, 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 Dr. Taff urged from below, and Susan gasped. Jeff stumbled back toward the attic opening, heart pounding. Moments later, he appeared, scrambling down the ladder, visibly shaken. He blurted that something had ripped the camera out of his hands and thrown it. His eyes were wide with what might have been the first glimmer of true belief. The skeptic had just had a close encounter. Barry Conrad, still up there, retrieved the flashlight he had dropped in surprise and carefully looked around for Jeff's camera. He found it lying in one corner of the attic. Astonishingly, the camera body and its lens had been separated, unscrewed or torn off, and were now lying several feet apart from each other. It was as if an invisible technician had calmly disassembled the camera after snatching it. Conrad gathered both pieces and descended, every nerve on edge. Below, in the light of the living room, they examined the camera. It was a sturdy 35mm SLR, not something that easily falls to pieces. Yet here it was, broken into two main components with no sign of how it happened in an instant. Jeff rubbed his neck. The camera strap had left a red mark where it was nearly yanked off of him. At that moment, any trace of doubt Jeff had about the presence of a ghost evaporated. His initial skepticism disappeared at that moment, a recounting noted dryly. They had tangible evidence of aggressive poltergeist activity. Dr. Taff was excited but also concerned. This spirit had power and boldness. The team members realized they might be dealing with something truly dangerous. Still, the investigators kept their cool. They had gotten something on film. The video was running and caught at least the audio of Jeff's fright, and possibly a quick shot of the camera flying. And they had the physical aftermath. Taft decided to pause and have everyone regather in the living room to plan next steps. Jeff was understandably reluctant to go back in the attic, but he wanted to continue helping, albeit with caution. Jackie, seeing the professionals unnerved, felt a mix of validation, finally someone else sees it, and mounting dread. After a short break, during which they recorded more of Jackie's testimony, the team decided to make a second attempt at exploring the attic later, perhaps under different conditions. That night, however, the phenomena seemed to quiet down after the camera incident, almost as if the entity was satisfied it had made its point. The investigators stayed a while longer, setting up a few detectors and monitoring, but aside from some flickering balls of light that both Taff and Conrad saw zipping down the hallway, and caught on video as ethereal streaks. There were no further major fireworks. In the early morning hours, they wrapped up the investigation for the night. Dr. Taff promised Jackie they would return soon. This was just an initial fact-finding mission. They had collected evidence and witnessed enough to convince them that the haunting was real and serious. As they packed up equipment, Taff reassured Jackie that she wasn't dealing with this alone anymore. Jackie felt a weight lift knowing these experts were taking her seriously. Jeff, meanwhile, was visibly shaken by what had happened. The team gathered on the front lawn for a final debrief. Jeff lit a cigarette with trembling hands and said to the others, "If I hadn't felt it myself, I wouldn't have believed it." Conrad patted his shoulder. They all agreed to come back prepared for a longer stakeout. They wanted to provoke more activity, carefully, to document it better. Jackie overheard this and, despite her fear, eagerly agreed to a follow-up visit. If documenting and understanding this phenomenon was what it took to ultimately stop it, she was all for it. As the investigators drove off into the pre-dawn darkness, however, a nagging question lingered in Dr. Taft's mind. What exactly were they dealing with? From Jackie's descriptions, there might even be two ghosts, the angry old man and perhaps the spirit of that younger man she dreamt about. Could there be multiple entities at play? This case felt nearly in a class by itself, Taft later remarked, given the combination of a mobile haunting, the way it centered on Jackie rather than just the house, and the violence exhibited. He also wondered how much Jackie's personal turmoil, the rocky marriage, her emotional state, might be fueling the events. In classic parapsychology, poltergeist activity is sometimes thought to be associated with a living person, often an adolescent or someone under extreme stress, unconsciously causing psychokinetic mayhem. Jackie certainly was under enormous stress. Was it conceivable that her own latent psychic energy was externalizing all this phenomena, or was it truly an independent spirit feeding off her fear? Taft kept an open mind, recognizing signs of both a genuine haunting, like the apparition and historical clues, and a poltergeist centered on Jackie's emotional distress. For now, his immediate concern was to keep everyone safe and gather more data. Only weeks later, the team would get their chance for a dramatic second confrontation, one that nearly proved fatal for one of them and yielded some of the most extraordinary paranormal evidence ever captured on film. The second major investigation at the San Pedro house took place about a month after the first, on the night of September 4th, 1989. By this time, the situation in the bungalow had continued to deteriorate. Jackie was still living there, having few other options, but she was essentially camping out at friends' homes most nights, or having someone stay over with her if she had to be there after dark. The entity remained active. Toys moved around, strange lights and misty apparitions appeared occasionally, and the oppressive atmosphere hung over the house like a storm cloud. The attacks on Jackie had not repeated at the same intensity, perhaps because she seldom stayed alone anymore, but the sense of imminent danger was ever present. In one particularly unnerving incident before the second investigation, Jackie and Susan both heard a loud crash in the empty attic, followed by a noise like something heavy dragging across the floor up there. When they mustered the bravery to peek, they found a noose made of old clothesline rope dangling from a rafter, swaying slightly, an image too ghastly to ignore. It was after midnight on that September 4th when Barry Taff and his team returned, armed with even more equipment and resolve. Jackie had called them earlier that evening in a panic, reporting that the ghost activity was off the charts, and she was terrified for her children's safety. Taff, Conrad, and Gary Boehm, one of Conrad's colleagues who handled audio recording, assembled at a nearby cafe to plan. Jeff Wheatcraft, despite his fright from the last visit, had agreed to come as well, though he surely felt a knot of anxiety at the thought of going back into that attic. Knowing what had happened to Jeff, all bets were off for this encounter. As one account put it, they decided on a bold plan: confront the entity head-on in the attic, believed to be the epicenter of the haunting. Shortly before their arrival inside the house, Jackie had a final harrowing experience alone. She was in the children's room packing a few essentials. She intended to leave the house with the kids immediately after the team's visit, whether the ghost was exorcised or not. Suddenly she heard that deep, rattling breathing again, the same she'd heard before encountering the old man by Jamie's bed. Her skin crawling, she realized the sound was coming from directly above her, the attic. Then came 3 loud knocks on the ceiling, like a hammer banging from the other side of the plaster. Jackie mustered enough courage to hiss through clenched teeth, "Leave us alone. They're coming for you tonight." It might have been her imagination, but she thought she heard a faint raspy chuckle in response. When the investigators arrived, they found Jackie at her wits' end. She ushered them in hurriedly. Conrad immediately noticed that none of their battery-powered equipment was functioning properly, a classic sign of paranormal interference. Fresh batteries drained in seconds, cameras that had been tested just hours before refused to turn on. Even the flashlights flickered. "It's playing with us," Gary muttered. They had to resort to backup gear and plug in power where possible. After considerable frustration and tinkering, they managed to get the video camera running with an extension cord and had some lights set up, though handheld gear remained finicky at best. This technical sabotage only steeled Taft's team's determination. Clearly, the ghost did not want to be recorded further. They convened in the living room to discuss tactics, speaking in low tones. Given the severity, Dr. Taft decided to attempt a direct communication with the spirit via a Ouija board seance. Jackie herself suggested this out of desperation, reasoning that maybe if they could talk to it and find out what it wanted, they could placate it. As much as Taft normally approached Ouija use cautiously, this case seemed to warrant every possible approach. They sat around the coffee table, Jackie, Susan, who had come despite her fear, wanting to support Jackie, Dr. Taft, and Conrad, with Jeff and Gary standing by at the ready. They placed their fingertips on the planchette. Jackie's heart hammered. She silently prayed this wouldn't invite something worse. No sooner had they begun with a few opening questions than the table started to shake lightly. The planchette then darted to the letters decisively. What followed was an extraordinary conversation with the entity, wherein the board spelled out answers that corroborated Jackie's previous dream and suspicions in chilling detail. Dr. Taff, acting as the questioner, asked, "How long have you been trapped?" The planchette slid quickly to the numbers 60. 60 years. A cold hush fell. 60 years prior would be around 1929 or 1930, right in line with the era Jackie had dreamt about. Taff continued, "Did you die in this house?" The pointer zipped to NO. "Where did you die?" The planchette spelled out BAY. San Pedro Bay, the harbor. Jackie's hands went clammy on the planchette. It was exactly as she'd dreamed. The man murdered in the harbor waters. "Did you drown?" "No," came the answer. "I was held underwater." The room's atmosphere grew thick with emotion as they realized they were potentially hearing the voice of a murder victim, reaching across the decades. "Did you live in the San Pedro house?" "My murderer lived there," the board indicated ominously. Jackie stifled a cry as that revelation sank in. The killer of this ghost once called her house home. Finally, Taff asked for personal details. The board spelled that the spirit had been born in 1912 and died in 1930, at the age of 18. It implied he had been murdered by drowning, held underwater, after being struck on the head, a blow which Jackie already knew of from her nightmare. The Ouija session lasted only a short time, but it was electrifying. They had essentially gathered a ghost's self-reported biography. To Jackie and Susan, who were both involved in handling the planchette, it felt at times as if someone else was guiding their hands, swiftly, insistently, and the air around them felt charged, making their hair stand on end. Dr. Taff carefully wrote down the letters as they came, keeping a transcript of this extraordinary Q&A. The atmosphere was tense but oddly focused until it was violently disrupted. Just as they asked another question, some sources say they were about to inquire the ghost's name or why he was violent, Jeff Wheatcraft, who was not even touching the board but standing guard, was suddenly hurled across the room by an invisible force. He let out a grunt of surprise and pain as he was lifted and thrown against the trailer wall. They were conducting the seance in Jackie's trailer home living room, since by this point Jackie had moved some essentials to a small trailer next to the house. Jeff hit the wall hard and collapsed to the floor, momentarily losing consciousness. Pandemonium erupted. Susan screamed. Conrad leapt from the table to help Jeff, while Gary fumbled to light up the area with his flashlight. Dr. Taff immediately halted the seance, calling out, "That's it, we're stopping." The planchette skidded to a stop as they removed their hands. Jackie rushed to Jeff's side, fearing the worst. Jeff was breathing but dazed, eyes unfocused. After a moment he came to, coughing. He had felt, he said later, a sudden squeezing around his midsection, like a giant fist crushing his torso. then a sensation of being picked up and launched backward. His back and head ached from the impact, but fortunately, he did not seem to be seriously injured. Still, he was badly shaken. This ghost had effectively attacked him again, and this time in front of everyone. It was clear that Jeff had been singled out by the entity for special aggression. Regrouping after this chaos, the investigators decided not to push their luck further with the Ouija board that night. They had gathered vital clues. Dr. Taft postulated openly that the spirit they'd contacted was very likely the young man in Jackie's dream, a victim of foul play in 1930. They had a birth year, 1912, and enough circumstantial information, drowned in harbor, murder suspected. Killer lived at Jackie's address. For Jackie, these answers, while terrifying, also carried a strange note of pity. This ghost was perhaps not inherently evil, but a tormented soul seeking justice or release. That might explain the more benevolent side experiences, like the ball of light that would later lead her to a grave. However, something else was also lurking, the old man, and he felt of a different nature, more spiteful and directly connected to the house itself. Could it be the murderer's ghost or the old homeowner enraged by Jackie's presence? There was a lot to unpack, but before the team could catch their breath, the entity in the attic decided to make one more violent statement that night. With the Ouija session ended abruptly by Jeff's assault, the investigators refocused on the attic, where earlier they had heard banging. Jeff, despite being rattled, insisted he was okay, and even agreed, albeit with understandable dread, to venture into the attic one last time, since they believed if anything was going to happen, it would happen there. He likely felt a mix of courage and resignation. It was clear the ghost was after him particularly, and he may have figured confronting it directly, with backup present, was inevitable. Gary Boehm volunteered to accompany Jeff this time. Gary was no stranger to paranormal work and had steady nerves. Taff and Conrad would remain below with Jackie, monitoring from the hallway with the video camera pointed upward. Jackie stood by, clutching baby Samantha, who astonishingly slept through most of the night's excitement in her car seat on the floor, while Susan held little Jamie's hand tightly. So around 3 a.m., Jeff and Gary ascended into the attic. The showdown was on. The two men disappeared into the black hole of the crawl space, armed with a flashlight, Jeff's camera, now repaired, or a backup camera presumably, and a smaller handheld video camera Gary carried to document from his perspective. For a while, all was quiet. Taff and Conrad listened tensely from below. They could hear the muffled shuffling of the men above, the occasional flash strobe from Jeff's camera blinking through the hatch, and their low whispers as they called out provocations. "Is anyone here with us? Show yourself." The atmosphere was thick. Barry Taft reported later he got a very bad feeling at that moment, like a sudden anxiety spike with no obvious cause. Jackie too felt a chill that made her shudder, clutching her baby closer. Up in the attic, Jeff and Gary were carefully stepping through the joists, scanning for any movement. The beam of Gary's flashlight caught only floating dust, but then, both later testified, they felt an intense drop in temperature in one corner, and Gary's light dimmed as if the darkness was thickening. Without warning, something seized Jeff by the throat. Gary heard Jeff choke and turned the camera toward him. What he saw sent him into action. Jeff was being lifted off his feet, his head jerking back as if pulled by a collar. In the stark moment illuminated by the camera flash, Gary saw to his horror that a clothesline rope, the very rope that had earlier been observed hanging in the attic, was now looped tightly around Jeff's neck, its end pulled taut up over a nail in a rafter. The scene was like a nightmare tableau. Jeff's face was red, eyes bulging, feet kicking just a few inches off the attic floor. The entity was attempting to hang Jeff Wheatcraft to death. Gary shouted in alarm, instinct kicking in. He lunged toward Jeff, dropping the flashlight, leaving only the dim camcorder light and the occasional flash from its auto strobe to light the chaos. In that flashing strobe, an eerie image was captured. Jeff's body suspended, the rope digging into his neck, his hands clawing at his throat, and no one else there. An invisible executioner at work. Gary later recounted that in that moment, he felt a presence rush by him, a force that nearly knocked him sideways. It might have been what was holding the rope, fleeing as he intervened. Gary managed to lift Jeff slightly to release tension on the noose, and then untangled the rope from the nail. As soon as the line loosened, Jeff collapsed, falling into Gary's arms and gasping for air. The entire struggle lasted perhaps seconds, but to the men it felt horribly prolonged. From below, hearing the commotion, muffled bangs, Gary's shout, a strangled noise, the team realized something was terribly wrong. Conrad immediately bolted up the ladder, reaching the attic just as Gary was helping Jeff to the opening. They eased Jeff down the ladder to safety. He was coughing and rubbing his neck, which bore a raw ligature mark. His eyes brimmed with tears, from pain or fear or both. Jackie stifled a scream when she saw Jeff's condition. She quickly ushered the kids out of the way so they wouldn't see the blood on his neck, where the rope had abraded the skin. This was nearly a murder in real time, and it left everyone present deeply shaken. Dr. Taff himself, the seasoned researcher, had never encountered an attack so direct and potentially lethal. He was furious at the entity and immediately concerned for Jeff's well-being. Jeff, for his part, after catching his breath, was in a state of shock. He muttered, "I'm done. I'm done. I'll never go back up there. Never." And indeed, he never set foot in that house again after that night. However, in the midst of this terror, the team had obtained some of the clearest evidence ever documented of a paranormal assault. Gary's quick thinking meant that the hanging incident was actually caught on film, at least partially. Later, when they reviewed the footage frame by frame, they indeed had a few frames of Jeff's body hanging with no one else around, as well as the moments of the struggle. These images would later be included in a documentary and would become famous in paranormal circles. At the time, though, their priority was getting the hell out of that house. They'd challenged the spirit, and it nearly killed a man in response. Enough was enough. In the aftermath of this near tragedy, Dr. Taff and the rest knew it was unsafe for Jackie and her children to remain another night. They helped her hastily pack some clothes, diapers, and important papers. With Susan's assistance, Jackie bundled her children into the car. The investigators also left that night, deeply shaken by how the entity had gone after the researchers with such vengeance, a fact Taff would highlight to underscore the case's uniqueness. In the pre-dawn darkness, the small convoy of vehicles, Jackie's car and the investigator's van, pulled away from the accursed bungalow. Jackie did not look back. The house, now empty of its human occupants, would stand silent for a while, but not for long. Traumatized by the events in San Pedro and left effectively homeless by her fear of returning to the bungalow, Jackie Hernandez decided to truly flee. It was clear that whatever malevolent force lurked in that house had made it uninhabitable for her family. And after the Ouija board revelations, Jackie had a newfound perspective. Perhaps if she distanced herself from the house, the spirits, especially the vengeful young man's ghost, might remain behind, rooted to the place of his murder or to the proximity of the killer's former home. It was worth a try. In the immediate days after the attic hanging incident, Jackie and her children stayed with friends in the Los Angeles area. But she knew that was a temporary fix. The sense of being stalked by the supernatural, even outside the home, gnawed at her. Meanwhile, interesting developments were unfolding on the research front. With the information gleaned from the Ouija session, Jackie, Susan, and another friend dove into local archives and library records. They combed through old newspapers from 1930, looking for any reports of an unsolved drowning or murder in San Pedro Bay. It didn't take long for a likely match to surface. On March 25, 1930, the body of a seaman named Herman Hendrickson was found floating under a pier in the bay. Newspaper clippings described him as being in his late 30s, around 38, and having a jagged wound on top of his head, with the initial coroner's ruling being drowning. Hendrickson had worked on a lumber ship, the Astoria, and had disappeared during shore leave. Although authorities at the time concluded he probably fell from the dock and hit his head, Jackie knew in her bones this was her ghost. The differences in age, the Ouija said 18 versus Hendrickson's 38th, did not dissuade her. These discrepancies do not dissuade Hernandez from believing it was him, the Los Angeles Times noted. Perhaps the ghost had given a misleading age, or perhaps there was another young victim not recorded, but Hendrickson's fate, head wound and drowning under a wharf, matched too closely with her dream and the board's answers to ignore. The key clue was the ghost's claim, "My murderer lived there." They assumed this meant the murderer had resided in Jackie's San Pedro bungalow at some point. Jackie and her friends started asking around the neighborhood about the house's history. Local old-timers pointed them to a name, John Damon, the man who had originally built the bungalow decades earlier. Damon had been a fisherman or longshoreman of some sort, and, intriguingly, he died in 1913, his grave located in a nearby cemetery. Could John Damon have been connected to Herman Hendrickson's death? It was purely speculative, but Jackie theorized that perhaps John Damon had a son or relative who could have been involved in a confrontation with Hendrickson, or that Damon himself as a ghost was a separate presence. The haunting seemed to involve two distinct ghosts. One was the young man, presumed Hendrickson, full of rage and energy. The other the old man, likely Damon's ghost, who showed up glaring at her. Perhaps the old man's ghost was simply tied to the house and generally angry or protective. Perhaps he was actually a benign spirit compared to the violent one, even trying to reach out in his way. Indeed, Jackie recalled that one of the earliest things the benign presence did was lead her, via that mysterious orb of light, to discover something important about him, likely his gravesite. It was not long after leaving the San Pedro house that Jackie and her now reconciled husband, yes, in a twist, around fall 1989, Jackie had attempted to repair her marriage with Al, decided to relocate far away from San Pedro. They hoped not only to save their relationship, but also to get as far as possible from the site of the haunting. In the fall of 1989, Jackie and Al moved together, with the kids, to the tiny rural community of Weldon in Kern County, a remote area in the Sierra foothills about 300 miles north of Los Angeles. They settled into a small trailer home on a piece of property near a lake. For a time, it seemed their prayers were answered. The quiet country life, far from the stress of the city and the nightmare house, gave Jackie a sense of peace she hadn't felt in a long time. Within a couple of weeks or so, I felt really comfortable being there. I thought I had left the ghost back in the house. I thought everything was going to be okay, Jackie said, recalling her initial relief in Weldon. Indeed, the first, perhaps 2 months in Weldon were free of any paranormal disturbances. Jackie dared to hope that the spirits were finally behind her, trapped back in San Pedro as location-bound ghosts. Unfortunately, this respite was not permanent. For unrelated reasons, Jackie's attempt at reconciliation with Al fell apart. The issues in their marriage resurfaced, and within a few months he left her again, this time for good. By early 1990, Jackie found herself once more a single mother, now isolated in a remote trailer with 2 young children and very few friends or neighbors nearby. Loneliness and stress returned, and perhaps as a result, so did the haunting. It was as though whatever entity had attached to her sensed her vulnerability returning, or perhaps the ghost of Hendrickson had followed through some unseen tether all along, merely lying low. The first sign in Weldon was subtle but unsettling. Jackie often used a small storage shed on the property to keep extra supplies. One day, she and 2 neighbors were lugging an old TV set into this shed for storage. The TV was unplugged, an outdated thing, and as they shoved it into place, one of the neighbors remarked on an odd reflection in the blank screen. Jackie looked and felt her blood run cold. The dark glass of the TV screen appeared to flicker on, and in its reflection she could see the unmistakable image of the same gaunt old man's face that had appeared in her San Pedro home. He glared from the TV's depths, only for a second. Then the screen went dead black again. The neighbors saw it too. One of them exclaimed in surprise, dropping his end of the TV. All 3 stood dumbfounded in the dusty shed. Jackie's heart pounded. It's here too. That night, as if to confirm the haunting had indeed followed, Jackie lay in bed unable to sleep. In the still midnight hour, she suddenly heard violent pounding on the walls of the storage shed outside, as though someone were trapped within and hammering to get out. The metal shed reverberated with bangs. Jackie peeked out the window. There was no one visible in the moonlight, and the shed door was closed. The banging continued relentlessly. It was the exact same pattern of disturbance she'd experienced in San Pedro. With the attic, Jackie realized with despair that the evil spirit had never been just the house. It was attached to her, or at least was willing to travel to torment her further. Fighting rising panic, Jackie called Dr. Taft and his team once again. It was late, but she had their numbers and she wasn't going to endure this alone a second time. Her frantic message was clear. It's back. He is back. Taft didn't hesitate. By now the case had become personal for him and his colleagues. They had shed blood, almost literally, and invested time and resources. If the haunting had become mobile, following Jackie across the state, This made it even more significant in the annals of paranormal research. Taff and Barry Conrad quickly coordinated a trip up to Kern County. Jeff Wheatcraft, despite his trauma, agreed to come along as well, perhaps out of loyalty or a need for closure, or maybe because he wanted to face his fear one more time to truly break free of it. Gary Boehm also joined. The men drove through the night to reach Weldon. Arriving presumably in the dead of night, they entered a situation that one might call a maelstrom, as Jackie had described on the phone. The moment the investigators set foot in Jackie's small trailer, the activity ramped up, almost as if the entity recognized and taunted their presence again. Just like before, electronic equipment refused to work. Video cameras would turn off by themselves, fresh batteries died, and lights dimmed for no reason. It was a frustrating repeat of the previous pattern, except now in a much smaller, confined space. This time, rather than splitting up, the team stayed together in the trailer's main room. They felt an icy tension in the air, as if unseen eyes were glaring from each corner. Jackie's children, mercifully, were staying with a neighbor that night. She'd made arrangements anticipating trouble. In the cramped trailer living area, they all suddenly heard a loud thump on the roof, then another, as if something were jumping on it. Could it be an animal? Then a rapid series of thuds rattled the ceiling, moving across it with impossible speed. Everyone froze. The thumping stopped, replaced by a new sound that set Jackie trembling. A dragging scratch, like fingernails or claws scraping along the metal roof of the trailer. In an environment so small, the noise was deafening and nerve-wracking. After enduring this for some minutes, Jackie herself made a suggestion born of desperation. "Let's use the Ouija board again," she urged Taff. Perhaps she felt that since it had given them answers before, it might help again to identify what was happening now. Was this the same ghost or another? The team agreed, and they prepared for another séance, albeit warily given how the last one ended. They set the Ouija board on the small kitchen table of the trailer. Crammed elbow to elbow, Jackie, Taff, Conrad, and Susan, who had also come up to Weldon to support her friend, placed their fingers on the planchette. Jeff and Gary stood by, anxious but curious. From the moment they began, the trailer itself seemed to react. The table vibrated beneath their hands, a slight tremor that raised goosebumps. Jackie inhaled sharply. She could see the water in a glass on the table rippling. Dr. Taff began addressing the spirit firmly. "Whoever you are, we're listening. Please answer our questions." The planchette jerked, then started moving. The answers this time reiterated much of what they saw before. The spirit identified as that of the man murdered in San Pedro Harbor. But now it added more context, which the team attempted to record. The ghost indicated that several other spirits were haunting the area as well, perhaps drawn by the violent energy or the presence of the main ghost. This might explain why both an old man's and young man's ghost were seen. Intriguingly, the spirit also communicated, either via the board or a psychic impression during the séance, that Jeff had been targeted for attacks because he resembled the ghost's murderer. This revelation stunned everyone. Jeff, who had been keeping a stoic face, blanched at the notion. Could it be that his appearance, perhaps similar build or features to someone from 1930, enraged the ghost? In retrospect, it made a twisted kind of sense. The one person physically harmed was Jeff, repeatedly, almost as if the ghost was enacting revenge on him. If Jeff inadvertently looked like whoever killed Herman Hendrickson, assuming Hendrickson was the spirit, then each attack on Jeff might have been a case of mistaken identity or displaced vengeance. It was a chilling thought, that Jeff was being punished for a 60-year-old crime he had nothing to do with. At some point during this séance, Jackie also directly implored the spirit, "Why me? Why are you following me?" The planchette slid and spelled that the ghost needed her energy, essentially confirming that it was using Jackie for her energy to manifest. Parapsychologists often theorize that ghosts, if real, draw on human energies like emotional distress, fear, or other life forces to strengthen their manifestations. Jackie's chaotic emotional state, her fears and neuroses born of the haunting, might have been the literal fuel feeding the phenomena. In a sad way, it meant Jackie was both victim and inadvertent participant, the haunting intensifying in parallel with her inner turmoil, something Dr. Taff had suspected all along. The séance continued until another physical jolt ended it abruptly. Jeff Wheatcraft was attacked yet again. Though accounts vary in detail, one common recollection is that Jeff was seemingly lifted or pushed and then flung against the wall of the trailer by an invisible force, in a carbon copy of what had happened during the prior Ouija session. This time, everyone saw it clearly. One moment, Jeff was standing at ease. The next, he flew sideways, crashing into a wood-paneled wall hard enough to dent it, and crumpled to the floor. He lay there physically fine, but curled up, clearly terrified and possibly on the verge of a panic attack. The others rushed to help him up. Jeff's psyche had been through a crucible. Rational or not, he now believed a ghost wanted him dead in vengeance. He couldn't take more. With that, they ended the seance. Enough questions had been answered. They now knew the likely identity of the violent ghost, its motive, revenge and anger, and even why it fixated on Jeff. The investigators and Jackie realized they had to find a way to bring closure to this tortured spirit story, both for the ghost's sake and for Jackie's. Taft proposed that if indeed the ghost was Herman Hendrickson, acknowledging his story and paying respects might help calm things. With the research they'd done, they knew where Hendrickson had died, but what about his burial? Was he buried in San Pedro or elsewhere? The Ouija board spirit had also said the murderer lived in your house. If that murderer was possibly connected to John Damon, the original owner, perhaps reuniting the ghosts or laying them to rest symbolically could stop the cycle. Not long after, in spring of 1990, Jackie took a trip back down to San Pedro, accompanied by a friend. She had unfinished business there, to track down John Damon's grave and maybe Hendrickson's as well. In broad daylight, she visited the local graveyard that served San Pedro's community from decades past. With the information from neighbors that Damon had been buried there in 1913, she searched the rows of aging headstones. At one point, she noticed something peculiar, a small, luminescent ball of light hovering in the air amidst the markers. It was like a miniature will-o'-the-wisp, bright enough to be seen by day, something she had indeed seen before around the house. This orb of light seemed almost conscious. It bobbed and moved away slowly, as if beckoning. Remembering how paranormal lore often speaks of spirits guiding people with lights, Jackie followed it. The orb glided through the cemetery, and Jackie trailed several paces behind, heart thumping with a mix of hope and eerie awe. The light floated to a stop above one tombstone, then circled it gently, round and round, before fading into nothingness. Jackie approached the marker. Etched in the stone was a name and dates. It was John Damon's grave. She caught her breath. It was so explicit a sign that even a hardened skeptic would have struggled to find a mundane explanation. Jackie felt a sudden peace. This ball of light went around and around the grave and just disappeared, she later recounted. In her mind, she interpreted this beautiful little event as John Damon's goodbye. Perhaps the old man's ghost, having accomplished whatever he needed, leading her here, was now finally departing for good. Maybe Damon's spirit, unlike Hendrickson's, found resolution in being acknowledged. With John Damon's chapter closed, what of the other ghost? Jackie's friend and she also scoured records for Herman Hendrickson's final resting place. They discovered mention in an archive that because Hendrickson had no local family, his remains had been interred in a modest grave, or possibly in a mass grave or memorial for lost seamen, in another cemetery nearby. Jackie went and quietly said a prayer for him, telling him he'd been heard and she was sorry for what happened to him. She even left flowers, an offering of respect to a soul who felt wronged and forgotten. It is not clear if anything supernatural marked that moment, but Jackie hoped it had some effect. After these pilgrimages, the paranormal siege gradually started to taper off. Jackie moved several more times in the years that followed, partly for personal reasons, partly perhaps hoping to stay a step ahead of any lingering spirits. She reported that each move seemed to weaken the haunting further, as if whatever cord bound the ghost to her was stretching thinner with distance and time. By the time she eventually settled back in the Los Angeles area, in the early 1990s, the disturbances had largely ceased. In the last year or so of the ordeal, circa 1992, Jackie experienced only infrequent visitations, a glimpse of a shadow here, a misplaced object there, maybe the occasional eerie dream. It was as if Herman's ghost, having vented much of its fury and been acknowledged, finally started to move on. Perhaps Jackie's decision to confront her fears actively investigating the ghost's identity and showing empathy helped lay him to rest. And what of her children? Thankfully, Jamie and Samantha emerged physically unscathed by the haunting. Samantha, being an infant and toddler during those years, was too young to remember the horrors that surrounded her mother. Jamie, however, had been a perceptive 2 to 5-year-old throughout the ordeal. He did witness strange things. He was even allegedly picked up and thrown against a wall once by the entity during a particularly chaotic moment, though not badly hurt. That incident left him understandably fearful. Jackie recounted that Jamie had trouble sleeping alone for a long time after, insisting on a light or a parent near. But with love and counseling, he returned to a normal childhood. Jackie thankfully noted that her children were fine in the long run, spared the brunt of what she endured. Her friend, Susan Castaneda, was deeply affected by the haunting as well. Susan confessed that she remained frightened by what she had seen and disliked even talking about those days. She turned more fervently religious as a coping mechanism, while observing that Jackie, unfortunately, seemed to suffer lasting emotional scars. She overreacts to everything, total neurosis, Susan lamented about Jackie's state after the fact. The intense bonding the two women had during the crisis didn't fully survive into calmer times. As Susan put it, once the haunting was over, it is the only thing we have in common, and they drifted apart. Traumatic events have a way of forging and then straining relationships, and not everyone around Jackie could fully understand what she went through internally. Jackie herself, by 1993, had managed to find some stability. She found a job as an office manager for an accounting firm and worked on rebuilding a normal life for her little family. But the haunting left a profound mark on her psyche and worldview. She admitted that she became more fearful of death than ever before, believing that the ghosts she encountered were essentially living in hell and worrying that such a fate might await on the other side. The notion of restless, tormented spirits made the afterlife seem less comforting. On the other hand, Jackie also felt strangely fortunate. She had been privy to something most people never experience. In hindsight, I think I was fortunate to see and experience firsthand something that most people never see, she reflected. It's a nuanced statement. Despite all the terror, Jackie found value in the encounter, as it expanded her understanding of reality and the supernatural. Once Jackie's life regained a semblance of normalcy, the story of her haunting did not fade away. In fact, it took on a life of its own in the public sphere. The investigative team, especially Barry Conrad, had gathered hours of footage and dozens of photographs from their visits. Conrad saw the potential to make a documentary film about this extraordinary case. In 1997, after years of compiling and editing material, he released An Unknown Encounter, a true account of the San Pedro haunting, which presented much of the evidence captured, including the dramatic hanging footage of Jeff Wheatcraft in the attic. The documentary was both chilling and compelling, complete with reenactments, actual video clips, and even a creepy narration by actor Ferdinand Main in an extended cut. For many in the paranormal community, the San Pedro haunting became one of the most well-documented poltergeist cases in American history. It had everything: eyewitness testimonies from credible individuals, physical evidence, photos, videos, objects like the camera and the rope, and a storyline with identifiable characters: the ghost of a murdered man, the ghost of an old homeowner, and a living heroine besieged by forces unknown. Following the documentary's release and some publicity, Jackie Hernandez and Dr. Barry Taff appeared on a number of TV talk shows and paranormal radio programs to share the story. By all accounts, their testimonies remained remarkably consistent each time, which added to their credibility. It's noted in one article that despite Jackie and Taff not being on great personal terms later, they had perhaps personality clashes or disagreements after the fact. When it came to recounting the events, they corroborated each other's accounts in all key details. This consistency over years, without significant embellishment or contradiction, impressed many researchers. Moreover, the involvement of multiple witnesses beyond the main participants gave weight to the case. Susan, Tina the babysitter, at least one neighbor, and the entire investigative team, none of whom had any obvious reason to lie or exaggerate, all attested to various pieces of the haunting. Of course, skeptics also took aim at the San Pedro case. Some accused Jackie of somehow concocting a hoax for financial gain or attention, pointing unfairly to her status as a struggling single mother implying she wanted a payday. Others insinuated that any reasonable parent would have moved out immediately after the first incidents, and that her remaining indicated complicity or falsehood. These criticisms largely ignore the complex reality of poverty. Jackie couldn't afford to just break a lease and move on a whim, and the paralyzing nature of such extreme experiences. She did try to leave and eventually did leave for good. Moreover, these skeptics had to contend with the fact that numerous aspects of the case would have been very difficult to fake, especially by a layperson. For instance, how does one fake liquid oozing from walls in front of multiple witnesses? Or simulate a rope lifting someone in midair without visible support, all in a cramped attic on the fly? The technology and planning needed would be akin to movie stunts, not something an average person could pull off under scrutiny. Additionally, Jackie never became rich or particularly famous from this. Her life post-haunting was quiet. If anything, she exposed herself to ridicule by coming forward, which isn't typically what hoaxers seek. Many in the paranormal investigative field consider the San Pedro haunting a landmark case. It demonstrated the concept that a person, as opposed to a location, can be haunted, as one summary put it, and if a ghost wants to feed off your energy, it will leave the house it's haunting to follow you around. This directly counters the traditional notion that ghosts are always bound to a site. Jackie's ordeal suggested a kind of hybrid, part residual haunting, the ghosts of Damon and Hendrickson tied to specific historical events and places, and part poltergeist fueled by Jackie's psychic energy and life stress. Dr. Taff himself leaned toward a hypothesis that much of the phenomenon was a kind of replay of stored environmental information triggered by Jackie's presence, a stone tape theory scenario where past events, like the murder in the harbor, imprinted on the area and then played through Jackie as a catalyst. Yet even he admitted this case broke the mold. It wasn't easily reducible to a single neat theory. There was an intelligence and malice at work that seemed beyond just a psychic projection of Jackie's subconscious. The fact that it attacked others, and even after Jackie left the house, it manifested externally. The shed incident pointed to an external spirit with its own will. Barry Taff eventually suggested publicly that the malevolent ghost was indeed Herman Hendrickson, age 28, likely he misspoke the age or used what the Ouija gave, whose death in 1930 matched the story. He also concurred that the old man ghost was likely John Damon, the builder of the house from the early 1900s. In interviews, Taff stressed that emotional distress in clients often correlates with intense hauntings, and Jackie's case was maybe the most famous example of that dynamic. He highlighted how Jackie's turbulent emotional state, fleeing a bad marriage, pregnant and working multiple jobs, feeling isolated, could have either attracted a predatory spirit or generated poltergeist phenomena, or both. In his professional conclusion, Jackie's emotional distress at that time of her life helped contribute to the power of the hauntings. This isn't to blame Jackie, but to recognize a pattern seen in many haunting cases where distress seems to be a catalyst. It's as if the ghosts tapped into her psychic energy like plugging into a battery. The more scared and stressed she became, the stronger it got, which Jackie herself observed, "The more scared I got, the stronger it got," she had said. Thus a vicious cycle was created until it was broken by intervention and the passage of time. After 1990, Jackie's haunted bungalow in San Pedro gained its own legendary status. Neighbors over the years have occasionally reported odd sounds around it, phantom footsteps, voices in the supposedly empty attic. According to some accounts, as of 2008, the house was still being haunted with neighbors hearing strange activity. It's worth noting that Jackie never returned to live there, and subsequent tenants apparently did not face anything like what she did, at least not to public knowledge. Perhaps once Jackie, the focus, was gone, only minor remnants remained, or maybe the story scared tenants from paying too much attention to bumps in the night. One internet comment even alluded to a rumor of a buried treasure found near the property around that time, hypothesizing the disturbance might have awakened restless spirits of the old days, but that remains speculative local lore. For those interested in the paranormal, the San Pedro haunting of Jackie Hernandez stands as a cautionary yet fascinating tale. It's a story where classic ghostly elements intersect with psychological complexity and genuine danger. We have the image of blood oozing down walls in a modest California bungalow, a trope straight out of a horror movie, yet attested in real life. We have the heart-stopping moment of a man found hanging by a rope in a haunted attic, reminiscent of the most chilling ghost stories, except it really happened on camera. And at the center, we have a vulnerable yet courageous young mother confronting the unknown to protect her children and understand why it was happening. The fact that she emerged alive, and even with a strangely philosophical outlook on it, is a testament to human resilience in the face of the uncanny. Jackie's journey, from terror to tentative peace, illuminates both the scariest possibilities and a hopeful resolution. She was effectively hunted by ghosts for 3 years across multiple locations, but in the end, knowledge proved to be power. By unearthing the story of those restless dead and facing her fear, with help, she took away the haunting's strongest weapon, her ignorance of what and why. As we consider her story, many questions linger. Did Herman Hendrickson truly get justice in some spiritual sense? Or is he still out there, an angry ripple in time looking for release? Was John Damon simply a misunderstood guardian spirit who actually helped Jackie by guiding her to his grave, as if checking out gracefully? Each reader or listener might draw their own conclusions. One thing is certain: those who lived through the San Pedro haunting will never forget it. To this day, paranormal enthusiasts retell the events with a shiver, and investigators cite it as one of the most extreme poltergeist cases on record. It combines the elements of a horror novel, a quiet house turned into a chamber of horrors, with the documentation of a scientific case study. In the lecture halls of paranormal study, the case provokes debate. Was it a ghost or a poltergeist? The answer might well be both. Perhaps the San Pedro haunting was a perfect storm, where a predatory spirit found a perfect target in Jackie, a particularly vulnerable victim, as was said, and plugged into a life force to wreak havoc. Or as some spiritual thinkers might say, Jackie's sensitivity allowed her to perceive and amplify a tragedy that needed telling. In either view, her saga underscores a sobering idea. Sometimes, in the darkest corners of experience, the line between the living and the dead blurs, and when that happens, the ordinary world can swiftly turn into a waking nightmare where past and present collide. Yet Jackie Hernandez's story also leaves us with a sense of closure and even empowerment. By the final chapter, she was no longer the panicked victim, but a survivor who fought back, not with fists or weapons, but with understanding, courage, and faith. She sought answers in archives and cemeteries, faced down her fears on Ouija boards and under attic eaves, and, crucially, she refused to surrender her children's future to the darkness that stalked her. In doing so, she reclaimed her life. The San Pedro haunting is a haunting tale indeed, scary, unnerving, and astonishingly true to those who lived it. It reminds us that behind every ghost story is a human story, of fear, of pain, of hope for peace. When next you hear a creak in the attic or feel a chill in a lonely moment, think of Jackie Hernandez and her unseen housemates. Perhaps give a thought of kindness to those restless souls and be grateful that, for most of us, the veil between worlds is kinder and thicker. And if it ever thins, may we face it with the same grit that Jackie did and come out the other side wiser for the encounter. And that's the story of the San Pedro haunting, a case that wasn't whispered about decades after the fact, but one that unfolded in front of cameras, in front of witnesses, and left real people shaken. Whether you believe in spirits or not, something happened in that little house by the harbor. And maybe the scariest part is how ordinary it all looked from the outside. If you're still here, thanks for listening. Really. It means more than you know. And if you haven't yet, subscribing is the best way to keep these stories going and help us reach that 10,000 mark we're chasing. Thanks again, and until next time, good night and sleep well, if you can. In the summer of 1928, a woman was brought by train to a convent in the small town of Erling, Iowa. She had been tormented since she was 14 years old, and when the priest demanded the names of the spirits inside her, voices answered, Beelzebub, Judas Iscariot. This case contains some of the most obscene and deeply upsetting descriptions of exorcism ever recorded, too upsetting for YouTube. This is The Exorcism at St. Joseph's Convent. The full episode is now streaming exclusively on the Fall Asleep Podcast Patreon. Click the link in the description now to access the Patreon and listen to the episode. This case is the latest addition to our growing library of Patreon-exclusive episodes, joining the demon in the French kingdom, Rumpelstiltskin, and the devils of Loudun. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of 90-plus episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. The Fall Asleep Podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep Podcast, where the stories are terrifying and the nights are long. Tonight, I've got a good one for you. I've been waiting to tell it. This is the perfect kind of story made for a cozy night like this. An old mansion in the woods, a family undone by what they couldn't explain, and a haunting that's said to be real in every detail. We're heading deep into the woods of northern Wisconsin, to the banks of a still, dark lake, where an old mansion once stood, a place called Summerwind. It was beautiful once, but the people who tried to live there, they didn't last long. They saw things, heard things, were changed by things, and some say the house itself was alive, watching, listening, and waiting. It's a story about possession, madness, and a home that never let go. A quiet American haunting that's every bit as eerie as the better-known legends, maybe even more. So get comfortable, dim the lights, let the wind outside the window do its thing. This one's not just a story, it's an experience. So let me present to you the allegedly true accounts of the hauntings of the Summerwind Mansion. And if you're into these quiet, steady walks through the strangest corners of the real world, do me a favor, tap that subscribe button. We're getting close to 10,000 subscribers, and every one of you makes this possible. A like or comment helps too. Let's begin. This is Char TV, and you're listening to the Fall Asleep Podcast.
Oh my god, what is that?
Sleep. A gentle descent into the unknown. But beware, for tonight, as you close your eyes, something may be watching from the dark behind them. The Fall Asleep Podcast.
On a quiet shore of West Bay Lake in Wisconsin's Northwoods lie the remains of an old mansion, a place known in hushed whispers as Summerwind. Today, little is left of the estate except for its stone foundation and two charred chimneys that reach toward the sky like lonely pillars. Overgrown weeds and towering pines encircle the ruin, guarding secrets of what once happened here. It is hard to imagine that this rubble was once a grand home and one of the most notorious haunted houses in America. Locals still refer to it as the Lamont Mansion, but to ghost enthusiasts everywhere it is Summerwind, a name that evokes both the gentle rustle of the lakeside breeze and the eerie tales that have long swirled around the property. The Northwoods region of Wisconsin, with its dense pine forests, foggy lakes, and long isolating winters, has always been fertile ground for ghostly lore. In such remote places, one's senses can run wild with imagination. Summerwind's very surroundings lend themselves to mystery. At night, the world around West Bay Lake becomes nearly pitch black, save for the silver light of the moon and stars, and the whoosh of the wind through the trees can sound uncannily like whispers. Perhaps it's no wonder that tales of strange happenings would cling to a lonely mansion in these woods. For decades, stories of Summerwind's ghosts and curses have captivated and terrified those who hear them. People speak of shadowy figures flitting past windows, of unexplained music echoing through empty halls, of a beautiful home that seemingly turned on its inhabitants and drove them to madness. The ghost stories surrounding Summerwind have been passed down for decades, retold, reshaped, and remembered by those who swore they lived through them, and their grip on the house has only grown stronger with time. Summerwind was very real and interesting in its own right, but the tales of disembodied spirits and eerie organ music only add to its dark fascination. Summerwind's story is not just one of ghosts, but also of the people who lived within or fled from its walls. In the following podcast, we will trace the mansion's history from its early 20th century origins as a tranquil summer estate, through the harrowing events reported by the families who dared to call it home, and up to its fiery destruction and lingering legacy. We will meet Robert Lamont, the businessman turned politician who expanded the house and supposedly shot at a ghost in the kitchen one fateful night. We will follow the tragic saga of Arnold and Ginger Hinshaw, whose dream of living in Summerwind in the 1970s collapsed under a barrage of paranormal onslaught, a saga that includes phantom voices, a hidden corpse in a closet, and a descent into madness. We will also encounter Raymond Bober, Ginger's father, who became obsessed with the mansion's haunting and wove a controversial legend about a long-dead explorer's ghost and a lost fortune buried within Summerwind's foundations. Throughout, we'll consider not only the ghostly anecdotes, but also how the human hopes, fears, and perhaps imaginations intertwined at Summerwind to create a lasting legend. Prepare yourself for a journey into a place where the line between reality and the supernatural blurs. Like every episode of the Fall Asleep podcast, this story is told the way it was remembered, steady, quiet, and without embellishment. What you'll hear are the real accounts, exactly as they were described by the people who lived through them, though we won't shy away from noting when facts are scarce or when skeptics have raised questions. Our goal is to immerse you in the atmosphere of Summerwind Mansion, to feel the oppressive quiet of its abandoned halls at midnight, to envision the flash of lightning illuminating a ghostly face at a window, to sense the dread that crept into the hearts of its occupants. By the end, you may find yourself believing that some houses truly do have a life, or afterlife, of their own. Now let us step back in time to the beginning, before the hauntings and the legends, when Summerwind was newly built and brimming with hope, its tragic destiny not yet revealed. The Northwoods is quiet now, but if you listen closely, perhaps you can almost hear the echoes of what happened at Summerwind. So settle in, dim the lights if you wish, and let's delve into the full, detailed tale of Wisconsin's most famous haunted house. Summerwind's story begins innocently enough in the early 20th century, long before talk of ghosts and curses. The land on which the mansion stood is in Vilas County, an area that was once dense wilderness roamed by the Ojibwe, Chippewa people, and later by fur traders and settlers. By the early 1900s, this corner of northern Wisconsin had become a getaway destination for those seeking fishing and outdoor recreation. Sometime in the early 1900s, a simple fishing lodge was built on the edge of West Bay Lake, providing rustic shelter for anglers drawn to the lake's clear waters and abundant catch. There was nothing particularly remarkable about the lodge itself at that time. It was likely a modest wood-frame structure nestled among the pines, with a fieldstone chimney and a porch facing the water. It offered beautiful views of the lake and a refreshing escape from city life during the warm summer months. In 1916, the property caught the eye of a prominent man named Robert Patterson Lamont, who would transform the humble lodge into the mansion that later became known as Summerwind. Lamont was a successful executive. He worked in the steel industry as president of American Steel Foundries, and he would later serve as the United States Secretary of Commerce under President Herbert Hoover. With his wealth and status, Lamont desired an elegant summer residence for his family. The remote lodge on West Bay Lake, far from the bustle of Chicago or Washington, D.C., seemed perfect. He purchased the property in 1916 and soon commissioned Chicago architects to substantially remodel and expand the building into a proper mansion, worthy of entertaining guests and enjoying leisurely summers. The remodeling took about 2 years to complete. The architects Tolmadge and Watson, according to some accounts, oversaw the design. By 1918, the unassuming fishing cabin had been transformed into a grand Victorian-style retreat, with 2 stories, a basement, and over 20 rooms. The new Summerwind Mansion, though it was not yet called Summerwind at that time, now boasted an impressive Victorian-style design. It featured gabled roofs, large bay windows, and a broad wraparound veranda that overlooked the lake. 2 towering stone chimneys rose at either end of the house. Those chimneys would remain standing long after the rest was gone. Inside, the home had multiple bedrooms and spacious living areas, complete with servants' quarters for the household staff. Significant portions of the original lodge were torn down or incorporated into new construction. Essentially, Lamont built a new mansion on the site of the old lodge. The estate sat on 80 acres of dense woodland, and the nearest country road was little more than a dirt trail, leaving the house particularly isolated during Wisconsin's long, snowy winters. Lamont's family could enjoy cool breezes off the lake in summer, but come winter, heavy snows could render the property inaccessible for weeks, lending the place a solitude both peaceful and, perhaps, a little eerie. For about 15 years, the Lamont family used the mansion as their summer home. Each June, Robert Lamont, his wife, and their children would journey north, trading the noise of Chicago for the pine-scented tranquility of Vilas County. One can imagine the mansion during this period in the Roaring Twenties, the sounds of laughter and clinking glasses drifting out of the open French doors, the aroma of a freshly caught trout frying in the kitchen, while a staff of servants tended to the family's needs. The Lamonts likely spent their days boating, fishing, and hiking, then gathered for formal dinners in the dining room under the glow of oil lamps. Electricity was probably not initially available in such a remote area. These were, by all later accounts, happy times. Summer Wind, or the Lamont Mansion, as it was then known, was a place of joy and relaxation. If any shadows lurked in its halls, they went unnoticed by the Lamonts at first. However, even during this idyllic era, small hints of the unexplained may have begun to emerge. According to later legend, some of the domestic staff working for the Lamonts reported odd occurrences that they could not easily explain. Maids in the house purportedly told Mr. Lamont that they heard disembodied voices or saw fleeting shadows where no person should have been. One story goes that a servant girl became so frightened that she resigned her position after repeatedly seeing a translucent woman in white wandering the driveway at dusk, an apparition Mr. Lamont stubbornly dismissed as imagination or trick of the light. These tales, if true, suggest that something otherworldly might have been brewing at Summerwind even in the 1920s. But Robert Lamont, a practical man, was initially skeptical. He reportedly scoffed at the servants' spooky stories, insisting that the house was far too new to be haunted, and that their nerves were getting the better of them out in the isolated woods. For a time, life continued without incident, and any supernatural rumors remained just that, murmurs in the servants' quarters. That would change one evening in the early 1930s, when the Lamonts experienced an event so frightening that it ultimately drove them from their summer paradise. As the tale goes, Robert Lamont and his wife were relaxing in the mansion's kitchen after dinner one warm summer night, perhaps enjoying a quiet dessert or coffee by the soft glow of a kerosene lamp. The hour was late, and outside the tall pines stood black and silent against the starry sky. The Lamonts' cook and other staff had retired to their own quarters, leaving the couple alone in the big house. They were chatting softly at the table when, without warning, the door leading to the basement began to rattle on its hinges. It was as if someone on the other side was jostling the door, trying to force it open. Robert Lamont stood up in alarm, unsure what to think. Could an animal be trapped down there, or a prowler? Before he could move, the basement door flew open with a resounding bang, as if blown inward by a gust of wind, though the night air was still. Both Lamont stared, their hearts leaping into their throats. In the gaping doorway, illuminated by the flicker of the Lamont's oil lamp, stood a figure of a man, or rather the vaporous outline of one. It was hazy and indistinct, more a silhouette than a solid person, yet unmistakably human-like in shape. For a split second this apparition lingered there, as real as any living intruder. Mrs. Lamont let out a gasp of terror. The form did not speak, but there it stood, blocking the path to the dark basement stairs. Robert Lamont, reacting in the manner of a man who feels his home is threatened, lunged for the pistol he kept in a drawer. One can imagine his hands shaking as he fumbled to grip it. He raised the gun, aimed at the spectral intruder now standing just a few feet away, and pulled the trigger twice in quick succession. The deafening gunshots exploded in the enclosed kitchen, the muzzle flashes lighting up the room in stroboscopic bursts. The echoes of the gunshots rang through the house and then fell silent. When the pungent gunpowder smoke cleared, the spectre had vanished without a trace. Lamont's bullets, if they hit anything at all, seemed to have passed straight through the apparition as though it were made of mist. The only physical evidence of the encounter were two ragged bullet holes in the heavy wooden door that led down to the basement, holes that would be observed by others in later years, smooth around the edges with age. Shaken and terrified, the Lamont family did not stay to investigate further. Legend holds that Robert Lamont and his wife fled the mansion that very night, bringing only what they could quickly gather, and never again spent another night under its roof. This dramatic incident, a homeowner firing a pistol at a ghost marked the beginning of Summerwind's reputation for being haunted. It was the first widely told ghost story connected to the mansion, and it spread quickly through the Northwoods community. In the absence of social media or even local radio in those days, the tale would have been passed from mouth to mouth. "Did you hear? Old man Lamont shot at a ghost in his house and ran off into the night." Neighbors in Land O'Lakes, the nearest town, later recalled hearing that the Lamonts had abandoned the property in terror. For many, this was a defining moment, the point at which the stately lakeside home first earned its title as a haunted house. We should note that no contemporary documentation of the Lamonts' encounter exists in their own letters or diaries, at least none that has surfaced to historians. The tale survives through local lore and later reports, such as an account in a 1970s ghost story book. The lack of written proof means we must take the story with a grain of salt. It's possible that the Lamonts left for entirely mundane reasons, financial issues during the Great Depression, for instance, or the desire for a different vacation spot, and that the ghost narrative was embellished later. However, the fact remains that the Lamonts did cease using the mansion around that time and sold it not long after, and those who lived in the area firmly believed something frightening drove the prominent family away. As one local later put it, the Lamonts never even came back to pack their furniture. They just left, leaving Summerwind a shuttered, mysterious shell. Whether due to a supernatural encounter or not, by the mid-1930s, the beautiful mansion on West Bay Lake stood empty. After the Lamonts' hasty departure, the property entered a new phase. In 1941, the estate was sold to another family, the Kiefer family, who envisioned it as a seasonal vacation home. The Kiefers were from nearby, possibly Milwaukee or another Wisconsin city, and were not full-time residents at the mansion. They treated it as a summer cottage, much as the Lamonts had. Throughout the 1940s and 1950s, the grand house by the lake remained largely unoccupied, except for short visits during fair weather. Its halls no longer rang with daily life or laughter. Without a full-time presence, the mansion began to age and deteriorate rapidly. With each passing season of disuse, nature encroached further. Bats nested in the attic rafters, raccoons or squirrels might have made dens in the crawl spaces, and wind-blown leaves and snow would slip in through any cracked window panes to scatter across the floors. The once manicured gardens grew wild with brambles. Still, even in abandonment, Summerwind retained an imposing aura, a lonely manor watching over the lake, harboring secrets in its empty rooms. During the Kiefers' ownership, no widely publicized hauntings occurred, or at least none were officially reported. However, local whisperings about the house persisted, and the lack of concrete information only encouraged the growth of rumor and folklore. Mrs. Kiefer, according to stories later told, was never entirely comfortable in the mansion. Some accounts claim that she was so uneasy about the place that she avoided going inside whenever possible. When friends came to visit and wanted a tour, Mrs. Kiefer would supposedly step only a few feet in through the front door, or not at all, while others walked the dark halls. She would often wait outside on the porch, as though unable to shake a feeling of dread that hung in the interior. Eventually, she abandoned the house in a hurry, telling neighbors they were welcome to any of its contents, but that she was not responsible if something happened to them. Upon removing items, she half-jokingly warned one local couple that they could help themselves to old furniture left in the house, adding that she was not responsible if something happened afterward, a chilling and cryptic comment that the neighbors did not forget. In the absence of clear facts, local imaginations filled the void with new lore. One especially grim legend began making the rounds. It was said that a caretaker named Walker had once hanged himself from a rafter in the mansion's attic, and that his unsettled spirit now cursed the property. According to this unverified tale, the man's ghost lingered in the so-called highest tower of the house. In truth, Summerwind had no traditional tower, but people likely meant the attic or gable. There are no records to support that such an event ever truly happened, and even the name Walker might have been a fabrication, but the story of a suicide on the premises gave locals a sensational explanation for the mansion's eerie aura. It added a sinister backstory, whispered among teenagers who dared each other to approach the dark house on summer nights. Throughout the late 1950s and into the 1960s, the Kiefers made multiple attempts to sell the property, but it seemed Summerwind was not ready to let new owners in. Prospective buyers would express interest. After all, it was a large lakefront estate being offered at what were likely very reasonable terms. But each deal mysteriously fell through. In one instance, a family agreed to purchase, only to abruptly change their minds before closing, with no clear explanation. On more than one occasion, a buyer took possession for a brief time, only to default on payments after a few months, forcing Mrs. Kiefer to take back ownership. These repeated failures were unusual and soon became part of the house's lore. Neighbors mused that perhaps the house itself didn't want new owners, subtly influencing events to drive them away. More practical folks chalked it up to the mansion's remote location and the costly repairs it needed, factors that would certainly deter buyers once they realized the investment required. But to those inclined to superstition, Summerwind's string of failed sales was yet another sign of a cursed property. Meanwhile, the mansion stood as a landmark for anyone boating on West Bay Lake or driving the winding gravel lanes nearby. Children at summer camps across the water would point out the big empty house and swap spooky stories they'd heard from the grown-ups. On dark evenings, local teens sometimes drove down the overgrown driveway on dares, peering at the dark windows for any hint of ghostly activity. Their imaginations might trick them into seeing a curtain twitch or a light flicker within, and they'd speed off breathless with excitement and fear. The truth is, if any supernatural events occurred during the Kiefer era, they went largely unrecorded. Perhaps the ghosts, if they were there, were lying low. In essence, the 1940s to 1960s were the calm before the storm for Summerwind, decades of relative quiet and slow decay, during which the house's mystique only grew among those who remembered it. By the end of the 1960s, Summerwind was like an alluring yet forbidding monument, still beautiful in its bones, but empty, aging and waiting for someone to stir it back to life. That someone arrived in 1969, bringing with them a large family and big dreams that would soon collide spectacularly with Summerwind's lurking darkness. When Arnold and Ginger Hinshaw and their 6 children moved into the old mansion in 1969, they believed they were beginning an exciting new chapter of their lives. The property was in need of repair. Parts of the roof sagged, paint was peeling off the walls, and the rooms had stood empty and gathering dust for years. But the Hinshaws saw only potential. Ginger especially was enchanted by the house. "I fell in love with that house in the most awful way," she would later say, describing how the vacant mansion's elegant architecture and lakeside views immediately captured her heart. Knowledgeable that many repairs were needed, the young couple nevertheless felt it was a chance they were willing to take. The selling price was affordable, and the setting was idyllic. They purchased the property and moved in, bringing life back into the long, quiet rooms. For their 6 children, the mansion initially seemed like a wondrous playground. So much space to explore, a lake to swim in, woods to roam. This was to be the Hinshaws' dream home, and they intended to restore the faded mansion to its former glory as a family project. The Hinshaws brimmed with optimism as they settled in. They unloaded their belongings and began cleaning and arranging furniture, filling the house with the sounds of chatter and children's footsteps echoing down the halls. Ginger in particular was determined to renovate and decorate every corner to recapture the mansion's elegance. She became almost obsessed with returning each room to its original state. Famously, she tried up to a dozen different paint shades on one wall, striving to match what she believed was the home's original color scheme. The family camped out together in one of the least dusty bedrooms for the first few nights, sharing stories by candlelight and treating the adventure like an indoor camping trip while they started the cleanup. They rolled up their sleeves and swept out piles of dead leaves and dirt, hauling away broken furniture that had been left behind. As they worked, they joked about the house's quirks, a stubborn door here, a flickering light there, attributing them to age and disrepair. In those early days, they truly believed any eerie feelings could be banished with elbow grease and bright paint. The Hinshaws tried to settle in comfortably, making the cavernous rooms as cozy as they could with rugs, family photos on the mantel, and the smell of Ginger's cooking beginning to replace the musty odor of abandonment. From the very first days, however, strange incidents began to trouble the Hinshaws. At first, these occurrences were subtle and easily dismissed. The children would glimpse vague shadows or figures at the end of a hallway, only for them to vanish when approached. A child might say she heard someone whisper her name in an empty room, but Ginger and Arnold assumed the kids were just jumpy from the move. Before long, though, the phenomena became more concrete. Doors and windows seemed to develop a mind of their own, opening and closing of their own accord at all hours. The family would shut all the windows at night to keep out insects, only to find several wide open by morning. One upstairs window in particular proved especially stubborn. No matter how tightly they latched it, they would find it slid open again and again. Out of frustration, Arnold eventually drove a large nail into the window casing to force it shut permanently. Minor household systems went haywire in confounding ways. The appliances acted up. The refrigerator motor would quit one day and miraculously start the next. The electrical fuses would blow without reason and then be fine. The furnace pilot light snuffed out inexplicably and then came back on when no one was looking. More than once, the water pump that drew from the lake would stop pumping, leaving the Hinshaws with dry faucets, only to inexplicably resume working when a repairman arrived. These malfunctions never seemed to have a clear cause, nor did they follow logic. They tested the family's patience, but still the Hinshaws chalked it up to the mansion's long period of neglect. At this stage, they were concerned, not frightened. Arnold busied himself with trying to fix these issues, while Ginger managed the household around the inconvenience. But as weeks went by, the strange activity escalated and became harder to ignore. The children, who had initially been excited by their new home's size and novelty, began to feel uneasy. They told their parents that certain upstairs rooms, notably one of the large bedrooms and an adjacent corridor, gave them bad vibes, and they didn't like going there alone. At night, the family's sleep was frequently interrupted by unaccountable noises, loud bangs, the scraping sound of heavy furniture being dragged across a floor above, or the distant strains of what sounded like faint music playing somewhere in the house. The source of these sounds was never found. Whenever they tried to trace them, they would fade away. On one particularly stormy night, as rain pelted the windows and thunder rolled across the lake, Ginger was jolted awake by the distinct sound of footsteps slowly ascending the staircase. Thinking one of the children was wandering the house, she grabbed a flashlight and stepped into the second-floor hallway. The corridor was pitch dark and empty, yet even as she stood there, the floorboards at the far end of the hall creaked twice deliberately, under the weight of unseen feet. Heart-pounding, Ginger called out softly, "Who's there?" But only silence answered. A chill ran down her spine and she hurried back to the relative safety of the bedroom, unable to shake the feeling that something unseen had been standing just a few yards away, watching her in the dark. Incidents like this were becoming frequent, and each left the family a little more shaken. The sensation that they were not alone in the house grew harder to dismiss as imagination. Despite the alarming events, Arnold and Ginger were determined to not give up on their dream home. They had invested their savings and hopes into this mansion, and they were not about to flee at the first sign of trouble. They decided to press on with renovations, reasoning that perhaps bringing new life and activity into the house would dispel whatever gloom or presence might be lingering. However, finding local laborers willing to work on the notorious haunted house proved nearly impossible. When Ginger called carpenters or painters from town, many would politely decline once they heard the job was at the old Lamont place. Those who did come often left after a day or two, muttering about tools disappearing, or a feeling that someone was watching them while they worked. One electrician bluntly told Arnold that he refused to work on Summerwind because, in his words, there's something wrong with that house. Frustrated but still undeterred, the Hinshaws resolved to do as many of the repairs as they could on their own. It was during one of these DIY renovation efforts that the Hinshaws uncovered Summerwind's most grisly secret. One afternoon, Ginger and Arnold set out to repaint an upstairs bedroom, one of the children's rooms. In this room was a closet that had a built-in dresser, complete with several large drawers mounted into the back wall. As Arnold pulled one long shoebox drawer out to paint the wood frame, he noticed that it came all the way out of the wall. Behind it, instead of a solid wall or insulation, there was a dark, hollow recess, a secret compartment between the closet's inner and outer walls. A stale, foul odor wafted from the space, like the smell of decaying something. Curious and a bit anxious, Arnold fetched a flashlight and wedged himself partway into the narrow opening. He pointed the beam inside. In that cone of light, Arnold glimpsed what looked like the remains of a crumpled corpse jammed into the hidden compartment. Something pale and curved flashed in the light. It looked unnervingly like a human skull, with a patch of dark hair clinging to it, attached to a slumped form, as if a body had been folded and crammed into that narrow space. Arnold recoiled, both frightened and disgusted. For a moment he thought it might be an animal carcass, perhaps an unfortunate raccoon that died inside the walls, but the shape seemed unmistakably human. Trembling, he realized he could not get further into the gap to be sure. It was simply too tight for his shoulders. He decided, perhaps unwisely, to involve one of the children. When their eldest daughter, often identified as Mary in retellings, came home from school, they carefully explained what they needed. The opening was just large enough for a slender person to crawl in, and Mary, brave girl, volunteered to go. Mary took the flashlight. As her parents watched anxiously, she slowly wriggled into the dusty, cobweb-choked compartment. Moments later, Mary let out a blood-curdling scream and scrambled out as fast as she could, eyes wide with terror. Imagine the horror she must have felt in that cramped darkness. Her flashlight's beam had swept over something horrifyingly human. Mary found herself face to face with the leering grin of a skull, its hollow eye sockets inches from her own face. Strands of long, dirty black hair still clung to the skull's cranium. Below, she glimpsed a brown, desiccated arm and a portion of a leg, the skin shriveled and clinging to bone. The remains of a human body, what else could it be, had been stuffed into this secret cavity and left to rot for who knows how many years. Mary burst into tears, choking on panic, and screamed for her parents. Arnold and Ginger pulled her out, shaking themselves as they caught a whiff of the putrid odor emanating from the hole. It seemed undeniable now. Some human corpse was hidden within their house. Strangely, perhaps shockingly, the family did not immediately call the police or alert authorities about this gruesome discovery. Their reasons remain unclear, even to this day. Some speculate that Arnold and Ginger were simply too overwhelmed by the mounting horrors in the house to think clearly. By this point, the house had worn them down psychologically. They might have reasoned that the body, if that's indeed what it was, had been there for decades, far too long for the police to be able to do much about it now. Perhaps they feared the ordeal of a police investigation, with its questions and newspaper attention, which might even result in their family being suspected, or at least heavily scrutinized. Or perhaps, in the heat of that terrifying moment, they just wanted to pretend it hadn't happened. Had they been thinking more calmly, they might have realized that this hidden corpse could be the cause of much of the supernatural activity. Removing it might even lay the ghost to rest, so to speak. But rational thought was a scarce commodity in Summerwind by then. Arnold slid the drawer back in, effectively sealing the compartment and its morbid contents once more. The family tried to carry on, but nothing was the same after that day. The knowledge that a human body was concealed in their very walls cast a pall of dread over the household. After the shock of the closet discovery, the paranormal activity at Summerwind seemed to reach a fever pitch. It was as if whatever spirit or force resided there had been disturbed and enraged by the Hinshaw's intrusion. The atmosphere in the house grew oppressive. Even when the family gathered together, say around the fireplace in the evening, they could not shake the feeling of an invisible presence lurking just beyond the lamplight, listening. Arnold Hinshaw began to undergo a drastic personality change. The once affable, even-keeled husband and father became increasingly irritable and erratic. He often seemed distracted, as if listening to voices no one else could hear. He stopped going to his job, either because he was too exhausted from sleepless nights or because he feared leaving his wife and children alone in the house for too long. He would nap fitfully during the day and then wander the house at night, his footsteps echoing on the hardwood floors at 2 or 3 a.m. Then came the music. Among the furnishings Arnold and Ginger had brought with them was a vintage Hammond organ, an instrument Arnold loved to play in better times as a form of relaxation. Now, however, Arnold took to playing the organ at night with a manic fervor. As midnight approached, the otherwise silent mansion would come alive with discordant, feverish melodies belting from the parlor where the organ stood. Arnold's playing was not the gentle pastime it once had been. It was loud, incessant, and had a crazed quality, a frenzied mixture of melodies that made no sense and jarred the nerves of anyone trying to sleep. Hour after hour, Arnold would crash on the keys, pumping out broken chords and eerie tunes that rang through the corridors. Sometimes he would play until dawn, never stopping or resting. Ginger would plead with him to stop. "Please, Arnold, the children need to sleep." But he refused. He claimed that the demons in his head and the spirits in the house demanded that he play, that if he paused, they would torment him. So he played on, furiously and mechanically, like a man possessed. The children would cover their ears with pillows and sob in fear as the ominous organ music surged through the night. Ginger often huddled with them in one bedroom, the whole family together, taking what comfort they could from each other's presence. Under this relentless stress, the family's bonds frayed and each member reached a breaking point. Friends and relatives who came to visit the Hinshaws during this time were shocked by the change in the household. The once cheerful Ginger was pale, jumpy, and on the verge of collapse. Arnold was sullen, unshaven, with wild eyes, barely engaging in conversation. In fact, friends soon refused to visit at all. One couple who came for dinner claimed they saw a ghostly woman in white float through the dining room during the meal. That was enough for them to excuse themselves and leave, never to return. The Hinshaw children were traumatized. They were so terrified of their own home that at night they would all pile into one room to sleep together or camp out in the living room because being alone in any part of the house was too frightening. The older children took turns staying awake in shifts, almost like little guardians, ready to wake the others at the first sign of danger. This once loving, lively family was now exhausted, paranoid, and unraveling. Ginger's mental and physical health deteriorated day by day. She grew gaunt, losing weight due to stress and lack of appetite. Dark circles ringed her eyes from chronic sleeplessness. She felt she was at the end of her rope, trapped in a nightmare she couldn't wake from. In desperation, she even attempted to take her own life. According to some accounts, one night Ginger locked herself in a bathroom and tried to overdose on sleeping pills. Perhaps she thought that if she died, it might free her children from whatever curse was on the house. Fortunately, Arnold, or possibly one of the older kids, discovered her in time. They rushed her to a hospital in town, and she survived the suicide attempt. But the incident underscored just how dire things had become. The house had driven the mother of 6 to the brink of self-destruction. Arnold, meanwhile, continued his downward spiral. One particularly shocking incident stands out. Arnold killed one of the family's beloved pets, reportedly a pet raccoon the children had rescued, in a sudden, inexplicable fit of rage. This cruel act was utterly out of character for him. Previously, he'd been a gentle man who doted on the kids' pets. The children were horrified and heartbroken, and Ginger was aghast. When pressed for an explanation, Arnold coldly said that he had to do it to prove a point. What that point was, he could not articulate. It was as if all empathy had been drained from him, replaced by some cold alien rationale. The pet's lifeless body was buried in the yard, and with it seemingly went the last semblance of normalcy for the Hinshaws. This tragedy, minor perhaps in the grand scheme, but deeply personal, symbolized just how far things had deteriorated. Arnold's humanity was slipping away, and the house seemed to be consuming him from within. Finally, around 6 months after moving into Summerwind, the Hinshaw family reached a breaking point. Arnold suffered what can only be described as a total nervous breakdown. He was barely sleeping, barely coherent when he spoke. The cacophonous organ playing at night had given way to episodes of staring blankly at walls or conversing in low whispers with invisible entities. He was losing touch with reality. Fearing for her husband's sanity and indeed for her family's safety, Ginger made the painful decision to seek outside help. Arnold was removed from the house, whether by medical professionals or family intervention, and admitted to a psychiatric facility for treatment. At the same time, Ginger gathered up her children and fled Summerwind. In the late autumn of 1970, she and the kids piled into the family station wagon and drove away from the mansion, leaving behind most of their belongings in their haste. They went to live with Ginger's parents, who had a home in Granton, Wisconsin, far from the cursed shores of West Bay Lake. The Hinshaw family, or what remained of it, never returned to Summerwind. In the aftermath, the Hinshaws' lives were in tatters. Arnold's condition improved little during his time in the psychiatric hospital. The damage to his mind seemed deep and lasting. Ginger, away from Summerwind's influence at last, gradually recovered her strength and sanity in the peaceful environment of her parents' home. She and Arnold eventually divorced. The horrors they had experienced ensured that their marriage could not survive. Arnold faded into obscurity, a broken man whose dreams had been shattered by something he could not fight. Ginger, for her part, slowly rebuilt her life. In time, she remarried a kind man named George Olson and found happiness again, though she would carry the scars, physical and emotional, of Summerwind for the rest of her days. And what of Summerwind Mansion? It stood silent once more, its many rooms now truly empty. The Hinshaws lasted only half a year, but their ordeal would become the stuff of local legend. As they left, one might imagine the house settling back into quiet, the only sound the soft summer wind rustling the trees around it. But that wind carried dark stories. The tale of the Hinshaws, a normal family allegedly driven out by vengeful spirits, spread beyond Vilas County, appearing in newspapers and eventually in paranormal documentaries. Summerwind's reputation as the most haunted house in Wisconsin was sealed. Yet, unbelievably, the house's story was not over. Only a few years later, in the mid-1970s, another member of Ginger's family, someone well acquainted with the story but eager to confront the supernatural, would step forward to challenge Summerwind. That person was Ginger's own father. It was almost as if Summerwind itself beckoned to him, drawing him into its web despite all the warnings, ensuring that its dark saga would continue with a new chapter. For several years after the Hinshaws' departure in 1972, Summerwind sat in eerie silence. The estate's ownership likely reverted to the bank, and no family dared move into the vacated shell. Locals in Land O'Lakes noted that the once beautiful property was decaying further. Its shutters hung askew, its gardens became a tangle of weeds. A few brave souls who ventured near swore they occasionally saw faint lights wandering from window to window at night, or heard the distant echo of organ music carrying across the lake, even though no one lived there. Such stories were difficult to verify, but they kept Summerwind's mystique alive during its dormant years. The mansion's tale had become a local legend that folks would gossip about over coffee or around campfires, and it was only a matter of time before someone, either very brave or very foolish, would be drawn to that legend like a moth to a flame. In the mid-1970s, Summerwind Mansion beckoned yet another individual, one intimately connected to the previous occupants, Ginger's father, Raymond Bober. Raymond Bober was an entrepreneur. He operated a popcorn stand and other small businesses, and, importantly, he had a keen interest in the paranormal. Unaware of, or perhaps not fully believing, the extent of what his daughter had endured, Bober saw promise in the old estate. To him, Summerwind's haunting was not a deterrent but an opportunity. Bober announced plans to purchase Summerwind, which by then was in foreclosure or owned by a real estate company, with the intention of renovating the mansion and turning it into a charming lakeside inn and restaurant. He was convinced that with its scenic location, the house could attract many tourists and diners, especially if the ghost stories were turned into a selling point. Ginger was horrified when she heard of her parents' scheme. She had never told them all the details of what had happened to her family in that house, perhaps out of fear of reliving it, or fear they wouldn't believe her, but she had given them enough warnings to convey her desperation. "Please don't buy that house," she begged her father, literally in tears, imploring him not to go through with it. But Bober's mind was made up. In his view, the haunting could be managed or even exploited. He told Ginger that he realized the house was haunted, but that this would not deter him. In fact, he claimed he had already spent time on the property and had discerned exactly who the ghost was. This revelation left Ginger stunned. What did her father mean? According to Raymond Bober, the restless spirit in Summerwind was a man named Jonathan Carver, an 18th century British explorer. Bober claimed that even before purchasing the property, he had visited the abandoned house and made contact with this spirit via dreams, Ouija board sessions, and trance-like meditations. The ghost, Bober said, revealed his identity as Jonathan Carver and charged Bober with a mission. Carver's spirit was searching for a long-lost land deed that had been hidden somewhere on the property. In life, Captain Jonathan Carver had traveled through the Great Lakes region in the 1760s and according to legend, he was granted a vast tract of land by the Sioux tribe, a deed that, if genuine, would entitle him or his heirs to a huge portion of northern Wisconsin. The ghostly carver supposedly told Boba that this deed was sealed in a box and ensconced within Summerwind's very foundations, and that Carver's soul could not rest until the document was retrieved. It was a fantastical tale, tying the fate of Summerwind to a 200-year-old historical mystery. To Boba, however, it all made perfect sense. This was why the mansion was haunted. This was what the spirits wanted. To pause the Summerwind story briefly, who was Jonathan Carver? In reality, Carver was a colonial-era explorer and mapmaker, born in 1710 in Massachusetts. In 1766, he joined an expedition to explore the uncharted lands west of the Great Lakes, hoping to find a northwest passage to the Pacific. Carver spent that winter among the Sioux near the upper Mississippi. According to later lore, 2 Sioux chiefs were so impressed with Carver that they granted him a vast tract of land in gratitude for his assistance, a territory said to encompass some 4 million acres in present-day Wisconsin and Minnesota. Carver's own journals, published in 1778 as Travels Through the Interior Parts of North America, make no mention of this supposed grant. Nonetheless, decades after Carver's death, his heirs produced a deed document claiming his right to that land, the famous Carver Grant. The British colonial authorities never honored the grant. British law at the time prohibited individuals from directly receiving Indian land grants without Crown approval, and later, the US Congress also rejected Carver's heirs' petitions to recognize it in 1823. Historians generally believe the Carver land deed was either a misunderstanding or an outright hoax created after Carver's death to try to claim land value as settlers moved in. Still, the legend of Carver's Grant endured in regional lore, a tantalizing story of a lost deed to a great fortune locked away somewhere. If one were inclined to believe Raymond Bober, that treasure, or at least the parchment representing it, might indeed have been hidden within Summerwind's walls, and perhaps Carver's ghost, resentful over his unfulfilled legacy, was haunting the mansion until the deed could be found. Despite Ginger's heartfelt warnings, Raymond Bober, along with his wife Marie and their son Carl, went ahead and acquired Summerwind. The idea of turning it into a tourist-friendly inn remained his goal, but Bober also clearly had a paranormal agenda. He wanted to find Carver's deed and, in doing so, cement the story of Summerwind's ghost in history. After taking possession of the property, likely around 1973 or 1974, Bober, Carl, and sometimes other family members began spending time there, attempting renovations and investigating the haunting simultaneously. Ginger, who by then was remarried to her new husband, George Olson, initially wanted nothing to do with Summerwind. She had escaped that nightmare and did not wish to revisit it, but fate or family loyalty drew her back at least briefly. One day, shortly after Bober bought the house, he invited a small group, including his son Carl, his daughter Ginger, and Ginger's new husband George, to Summerwind to look it over. Perhaps Bober thought that if Ginger saw the house now, emptied of whatever demons tormented her before, she might conquer her fear. Ginger was extremely reluctant, but she accompanied her father, likely to support him and maybe to ensure he stayed safe. As the group wandered through the dim, dusty mansion, Ginger's hands reportedly trembled. She had not set foot in Summerwind since the day she fled with her children, and now all the memories came rushing back. The phantom woman by the French doors, the organ music at 2 a.m., the discovery of the corpse. Still, she remained quiet as Carl, George, and her father opened doors and peeked into rooms. On the second floor, the group came to the infamous closet where the hidden compartment was. George Olson, who knew little of the house's past, casually began pulling out the built-in drawers, curious about what space lay behind them. Ginger immediately went pale and begged him to stop. George, confused by her urgency, explained he was just checking how the drawers were made. Up until then, Ginger had not told anyone present about the corpse she and Arnold had found. But now, in the same kitchen where years ago she revealed it to her father, Ginger found herself forced to explain. The family sat down at the dusty kitchen table, and Ginger, lightly her voice shaking, recounted everything: how they found the secret compartment, how Mary crawled in and discovered human remains inside. Raymond Bober and the others listened in astonishment. Determined to see for themselves, the men rushed back upstairs to the closet. Carl, who was wiry and slender, was elected to investigate the compartment. They carefully removed the drawers. Perhaps a faint odor still hung about, though that isn't recorded, and Carl bravely wriggled into the dark opening with a flashlight. After a few moments, he called out that he saw nothing. He climbed back out, perplexed. Boba and George each took a turn peering inside as well, illuminating every corner. Incredibly, the compartment was empty. Not a bone, not a skull, not even a tuft of hair remained. The hidden space was completely bare. The men were baffled, and Ginger was frankly shocked and probably a bit sick with confusion. Where had the corpse gone? Had someone removed it in the interim between 1970 and now? It seemed unlikely. Who would have known it was there, except perhaps the Hinshaws, who certainly hadn't returned, or whoever had put it there in the first place decades ago. If the remains had been taken out by natural means, say, dragged off by animals or decayed to dust, it's odd that every trace was gone. This eerie discovery, or lack thereof, left everyone unsettled. Ginger, in particular, found no comfort in it. If anything, it deepened her fear, as though the house itself was intentionally covering up its misdeeds. Not long after this disquieting visit, Raymond Boba's son Carl returned to Summerwind alone to do some work. Boba had hired a few local workers to address basic repairs, patching the roof, clearing out bats, etc., and Carl intended to oversee these tasks and do some yard cleanup. The story goes that Carl arrived during the day and spent a while tidying up, and as evening approached, a rainstorm began. As Carl moved through the house, shutting windows against the oncoming rain, something happened that would send him fleeing the property. Upstairs, in one of the dark hallways, Carl heard a clear voice call his name. Carl. Spoken softly, but distinctly enough to be heard over the patter of rain. He turned quickly, expecting to see one of the workers or perhaps his father who might have arrived, but he saw no one. Every room was empty and dim. Uneasy, Carl closed the last window and headed downstairs. Moments later, as he entered the front parlor, an ear-splitting crack rang out from the kitchen. It sounded like 2 gunshots fired in quick succession. Carl's heart leapt into his throat. Gunshots? Inside the house? He knew he was supposed to be alone. He dashed into the kitchen and was met with a bizarre sight. The room was empty, but the air was full of smoke and the biting smell of gunpowder. There was no one there, no shooter, no intruder, nothing disturbed. Yet the acrid haze and scent suggested a gun had just been fired indoors. Carl frantically searched the entire house, thinking perhaps one of the workers had come back and had an accident or was fooling around. But every door was still locked from the inside, and there was no sign of any living person. Returning to the kitchen in a state of adrenaline-fueled confusion, Carl noticed something. 2 bullet holes in the door leading to the basement. He leaned in to inspect them. The holes looked old, edges worn smooth by time. In that chilling moment, Carl realized exactly what they were. The very same bullet holes left by Robert Lamont's ghostly confrontation in the 1930s. He had heard and even smelled a phantom gunfight replaying itself. Perhaps events from the past were inexplicably echoing in Summerwind's halls, as if time there had a way of looping back on itself. Whatever the explanation, Carl had had enough. He grabbed his belongings and left the house that very evening, not even bothering to stay the night. The experience left him badly shaken. One can imagine him arriving back at his parents' place, as white as a sheet, telling his father he would never go back to that accursed house. Despite these increasingly strange occurrences, Raymond Boba was not easily deterred. He pushed forward with his renovation plans, though they were continually hampered by the same paranormal problems that had plagued the Hinshaws. Workmen on site complained that tools and equipment would vanish from where they'd just set them down, only to reappear later in absurd places, like a screwdriver found in a bathtub on the opposite side of the house. Workers also reported an eerie sensation of being watched. One laborer told Boba that while he was measuring a room, he felt someone standing right behind him, breathing on his neck. But when he turned, no one was there. Another refused to go into the basement, saying he heard whispering voices every time he descended the stairs. These men, hardy Wisconsin tradesmen, were not prone to flights of fancy. Nonetheless, several quit, without giving detailed reasons, simply saying the job made them too uneasy. Marie Boba, Raymond's wife, sympathized with them. She often helped out at the house and later admitted that whenever she was inside, she had the constant feeling of being followed from room to room. She'd turn around expecting to see Raymond or Carl, but find the space empty. It unnerved her greatly. The Bobas also encountered something entirely new and baffling. The mansion seemed to change its physical dimensions from time to time. Raymond Boba would measure a room 1 week to plan seating for the future restaurant, for instance, and then measure it again later, only to find it was a foot or two larger or smaller than before. At first, he thought he'd made a mistake, so he began carefully writing down the numbers and comparing them to the original blueprints. The discrepancies persisted. One day, Boba calculated that the dining room could accommodate, say, 50 diners. Later, it appeared to shrink such that only 30 could comfortably fit. Then another time, it measured bigger than ever, as if an extra 10 feet had been added magically. These odd findings were reinforced by photographs he took. In one pair of photos, taken seconds apart of the same living room, the second photo showed a set of curtains hanging in a window that in the first photo, and in reality, had none. It so happened those curtains were the very ones Ginger had put up years earlier and taken with her when she left. So how did they appear in a current photo? This mind-bending development led Boba to wonder if Summerwind was not just haunted, but a site of some sort of time warp or dimensional instability. Like the incident involving Carl and the pistol shots, could Summerwind be a place where time inexplicably repeats itself? He pondered in his notes. Perhaps those shadows and figures people saw were not ghosts at all, he speculated, but people from the past or future glimpsed through a thin veil of warped time. It was only a theory, but it would certainly account for some of the stranger phenomena. Most folks who heard such ideas thought them far-fetched. To the workers, there was no need to invoke time warps. The place was simply haunted, case closed. While the physical renovations stalled and strange events continued, Raymond Boba also delved deeper into spiritual efforts to solve Summerwind's mystery. Ginger herself, despite her trauma, participated on a couple of occasions. She had some experience with hypnosis, and she offered to hypnotize her father and brother to see if, under trance, they could make contact with the entity in the house. It was a risky endeavor. In one session, Ginger put Carl into a deep trance in the parlor. According to their later accounts, partway through the hypnosis, Carl's voice changed. An ugly, sneering tone emanated from him, saying threatening things and claiming it was very strong and that they should leave. Ginger believed a dark spirit, perhaps not Carver at all, but something more demonic, had taken temporary hold of Carl. She reacted by reciting prayers or an improvised exorcism, shaking him and commanding the presence to depart. Carl eventually returned to consciousness, shaken and unaware of much of what he had said. Next, Boba himself underwent hypnosis by Ginger. In this altered state, his eyes closed, Boba began speaking and describing a vision. He found himself, in his mind, down in Summerwind's shadowy basement, guided by an unseen force to a particular stone in the foundation wall. In Boba's vision, the stone slid aside, revealing a hidden cavity, and inside it was a wooden box. He reached in and opened the box, and there lay an old parchment document. He could see clearly the signature on it, Jonathan Carver. It was the deed. At that moment, Boba came out of the trance, sweating and convinced more than ever that Carver's lost deed was real and that it was somewhere in the actual house, waiting to be discovered. By now, Raymond Boba had compiled a wealth of personal experiences and revelations about Summerwind, and he was determined to share them with the world. In 1979, under the pen name Wolfgang von Boba, he authored and published a book titled The Carver Effect, A Paranormal Experience. This obscure book, now long out of print and a collector's item for ghost enthusiasts, detailed Boba's extraordinary claims about Summerwind, from the identity of the ghost, Jonathan Carver, to the ever-changing rooms, to dialogues he'd had with the spirit via Ouija board and dreams. It was, essentially, the first fully documented account of the haunting of Summerwind, coming out just a few years after the Amityville Horror had popularized haunted house stories in America. In some ways, Summerwind's tale, as presented by Boba, mirrored the Amityville narrative. A family moves into a house, is besieged by supernatural forces and flees. Then an investigator in Amityville, demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren, in Summerwind, Boba himself, tries to uncover the otherworldly cause behind it. Boba's book did not become a bestseller, but it circulated enough to catch the attention of major media. In October 1980, Life magazine ran a Halloween feature on America's terrifying haunted houses, and among the 9 locations highlighted was Summerwind Mansion. The write-up recounted the main points of Boba's story: the Hinshaw's ordeal, the ghost of Carver seeking his deed, the mysterious events. An eerie photo of the mansion's dilapidated exterior accompanied the piece, introducing millions of readers to the saga of Summerwind. From that moment on, Summerwind was cemented in American ghost lore. It belonged not just to Vilas County, but to the whole pantheon of infamous haunted sites, alongside places like the Winchester Mystery House and Borley Rectory. The article, and Boba's book, also had the side effect of attracting throngs of curious visitors to the remote property, much to the annoyance of the locals. The home became a supernatural tourist attraction of sorts, with people driving up to see the haunted house firsthand. The Land O'Lakes community was not entirely pleased with this development. Many of the longtime residents had never believed Summerwind was genuinely haunted, and they resented their quiet area becoming a magnet for ghost hunters and thrill seekers. At least 2 previous occupants, likely members of the Kiefer family or perhaps caretakers, outright denied that they had ever experienced anything supernatural there. Some neighbors viewed Boba's claims with suspicion. A few even suggested he might be fabricating or exaggerating the tale to drum up business for his planned inn. They pointed out that Boba did not actually live in the mansion during his ownership. He reportedly stayed in a camper trailer on the property rather than sleep inside the house at night. That, they said, spoke volumes if true. Locals shared their opinions with any journalist who asked. One elderly neighbor scoffed that the only spirits at Summerwind are the ones people brought in their flasks, implying that liquor and tall tales were responsible for the mansion's spooky reputation. Another resident grumbled that all the fuss about ghosts was nonsense, declaring, "Haunted? Hell, that house only gets lively when the mosquitoes get in." A dry bit of Northwood's humor aimed at dismissing the supernatural talk. Whether out of genuine skepticism or simply a desire for privacy, the community clearly had haunting fatigue. They were tired of strange cars driving slowly past at night, of youths trespassing to have a look, and sometimes vandalizing the place, and of reporters knocking on their doors to ask about ghosts. Some neighbors even had to put up "no trespassing private property" signs on their own driveways because overeager visitors would wander onto the wrong lot looking for Summerwind. The sentiment locally was summed up by one fed-up old-timer who told a writer, "We've had it with that haunted house hoopla. Let the ghosts have it, and good riddance." Practical issues also hampered Boba's venture. By 1982, after a couple of seasons of on and off efforts, he had made little progress in converting Summerwind to a functioning restaurant. The structure itself was deteriorating faster than he could fix it, especially with spooked workers quitting and the constant need to chase out bats and vermin. Furthermore, Boba ran into legal hurdles. Zoning regulations for Land O'Lakes, a quiet, sparsely populated area, were not very accommodating to a commercial enterprise like a restaurant at the end of a narrow private road. Boba tried to get a permit to operate a simple snack bar or concession stand on the property, possibly to serve the curious tourists who were showing up, but local ordinances prohibited such use in that residential lakeshore zone. Some suspected Boba might have considered offering ghost tours of Summerwind had he been allowed to run a business there. Certainly plenty of people would have paid for a peek inside the haunted mansion, but the local town board would have none of it. With finances dwindling, renovations stalled, and obstacles mounting, Boba finally gave up. By early 1983, he and his wife Marie abandoned the project and left Summerwind to the elements. The once grand plan of an inn by the lake evaporated, and Boba's involvement with Summerwind came to an end. In 1983, a freelance writer named Will Pooley set out to investigate the facts behind Summerwind's legends and perhaps debunk them. His research highlighted many contradictions in Boba's narrative. For instance, Pooley noted that even if Carver's deed had been found, it would have been legally worthless under British colonial law, which forbade private land grants from native tribes. He also pointed out that historical evidence showed no Sioux tribe in northern Wisconsin at the time, casting doubt that Carver ever received land there. Moreover, Pooley managed to track down an elderly local man, Herb Dickman, who had helped pour Summerwind's concrete foundation back in 1916. When asked, Dickman laughed at the idea that a box might be hidden in the foundation. He confidently recalled that nothing was sealed in the footing when they built it, aside from rebar and stone. These pragmatic findings suggested that many of Boba's claims were likely imaginative embellishments, but by 1983, these rational voices were drowned out by the by-now well-established legend of Summerwind. Pooley's article did little to dissuade the believers or deter the curious. The haunting story had taken on a life of its own. With Boba gone, Summerwind Mansion stood once again completely abandoned. This time, it truly began to fall apart. Vandals and thrill-seekers became frequent visitors. The local youth, who had long considered Summerwind a spooky playground, started using it as a hangout. According to police reports at the time, the mansion was even used as a staging ground by some delinquent teens who burglarized nearby vacation cabins. They would hide stolen goods in Summerwind's many empty rooms, figuring it was the last place anyone would venture to look. Windows were broken, perhaps by rocks thrown or attempts to break in. Graffiti appeared on some of the walls, and debris littered the once polished floors. By 1985, the town authorities had had enough. Not only was Summerwind a nuisance attracting trespassers, but it was structurally becoming dangerous. A portion of the porch had collapsed, for instance. The town of Land O'Lakes initiated legal proceedings to have the derelict building demolished as a safety hazard. They succeeded in obtaining the right to do so, but due to either limited funds or the remote location, the actual demolition kept getting delayed. Meanwhile, Summerwind's legend continued to draw curious visitors by the carload. Charter buses, loaded with ghost tour patrons from as far away as Chicago, occasionally showed up and disgorged groups who would tromp around the property snapping photos. Neighbors were beyond annoyed, they were furious. One neighbor confronted a tour group, shouting that they were on private land and threatening to call the sheriff. The poor sheriff did indeed receive many calls about Summerwind in those years, and he too was eager to see the place gone. Local resentment was high. The haunted house hoopla, as one newspaper called it, had worn out its welcome in Vilas County. Still, not everyone who ventured into Summerwind during these twilight years left with fear. A few people had more curious, even bemused experiences. One amateur historian named Alan, who explored the mansion on a sunny afternoon in 1986, later described a feeling of blankness or disorientation while he was upstairs alone. He said it was as if he had lost track of time or momentarily forgot where he was, a subtle but eerie lapse he couldn't quite explain. Alan took numerous photographs inside the house. Upon developing them, this was pre-digital. He noticed in one shot of the upstairs hallway that the center of the image was oddly blurred, while objects both nearer and farther were in focus, something he found supposedly impossible without deliberate camera trickery. Perhaps it was just a photographic anomaly, he mused, or perhaps something paranormal had brushed by the lens. On a whim, Alan checked the mansion's layout against others' recollections. He realized an odd thing. He only remembered seeing one fireplace inside Summerwind, but in fact the house had two. Some visitors over the years reported seeing two. Others, like Alan, only noticed one. It was a small detail, but it struck him as strange that he, a careful observer, somehow missed an entire fireplace, as if the house had a way of hiding things or making people not see certain things. Before Alan left Summerwind that day, he had to fix a flat tire on his bicycle. Yet, curiously, after that trip, those bike tires never got a puncture again for as long as he owned them, and he rode thousands more miles on them. He half-jokingly attributed this to a ghostly favor from Summerwind, as if, he laughed, the spirits made his tires puncture-proof as thanks for visiting. Alan's account shows that not every brush with Summerwind was horrifying. Some were merely puzzling or even whimsical. But all who entered agreed on one thing. The house was truly strange and left a lasting impression. By the mid-1980s, Summerwind was in such bad shape that it was dangerous for anyone to be inside it. The roof had holes, floors were starting to sag, and mold and rot were pervasive. It had become the very definition of a haunted house, a decaying, abandoned structure filled with ghost stories, and possibly a ghost or two. It seemed the final act for Summerwind was near. As it turned out, that act came not from a wrecking crew with a bulldozer, but from Mother Nature herself, or perhaps, as some would insist, from more supernatural forces. On the night of June 19th, 1988, a fierce summer storm swept across Vilas County, bringing high winds, sheets of rain, and a barrage of lightning. Summerwind Mansion, by then an empty derelict shell, sat directly in the storm's path. As thunder boomed over West Bay Lake, multiple lightning bolts struck the old mansion. Neighbors living a mile or two away were jarred from sleep by an explosive crack and saw an eerie orange glow in the direction of the estate. Summerwind was on fire. The flames, fed by the mansion's aged, dry timbers, spread with astonishing speed, faster, some say, than a normal fire. The blaze raged hungrily despite the driving rain. Some who watched from across the lake swore they heard a high-pitched scream erupt from the heart of the inferno as the mansion's roof caved in, likely just the sound of superheated steam or the howl of wind, but it was eerie enough to send a chill through those witnesses. It was as if the house itself cried out in its death throes, defiant to the very end. By the time volunteer firefighters and the local sheriff navigated the slick roads to reach the scene, Summerwind was beyond saving. The conflagration had fully engulfed the structure, lighting up the night sky in a hellish glow and sending sparks and embers flying into the pouring rain. There was little to do but let it burn itself out and ensure the flames did not spread to the surrounding woods. In a sense, the storm accomplished what town authorities had unsuccessfully attempted a few years prior: the eradication of Summerwind Mansion. The next morning, when the smoke finally cleared, the old haunted house was no more. All that remained of Summerwind were charred ruins. The conflagration had consumed the wooden walls, floors, and roof, leaving only the stone and concrete elements. The two tall chimneys stood like blackened sentinels against the sky, and the field's stone foundation and a few crumbling archways marked the outline of what had been. Fire officials investigated the cause. Given the eyewitness reports, it was no surprise when they concluded that a lightning strike, in fact multiple strikes, had ignited the mansion. The fire was ruled not suspicious. Arson was not suspected, especially since neighbors themselves had seen lightning hit the house and immediately saw the flames. Officials did note that teenagers had been seen partying at the property not long before, and it's possible a careless campfire or smoldering cigarette could have contributed, but, in their professional opinion, the lightning was the primary culprit. For some, however, the official explanation wasn't enough. They found it fitting, even poetic, that Summerwind met its end by lightning, as if some divine or infernal power had had its final say. One local historian wryly remarked, "Lightning is the official and best explanation. After all, what ghost wouldn't want a little brimstone from the heavens to add another layer of mystery?" Indeed, in the lore of Summerwind, the dramatic destruction of the house became just one more part of the legend. People whispered that the ghosts themselves summoned the storm to prevent any future family from trying to live there. In truth, of course, lightning strikes are common in that area, but the timing and result were certainly dramatic. Either way, Summerwind's physical presence was gone forever. In the years following 1988, the ruins of Summerwind grew quiet and overgrown. The site, still private property, was officially off-limits to the public, but that didn't stop the occasional curious soul from hiking through the woods or boating across the lake to see what was left. The most visible remnants were those chimney stacks. Weathered and covered in soot, they rose above young birch and aspen saplings that had sprouted around the foundation. A broad concrete staircase, once the grand entrance to the front porch, now led up to nothing, ending abruptly where the front door used to be. Moss and wildflowers grew between the cracked steps. Nature was slowly, inexorably reclaiming the land where the mansion had stood. Still, even in ruin, Summerwind didn't entirely lose its spooky reputation. People who ventured onto the property at night, illegally it must be said, reported that the area had an unnatural chill and that they felt as if unseen eyes were watching from the surrounding woods. Amateur ghost hunters who sneaked in would later excitedly share stories. A few claimed that small stones were thrown near them from the darkness, as if invisible hands were playing pranks. Others captured photographs of glowing orbs hovering above the foundation or darting among the trees, orbs they believed to be manifestations of lingering spirits. Some even set up tape recorders amid the ruins and insisted that faint voices could be heard on the playback. One group swore they heard a whisper saying, "Leave here," on their recording. Those skeptics who listened only heard wind and distant crickets. The validity of these claims is, as always, uncertain. But the fact that people still sought out Summerwind, even when only rubble remained, shows how powerful the legend had become. Even today, more than half a century since the Hinshaws fled, and decades since the mansion burned, the story of Summerwind continues to captivate those with a taste for the paranormal. It has been featured on television, notably in 2005, when the Discovery Channel's series A Haunting dramatized the Hinshaw family's ordeal for a national audience. It's been discussed in books and countless online articles. Paranormal investigators from around the Midwest still talk about Summerwind as a kind of holy grail of haunted sites, one whose ghosts were unusually aggressive and whose mysteries remain unsolved. Occasionally, in the fall when the trees are bare, canoeists on West Bay Lake can spot the chimneys through the branches and will regale their paddling companions with the mansion's ghostly history. Summerwind's tale has taken on the sheen of folklore, evolving with each retelling, sometimes exaggerated, but always rooted in that kernel of truth, that multiple families truly believe something evil dwelled in that house. From a broader perspective, Summerwind encapsulates many classic haunted house elements. It had ghost sightings, the lady in white, the ghostly intruder shot by Lamont. It had poltergeist-like activity, moving objects, slamming doors. It had psychological horror, Arnold's breakdown, Ginger's near suicide. It had mystery, the hidden corpse and the disappearing deed, and even a touch of time warp weirdness. It's as if every ghost story trope decided to converge under Summerwind's roof. Does that make it less credible? Perhaps one could argue that the story grew in the telling, each subsequent storyteller adding a new sensational detail, until Summerwind became a super haunting. Skeptics certainly view it that way. They point out that beyond personal testimonies there is no hard evidence, no clear photographs of apparitions, only ambiguous orbs, no rigorous scientific data. Even the human remains allegedly found were never verified by authorities. The neighbors who lived around the mansion for decades mostly said they never saw or heard anything unusual, that all the ghostly drama came from the imaginations or ulterior motives of the people who moved in and out. And yet, the sheer number of eerie anecdotes and the obvious sincerity of some witnesses, like Ginger, who clearly suffered deeply from her 6 months in that house, make it hard to simply dismiss everything as fiction or hysteria. Perhaps Summerwind's greatest power is not in proving the existence of ghosts, but in reminding us how powerfully a place can imprint itself on our imaginations and fears. Today, if you visit the site of Summerwind, which, to reiterate, is on private land and not legally accessible without permission, you will mostly find tranquility. The stone foundation forms a sort of rectangular outline filled with wild grasses and young trees. The lake lapping at the shore just beyond glitters on sunny days. Birds sing, mosquitoes buzz. It is peaceful. You might almost think the horrors of Summerwind have faded away with the smoke. But as dusk falls, that familiar hush and gloom returns. The wind, yes, the summer wind, picks up and sighs through the tall pines, and one might catch oneself wondering, is that just the wind or something trying to whisper? Stand there long enough, and maybe the imagination conjures faint strains of phantom organ music, or a glimpse of a woman in old-fashioned attire drifting among the birches. Those are just fancies, of course. Or are they? In the end, Summerwind Mansion leaves us with unanswered questions and a lingering, haunting impression. After hearing this story in full, all the history, the tragedies, the uncanny events, you may find yourself agreeing with the sentiment that maybe, just maybe, some houses really don't want to be lived in. And as the summer wind continues to murmur through the treetops on West Bay Lake, it's as if it carries the faint echoes of Summerwind's tale, a tale that refuses to die, keeping alive the memory of a house that is gone but not forgotten. And that's the story of Summerwind, a house that pulled people in and tore them apart, the kind of haunting that doesn't feel like a story at all once you've heard it through, just a memory from someone else's life that somehow found its way into yours. If you made it to the end, thanks for walking through it with me. These are the episodes that stay with you when the screen goes dark. If you're new here or if you haven't already, subscribing really helps. We're trying to reach 10,000, and every click, every like, every quiet word of support keeps this going, so thank you. Wherever you are right now, tucked into bed, sitting in a dark room, or driving through the night, I hope this kept you company. Sleep well, and if your house ever creaks a little too loud tonight, just remember, it's probably nothing. Good night. They claimed demons had entered the convent. Thousands came to witness the exorcisms. The Catholic Church investigated the case and concluded the nuns were genuinely possessed. A priest was blamed, but after everything that followed, the nightmare didn't end. This is The Devils of Laudun, one of the most disturbing, controversial, and heavily documented paranormal cases in history. A case too controversial for YouTube. The full episode is now streaming exclusively on Patreon. Click the link in the description now to listen. This case is the latest addition to our growing library of Patreon-exclusive episodes, joining The Demon in the French Kingdom and Rumpelstiltskin. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of 90-plus episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. Next week's episode, The Skull Experiment, is already waiting for you. The Fall Asleep podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep podcast, your quiet place for the haunted, the strange, and the stories that linger long after the lights go out. Halloween is upon us, and I'm sure you clicked on this episode hoping for something to send a chill through you. You wanted something that will give you that scary feeling, something you'll still be thinking about long after the episode ends, and this one will. It's dark, the kind of story that makes the room feel colder the longer you stay with it. There's something deeply unsettling at the center of it, something you can't just shake off once you've heard it. While researching this case, I started to dread going back to my notes. Nights where I'd listen to interviews or read the transcripts, I'd have to stop halfway through. The things described in this case have a way of sticking to you. This story dives deep into the occult, into dark and disturbing rituals. And while I don't often warn listeners to tread carefully, tonight, so close to Halloween, when the veil between worlds feels thin, I will. Because what you're about to hear is a case that many believe proves the existence of true evil, of real, terrible evil. Before we begin, a huge thank you to everyone who's been listening and supporting the show. We're aiming for 20,000 subscribers, so if you haven't yet, take a second and hit that button. It really helps bring these stories to life. Now turn down the lights, let the noise of the world fade away, and settle in. Tonight we go to New York City, to a case so disturbing, so well documented, that even the most rational minds could barely face it. This is The Possession of Julia, a case of real evil in modern New York.
Happy Halloween. You're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast. Settle in, if you dare.
In the late 20th century, amid the bustling modernity of New York, a quietly unfolding drama would challenge the skepticism of even the most rational minds. It is the true case of a woman known by the pseudonym Julia, whose frightening ordeal became one of the most well-documented and unsettling cases of alleged demonic possession in recent history. Unlike the medieval legends or Hollywood fictions, Julia's story took place in our contemporary world, a world of neon skylines and scientific progress. Yet it echoed the ancient battle between light and darkness. This case was so extraordinary that Dr. Richard Gallagher, an Ivy League-trained psychiatrist and seasoned clinical professor, would later describe it as the most astounding and creepiest possession he had ever encountered in 25 years of studying such phenomena. Multiple clergy members, medical professionals, and lay witnesses would be drawn into Julia's orbit, all grappling with events that defied conventional explanation. This podcast retraces Julia's harrowing journey from an ordinary religious upbringing into the depths of satanic devotion and the fierce struggle that ensued to reclaim her soul. It is a chronological account, pieced together from real testimony, reports, and documented observations by those who were there. The priests who confronted the darkness oppressing her, the psychiatrist who evaluated her with scientific rigor, and Julia herself, whose life straddled the worlds of the mundane and the preternatural. In following the path of this case, we will move step by step, from Julia's early life and descent into occult practices, through the terrifying manifestations that convinced veteran clergy of a demonic presence, to the exhaustive series of exorcism attempts that pushed everyone involved to their limits. Dr. Gallagher initially approached the case with healthy skepticism. After all, he was a man of science, trained at Princeton and Yale, devoted to diagnosing mental illness. He was no gullible paranormal enthusiast. In fact, clergy sought him out precisely for his reputation as a discerning and sensible clinician who could distinguish psychopathology from the truly inexplicable. When he first heard of Julia, described as a self-styled satanic high priestess, he suspected there might be an elaborate ruse or a psychiatric disorder at play. It was the late 1980s, a period rife with public anxiety about satanic cults, much of it later debunked as hysteria, and the psychiatrist had no desire to be drawn into superstition. Yet, he agreed to meet Julia at the request of a respected priest-exorcist, reasoning that even in a confusing realm like this, careful observation and evidence-based assessment should prevail. Nothing could have fully prepared him or any of the team for what they were about to witness. Julia's case would present phenomena so extreme and so well documented that it challenges our understanding of reality. Witnesses, including doctors, nurses, nuns, and priests, would see objects moving on their own, hear Julia speaking languages she never learned, and even report the impossible sight of her body levitating in midair. These were not the claims of a single excitable individual. They were corroborated by numerous level-headed observers, many with professional training and everything to lose by exaggeration. Over the course of 8 arduous exorcism sessions, the team confronted manifestations that one experienced exorcist likened to standing at the gates of hell, and at the center of the storm was Julia herself, a woman of intelligence and complexity who had willingly dabbled in darkness and yet, at times, yearned for deliverance. This is a story told in whispers in church halls and late-night gatherings of researchers, a story that those involved have shared cautiously, often reluctantly, because of how deeply it disturbed them. Let us begin at the beginning, with Julia's life before the possession and the subtle, insidious path that led her from the pews of her childhood church into the shadows of satanic ritual. For it is there in her past that the seeds of this extraordinary case were planted, seeds that would later bear terrifying fruit when Julia found herself at the mercy of forces she could no longer control. The journey starts with a young girl in a church in New York, many years ago, long before anyone imagined she would become known as the Satanic Queen. Julia was born and raised in a traditional Catholic environment, the kind many would consider wholesome and sheltered. Her family lived in New York State, not the neon city streets of Manhattan, but a quieter community where church on Sunday was a cornerstone of life. By all outward appearances, Julia's upbringing was the picture of devout American Catholicism. Her parents were active in their parish, often sitting in the front pew at Mass. They made sure their children learned their prayers and catechism, and enrolled them in private Catholic school for a solid religious education. As a little girl, Julia would have been seen in her neatly pressed school uniform, reciting verses from memory, participating in the sacraments as expected. Photographs from those days, if one were to imagine them, might show Julia in a white dress and veil at her first communion, hands piously folded, the portrait of youthful innocence and devotion. Yet behind Julia's obedient exterior lay a spiritual emptiness that she kept largely to herself. In later conversations, she admitted that the rituals of faith felt like an empty performance to her, lines in a play that she spoke without understanding or believing. Despite the piety around her, or perhaps because of it, Julia's personal connection to God never truly formed. She went through the motions, knelt and stood at the appointed times, but inside she questioned and doubted. Prayers felt unanswered. The world of angels and saints that comforted others left her cold. There was a quiet bitterness growing in her heart, a sense that the faith of her family was hollow or ineffective in addressing her inner doubts and the problems she saw in the world. As Julia entered adolescence, this disconnect from her family's religion only widened. Teenage years in any life can breed rebellion, and in Julia's case, that rebellion took a dark turn. The late 1970s and early 1980s, when Julia was coming of age, were times of cultural upheaval and exploration of alternative spiritualities. Julia became drawn to the forbidden edges of spirituality. What started perhaps as simple curiosity about the occult slowly transformed into a fascination. She later hinted that she had always been intrigued by the idea of secret knowledge and power. The strictures of her Catholic upbringing, with its emphasis on humility, obedience, and mystery accepted on faith, had left her hungry for something she considered more real and under her own control. It likely began innocuously, reading books on witchcraft or magic that circulated among daring youths, or late-night conversations with friends about ghosts and Ouija boards. But for Julia, these were not mere teenage experiments. Something unresolved in her soul made the darkness enticing. She felt perhaps that if God would not fill the void in her, then something else might. Friends later recalled in hushed recollections that Julia had a streak of defiance and an intense desire for control over her life. If the church felt limiting and distant, the occult promised immediacy and empowerment, at least on the surface. We must imagine Julia at 17 or 18, standing at a precipice. On one side, the well-lit path of her family's hopes for her, and on the other, a crooked trail leading into the woods of arcane mystery. Julia chose the woods. By the time she was a young adult, Julia's involvement in occult circles had deepened significantly. She drifted away from her family's home, spending more time with a new set of companions who shared, or encouraged, her budding interest in Satanism. This was the era of the so-called Satanic Panic, when rumors of devil-worshipping cults were widespread. Ironically, while much of that panic was exaggerated in the media, Julia's personal story shows that at least one satanic cult truly did exist in the shadows of modern New York, and she had become a key member of it. How exactly she found this group is not entirely clear from the records. Perhaps they found her, sensing her disillusionment and thirst for power. What is known is that Julia willingly and formally pledged herself to Satan as part of this cult. In the clandestine ceremony of initiation, Julia renounced her baptism and offered her loyalty to the Dark One. This was no mere teenage rebellion now. It was a profound spiritual and moral break from her past. Where once she wore a white veil and prayed to God, now she donned black robes and invoked the name of Lucifer. Those who later heard Julia's story were struck by how deliberate her choices had been. She was not tricked or coerced into Satanism. She sought it out. A Catholic commentator, reflecting on the case, noted that Julia had willingly pledged herself to Satan and to the cult, and in return had enjoyed quite impressive preternatural powers as a result. Indeed, Julia herself would later boast to Dr. Gallagher and the priests that Satan took care of his own. She claimed that by serving him she received favors, abilities and experiences far beyond normal human capability. At first, these dark gifts must have thrilled her. Here, at last, was a feeling of personal power and validation that she never found in the pews of her childhood church. Julia's intellect and talents, once dedicated to reciting catechism, were now turned to perverting those very rites in blasphemous ceremonies. The knowledge of Catholic ritual she'd passively accumulated in school was inverted for use in black masses and other sacrilegious rites. In the cult's secret gatherings, perhaps in a candlelit basement or a remote wooded clearing at midnight, Julia took on a new identity and a new name. She rose through the cult's ranks with unsettling speed. Recognizing her charisma and fierce commitment, the cult members bestowed on her grandiose titles. She became their priestess and eventually their reigning figurehead, known among them chillingly as the Queen. In dark homage to the demonic feminine, she sometimes styled herself Queen Lilith, invoking the legendary mother of demons. As the high priestess of a satanic cult, Julia now led others in rites of desecration. She and her coven performed grave and abhorrent acts as a form of worship to the devil. While the precise details of these rituals remain sealed in confidentiality, and one shudders to imagine them, there are hints. Insiders speak of blood rituals, possible animal sacrifices, and even the profaning of sacred Christian symbols as routine parts of their ceremonies. Most disturbingly, Julia herself later acknowledged that as part of demonstrating her devotion, she and others carried out rituals involving grave evil, including acts so vile they're better left unspoken. I won't repeat them here. It's enough to say they crossed every boundary of morality and decency. They were carried out in the name of the devil, without hesitation or remorse. These horrifying actions, done repeatedly, seemed to bind Julia ever tighter to the demonic presence she served. Each act of cruelty and desecration was like another bar in the cage that Satan was building around her soul. By her own later admission, Julia had given herself over completely, day after day feeding the darkness with her will and deeds. In return, the promises of the devil appeared to hold true, at least for a time. Julia indeed displayed preternatural abilities that astonished those around her, in the cult, and later, outsiders as well. She had wanted power, and she got it. One of her gifts was a kind of psychic ability that adherents of the occult might call a third eye, or remote viewing. Julia could perceive events happening far away, as if secret eyes were showing her scenes in real time that no ordinary person could see. For instance, members of her cult delighted in her talent for describing exactly what someone, even someone she had never met, was doing at a given moment miles away. If the cult sent one of their own on some clandestine errand, Julia, without leaving their gathering, might casually describe that person's surroundings and actions as though she were standing right beside them. This wasn't parlor trick clairvoyance or vague psychic mumbo-jumbo. It was specific, detailed, and consistently accurate to a degree that made even seasoned occultists marvel. Such remote viewing is not something any human being simply learns from a book. It gave every appearance of being a preternatural gift imparted by the demonic forces she venerated. Julia herself proudly attributed this ability to Satan's favor, acknowledging that she hadn't achieved it alone. Human beings don't have those abilities on their own, she told Dr. Gallagher matter-of-factly. I got these paranormal abilities from Satan himself. Another of Julia's talents was the capacity to influence animals and the environment around her in frightening ways. Those in her cult reported, and later, independent witnesses confirmed, that Julia could trigger outbursts of rage or fear in animals with nothing more than a thought or a glance. A normally docile dog might suddenly snarl and cower when Julia entered a room. Birds might fall silent or burst into frantic chirping in her presence. This wasn't mere intimidation or a stern voice. It was as if animals sensed an unnatural predator in their midst. One particularly eerie example came to light later. Julia had the ability to cause otherwise friendly pets to turn inexplicably violent. It was as though the creatures could see or feel the dark spirits that accompanied her. Such incidents would soon play a pivotal role in convincing skeptics that Julia's case was not just mental illness or fakery, but those came later. For now, within the cult, these powers only solidified Julia's status. They called her their satanic queen, and indeed she acted like royalty among them, wielding these uncanny gifts as proof that the devil's bargain she struck was real and active. For some years, Julia reveled in this life. If she had lingering doubts or regrets from her old faith, she buried them deep. She had new beliefs and a new community, one that perversely celebrated everything her religious family had taught her to shun. To the outside world, Julia in her late 30s might have seemed merely eccentric or gothic. She took to wearing flowing black garments, dramatic dark makeup, charcoal eyeliner sweeping to her temples, midnight-colored lipstick, and ornate occult jewelry. She often dressed as if every day were a ceremony, which in a sense for her it was. If one saw her on the streets of New York or a nearby town, they might just pass by thinking she was an artistic soul or a member of some subculture. Few would suspect that this woman had become a high priestess of a secret satanic order. But within that order, Julia's commitments were deadly serious. She served Satan daily, leading others in worship of evil. And Satan, as all law warns and Julia eventually learned, is a master who demands everything and more. Over time, Julia's will, once an asset to her rise, became less her own. The more she gave herself to dark forces, the more they tightened their clawed grip around her. There is an infernal logic that those who dance with the devil often discover, that the promise of freedom and power is a lie. What Satan offers with one hand, he takes away with the other. Julia gained abilities and status, yes, but unbeknownst to her, she was losing her autonomy, her very self. The cage was nearly complete. The turning point, when Julia realized the true cost of her allegiance, came subtly at first. It was not a sudden cinematic moment of realization, but a series of experiences that unsettled her. She began to have blackouts, lapses in memory that she could not explain. Fellow cult members told her of episodes where her behavior was bizarre, even by their standards, times when her voice would change unnaturally, or when she spoke in languages none of them understood. Julia started waking from these trance-like episodes feeling exhausted and strangely violated, as if someone else had been using her body while her consciousness was pushed aside. For a devout Satanist who prided herself on control, the idea that she was being controlled by an unseen force was alarming. At first, she might have dismissed it, perhaps an after effect of rituals or just stress, but the incidents grew more pronounced. She could no longer pretend that it was just her imagination. Julia's closest companions in the cult observed these changes too, and though some might have viewed them as signs of deeper favor from Satan, thinking that perhaps he was indwelling her for greater power, Julia herself found them terrifying. She did not like being possessed, not at all. One can imagine the conflict that raged quietly within her. Here was a woman who had spurned God and given herself to the devil's cause freely. She had enjoyed the sense of empowerment that came with that dark pact, but now the game had changed. The entity or entities she had invited in were not content to grant favors on her terms. They wanted total control, and at times they seized it. Julia's free will, which she had exercised to choose evil, was now being eroded by the very evil she served. This paradox did not escape her notice. A chilling thought dawned on Julia. If she could not control the forces she had allied with, then she was in grave danger, not only physically and mentally, but spiritually as well. Julia's first steps toward seeking help were tentative and wrapped in subterfuge. Remember, she was still deeply involved in the cult, and any sign of wavering loyalty could have been perilous. The cult's leader, let us call him Daniel, a name mentioned later in accounts, was a formidable figure whom Julia feared intensely. She confided to Dr. Gallagher at one point that, "You don't want to mess with Daniel. He's too close to Satan," implying that this leader had his own dark protections. Cults often keep their members in check through fear, and Julia had seen firsthand what happened to those who tried to leave or defy the group. Members who tried to get out were dealt with harshly, she would later say in a rare moment of vulnerability. She bore unspecified emotional and perhaps physical scars from punishments, meted out by demonic forces as well. She spoke of a kind of hellish torment, a burning agony inflicted on her soul whenever she displeased her infernal masters. This was not metaphorical language. Julia meant it literally. She described it as a spiritual fire that would ignite within her. Not a material fire, she struggled to explain, but it does hurt, like hell. This was how Satan disciplined his subjects, she said. It was in these horrifying experiences of punishment that Julia glimpsed the true face of the one she called Master. The devil is a liar, and his kindness is cruel. Finally, Julia made a fateful decision. She would seek the help of the very institution she had once abandoned and scorned, the Catholic Church. It is a testament to her desperation that she reached out to a local priest, despite her long-held antipathy toward the church. Perhaps part of her still remembered that childhood notion that priests were caregivers of souls, or perhaps she had heard whispers that the church was the only force the demons truly feared. Julia's motives at that time were conflicted. According to those who worked with her, she did not want to renounce Satan and leave the cult entirely. In fact, she admitted she was not yet willing to renounce her dedication to Satan. She wanted, in a sense, to have it both ways, to remove the burden of being possessed while still keeping the perceived benefits of her dark allegiance. It was an almost tragically ironic stance, like someone who wants to be cured of an illness but continue indulging in the very behavior that caused it. Yet, who could blame Julia for trying to cling to the only life she knew? The cult had become her family, her identity, her source of power. To walk away entirely was a terrifying prospect, possibly even a death sentence delivered by the cult's retribution or the demon's fury. She was torn, conflicted, as Dr. Gallagher would later describe it, enjoying some of the powers she had, even as another part of her resented the presence that had taken root inside her. And so Julia approached a priest in her area, a clergyman we will refer to as Father Jacques. This priest listened with astonishment as Julia, dressed head to toe in somber black and radiating a palpable aura of darkness, claimed outright, "Father, I am possessed by a demon. I need help." One can only imagine his initial skepticism or alarm. Possession, in modern New York, it's the sort of declaration more likely to come from a mentally unwell person or someone seeking attention. But as Julia recounted her experiences, the trances, the voices, the knowledge she had no natural way of knowing, Father Jacques found himself believing her. There was a ring of truth in her details, a consistency that suggested real phenomena rather than delusion. Additionally, Julia's very demeanor during this confession may have been evidence itself. Perhaps her eyes flashed with an uncanny intensity, or perhaps, as she spoke, a disturbing shift in her voice or facial expression gave the priest a glimpse of the entity lurking within. Father Jacques was no ordinary parish priest. Unbeknownst to Julia at the time, he was connected to a network of exorcists and had some experience in the field of demonic cases. He understood that church protocol required careful investigation. Not every claim of possession is genuine, and the church is rightly cautious. The first step was to rule out mental illness or deception. Julia herself expected this. In fact, she insisted that a psychiatrist be brought in. She was proud of her sanity and wanted to prove that what was happening to her was not hallucination or hysteria. In her mind, a true servant of Satan would not want to be mistaken for a lunatic. The insult would be too great. So, in an unusual alliance, Julia and Father Jacques agreed that a thorough psychiatric evaluation was needed. This is how Dr. Richard Gallagher entered the scene. Father Jacques reached out to Dr. Gallagher, likely with a careful and earnest introduction. He had a case that might involve demonic possession and needed a learned psychiatrist's opinion. Gallagher was initially wary. He was a practicing Catholic, yes, but also a man devoted to medical science. He had encountered only a handful of possible possession cases before and remained a healthy skeptic. However, Father Jacques was persuasive. He was, as Gallagher later described, an erudite and sensible man, not someone given to superstitious flights. This priest emphasized that they needed someone not easily fooled, which oddly flattered and intrigued Gallagher. If the priest thought Gallagher's skeptical eye was an asset, then perhaps there was something truly unusual to be seen. Gallagher agreed to meet Julia, setting the appointment for a day soon after. He had no idea that the forces attached to Julia were already aware of him, and were not pleased by his involvement. The night before Dr. Gallagher's first scheduled meeting with Julia, a bizarre and violent incident took place in his own home. In the dead of night, around 2 a.m., Gallagher and his wife were jolted awake by the sound of snarls, hisses, and thuds echoing through their house. They raced to where the commotion originated and found an alarming sight. Their two normally gentle house cats were in a frenzy, locked in a vicious battle with each other. Fur flew and lamps rattled as the cats yowled and clawed as if they were mortal enemies. These were pets who had lived together peacefully for years, now transformed into wild beasts seemingly intent on killing each other. Dr. Gallagher struggled to separate them, eventually prying the animals apart at the cost of deep scratches on his arms. The cats fled to opposite corners, tails puffed, eyes reflecting terror at something unseen. As Gallagher and his wife calmed their breathing, an eerie silence fell over the home, broken only by the ticking of a clock and their own thundering hearts. There was no obvious cause for what had provoked the cats. The couple was left unsettled, to say the least. Gallagher was a logical man, and he searched for rational explanations. A stray mouse in the wall, a sudden loud noise he might have missed. But nothing made sense. The following morning, still perplexed by the nocturnal chaos, Dr. Gallagher went to meet Julia as planned. They had arranged to convene at a neutral location, a small office at a rectory or parish centre, to speak in private. When Gallagher arrived, he found Father Jacques already there, and with him a slight, pale-skinned woman clad in black pants and a loose, deep purple blouse. Julia's short hair was dyed jet black, and she wore heavy black eyeliner that extended dramatically towards her temples, giving her eyes an almost otherworldly shape. She stood when he entered, offering a thin smile that did not reach her dark-rimmed eyes. Something about her gaze struck Gallagher immediately. It was keenly intelligent, yes, but also amused, as if she knew a private joke at his expense. Father Jacques introduced the woman simply, "This is Julia." And then, rather gravely, he added, "She has something to confess." Before Gallagher could even take a seat or respond, Julia spoke, her lips curving with a mischievous smirk. "How'd you like those cats last night?" she asked casually, almost sweetly. Dr. Gallagher felt the blood drain from his face. For a heartbeat, he could only stare at her, stunned. Those cats. Last night. The phrasing was exact, the tone knowing. There was no conceivable way Julia could be aware of the inexplicable fight that had erupted between his pets in the wee hours. Gallagher hadn't told anyone about it. Indeed, he had barely processed it himself. He had never met Julia or spoken to her before this very moment. And yet here she was, inquiring about an incident that occurred in his home, in private, miles away, just a few hours ago. The impossibility of it hung in the air. Gallagher stammered something in reply, perhaps an incredulous, "How did you know?" But Julia just gave a little shrug, as if to say, "You'll figure it out." The priest watched this exchange quietly, later recounting that Gallagher's reaction was proof enough for him that Julia's claim to paranormal knowledge had substance. Regaining his composure, Dr. Gallagher decided to lay down ground rules. This was, after all, supposed to be a professional evaluation. He told Julia in firm terms that her tampering with his personal life, whatever that was last night, was unacceptable. If she ever again tried to mess with him or his family in such a manner, he warned, he would refuse to continue assessing her case. Julia seemed unbothered by his sternness. She neither confirmed nor denied instigating the feline attack. She merely listened, still half smiling. Perhaps she even found his threat amusing, as if she believed he wouldn't walk away so easily now that curiosity had hooked him. In truth, she was right. Gallagher's scientific curiosity was aflame. A part of him felt violated and unnerved. How dare she, or whatever force she commanded, invade the sanctity of his home? Yet another part of him was now convinced, against his own inclinations, that something genuinely unearthly was at work. The cat incident had done what a dozen anecdotes might not have. It made the phenomenon personal and undeniable. As that first meeting went on, Dr. Gallagher observed Julia closely. He noted that when she was not in a trance, she appeared remarkably normal and even likable in conversation. She spoke calmly and with good articulation. Her intelligence shone through in her word choice and the clarity of her thoughts. She did not exhibit the hallmarks of psychosis, no incoherence, no visible hallucinations, no bizarre delusions aside from the content of her possession claims, which, in context, she herself acknowledged as extraordinary. In another life, perhaps, Julia could have been a successful professional or academic. She had that sharpness about her. Gallagher was struck by the coherence and rationality with which she described her situation. If you set aside the subject matter, she spoke like a well-educated, mentally stable adult, recounting a medical condition or a difficult life event. This was crucially important to Gallagher's assessment. Julia did not come off as a crazy person. In fact, 2 other mental health professionals, psychologists, had evaluated her prior to Gallagher and had reached the same conclusion. As Father Jacques quietly informed Gallagher, she doesn't seem at all delusional and has no reason to make things up. "I don't think she exaggerates," one had said. They did note, as might be expected, that Julia's personality showed some disturbing traits, an unsavory character in certain respects, but no sign of a psychotic disorder that would explain trances, voices, or knowledge of hidden events. In short, from a psychiatric standpoint, Julia's profile was not that of a patient suffering from schizophrenia or dissociative identity disorder or any such illness. She was, strangely enough, far too normal except for the possession itself. This was a key point Gallagher would emphasize later. This was not psychosis. It was what I can only describe as paranormal ability. During that initial evaluation, Julia herself provided astonishing insights into her condition. At times, she spoke as the victim of an unwanted affliction, describing how she would fall into trance states against her will, during which the demon inside would manifest. At other moments, she almost bragged about what her alliance with Satan had given her. She admitted to Gallagher that one of her powers was indeed remote viewing. She said it matter-of-factly, with a glimmer in her eye. "I have some powers. I can see things at a distance. I can also wreak havoc whenever I want." It was such a bold claim that Gallagher leaned forward, asking her to elaborate, but Julia coyly declined to go into all of it just then. "You'll see soon enough," she said, perhaps hinting that the previous night's cat disturbance was just a small sample of what she could do. There was a hint of pride in her when she discussed these gifts. She clearly enjoyed talking about them. In fact, when Gallagher shifted the topic to her standing in the cult, Julia's eyes lit up. She unabashedly identified herself as the cult's high priestess. "You have to realize, I'm the priestess of the cult," she told him. "I'm their queen. Satan's queen. I trust him alone." The way she said Satan's queen was almost reverent. Gallagher could see the pride and satisfaction this status gave her. A funny sort of pride, he thought, given its sinister source. Julia wanted Gallagher to understand. People like her didn't serve Satan out of stupidity or madness. "We get a lot in return," she explained. "The devil rewards his faithful. Protection, power, pleasure." These were the bargains she believed she had struck. Yet intertwined with Julia's pride was an unmistakable thread of ambivalence and fear. She admitted to Gallagher that she did not like being possessed, that it troubled her deeply. Why then not leave the cult and renounce the devil altogether? He pressed. At this, Julia became evasive or defensive. She gave various reasons. She wasn't sure if she truly wanted to leave. She was afraid of what the cult, and Satan, would do to her if she tried. She doubted whether God or anyone could really help her at this point. It emerged that part of her indeed wanted help, but another part might have been testing the waters, even testing the priest and the doctor. Did she really want help? Or did she just want to cause trouble for the priest? Or was she having trouble getting away from the cult? These questions were open, and even Julia herself did not have clear answers. What Gallagher saw was a woman psychologically torn between two opposites. On one side, the allure of the dark powers she had embraced for so long, and the fear of losing them or being punished for betraying them. On the other side, the misery of her condition, the loss of control, and a perhaps buried hope that she could still be saved. Despite Julia's inner conflict, the decision was made to proceed with exorcism attempts. Father Jacques, after consulting with his superiors, arranged for an experienced exorcist, described in notes as Father A, who we will dub the pseudonym Father Allen for clarity, to take on Julia's case. Father Allen was no ordinary clergyman. He was reputedly the most experienced exorcist in the United States at that time. A towering figure, literally, at 6 feet 7 inches tall, and with the imposing bearing of a former Marine, Father Allen had seen his share of spiritual warfare. He was a man of deep faith and steely resolve, someone the demons themselves had grudgingly nicknamed as their number one enemy in the clergy. It was said that Father Allen had served in Vietnam and endured his own trials of faith during the war, only to emerge more devoted and compassionate. Details that the demon inside Julia would later taunt him with, showing a disturbing knowledge of his past. With Father Allen agreeing to lead the exorcism rites, Father Jacques would assist him. Dr. Gallagher was invited to remain involved as a medical observer and support, given his rapport with Julia and his growing conviction that this case was genuine. Additionally, a team of trusted individuals was assembled. This included a couple of nuns known for their prayerfulness and courage, at least one other physician or psychiatrist, some lay volunteers and strong helpers. Often, exorcisms have volunteers to physically restrain the afflicted if necessary, and possibly a deacon or two. Julia's case was handled with utmost discretion. Thus, instead of a public church setting, they chose the private chapel of a secluded house as the venue for the exorcism sessions. Privacy was essential, both to protect Julia's identity and safety, should her cult retaliate if they found out, and to ensure the rites could proceed without public interference. Before the formal exorcisms commenced, one more incident occurred that cemented Dr. Gallagher's belief in the reality of Julia's possession. A few days after the initial interview, Gallagher found himself riding in a car with Father Jacques and Julia. Ostensibly, they were scouting a potential location for the upcoming exorcism, but Father Jacques also wanted Gallagher to observe Julia in a more casual environment. It was a warm afternoon, the sun shining down on the highway as the priest's old Chevy sped along. Gallagher sat in the front passenger seat while Julia was in the back. At first, the drive was unremarkable. Small talk, logistics, perhaps nervous humor. Father Jacques was explaining something about Father Allen, half turning his head while driving erratically, which made Gallagher a bit anxious. Suddenly, without warning, a deep, rasping voice erupted from the back seat, She vulgarly and loudly cursed and referred to the priest as an animal or monkey. The profanity-laced snarl was shocking enough that Gallagher whipped his head around to see Julia. She was pressed back against the seat, fists clenched, her face contorted and eyes staring but oddly unfocused. The voice continued, furious and guttural, spewing a tirade. "She is ours. We will never let her go. You'll be sorry, you stupid monkey priest." The invective poured out for a full 10 minutes as the car swerved onto the shoulder and came to an abrupt halt. Father Jacques gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, as the demon within Julia berated him with contempt. The term monkey priest was a particularly jarring insult, an allusion to the belief that humans are mere animals, evolved from apes, and that priests are foolish for thinking themselves any better or closer to God. The voice sneered that humans were just monkeys playing at being important, that their prayers meant nothing. It mocked the priest's faith, calling his efforts worthless and claiming he was fighting forces far above his station. "Priests are livestock," challenging the farmers. The demon spat with derision. Gallagher sat frozen, absorbing every word, the hairs on his arm standing on end. He realized that this voice was the same kind he had expected to hear only in the controlled context of a ritual. Yet here they were, broad daylight on a highway, and the demon had manifested spontaneously. Julia herself was in some kind of trance. When Gallagher stole a glance at her face, he saw not rage but a kind of vacant malignance, as though the person, Julia, had stepped back and something else peered out through her eyes. The vitriol was aimed mostly at Father Jacques, but the content was revealing. "She belongs to us," it growled, "had been ours for years, will be forever. No one has the right to liberate her." These statements echoed classic demonic claims that exorcists have noted across many cases. The demon asserting ownership because of the person's past choices, essentially trying to scare off the rescuers by invoking a kind of diabolic legal claim. The very insistence and anger betrayed something, though. Why protest so much if they weren't threatened? Father Jacques, steadying himself after the onslaught, would later remark that the demon's vehemence suggested it knew it could lose Julia if the exorcism succeeded. Evil often blusters with confidence, but its fury can reveal fear. After the demonic outburst tapered off, Julia's body went limp for a moment. Then, as if blinking awake from a nap, she looked around confused. "Where are we? Why have we stopped?" she asked softly. She had no memory of what had just transpired. Gallagher and Father Jacques exchanged glances. Here it was again, the clear pattern of dissociative trance but without any hint of fabrication. They briefly explained to her that something had happened, that the voice had spoken through her. Julia seemed genuinely unaware and disturbed to hear it. This car episode banished any lingering doubts Gallagher may have had about the authenticity of Julia's possession. Only a truly malevolent intelligence could have orchestrated such a targeted, coherent tirade, armed with not only vulgarity, but with theological and scientific barbs, the references to evolution and cosmic hierarchy. No mental illness produces bilingual profanities about monkeys and priests out of nowhere. To Dr. Gallagher, a trained psychiatrist, this was the voice of an entity, not a mere aspect of Julia's psyche. If any further proof were needed before proceeding, another bizarre incident soon provided it. A short time after the car ride, Father Jacques was on the telephone with Dr. Gallagher, discussing arrangements for the first exorcism session. They spoke in the evening, going over who would be present and what preparations were needed. Suddenly the phone line crackled and a third voice cut into the call, a voice neither of them should have been able to hear on that call. It was Julia's voice, but twisted and distorted into the same demonic register they had heard in the car. Through the static came a furious, blood-curdling scream, directed at the priest, threats and curses in the same tone as before. "Didn't we tell you to leave her alone?" the voice shrieked, along with a string of obscenities calling the priest names and warning him away. Both men on the phone were stunned. Father Jacques broke into a sweat. He later recounted that at that moment, Julia was not physically with him or anywhere nearby. In fact, she was known to be thousands of miles away that day, visiting relatives across the country. There was no way she could be speaking into the phone, yet both he and Dr. Gallagher distinctly heard her demonic alter voice interject, as if a hateful phantom had hijacked the telephone line. Then, just as abruptly, the line cleared and the voice was gone. It left both priest and psychiatrist shaken. This meant the demon's reach was not limited to Julia's immediate vicinity. It could project phenomena across great distance, an ability that, while rare, has been reported in serious cases of possession. Gallagher would later compare it to a kind of diabolical telepathy or psychic broadcast, something no human mental condition could account for. By now, any natural explanations for Julia's case had been systematically dismantled by evidence. Foreknowledge of events, foreign voices, remote influence over animals and electronics, all witnessed by multiple people. It was time to fight the battle on spiritual grounds. The team assembled for Julia's first formal exorcism on a day in June, a day that would be recalled by those present for its unsettling contradictions. The summer sun outside was bright and merciless, the air heavy with humidity as the afternoon temperature climbed past 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Cicadas droned in the trees, and heat waves shimmered off the asphalt as cars pulled up one by one to the selected house. The property was deliberately chosen for its seclusion, a private residence with a small consecrated chapel inside, owned by a devout Catholic family who had offered it for this purpose. The house sat a good distance from any neighbors, surrounded by a thick growth of trees that gave a sense of privacy, and also, it must be said, an ominous stillness. In the driveway, Father Allen's vehicle arrived first. The tall exorcist stepped out, dressed in his black clerical garb, briefly wiping sweat from his brow. Not far behind were the two nuns, sisters in religious life, wearing simple habits, who hurried from their car to the house, carrying with them bags of sacramentals, holy water, blessed salt, a large crucifix, and a small case containing the Roman ritual, the church's exorcism prayers. They greeted Father Allen with respectful nods and went to prepare the chapel's altar and surroundings. Dr. Gallagher and a fellow medical professional, a female psychiatrist colleague, let's call her Dr. Patricia, came together, both in plain clothes but hearts pounding with anticipation of what they might see. Several lay volunteers, including two sturdy men from the parish, one a former football player and the other an ex-paramedic, were present as well. They stationed themselves tactfully at the rear, ready to assist if physical restraint or any practical help was needed. Father Jacques, looking nervous but determined, arrived with Julia in tow. Julia was dressed more demurely than usual. Perhaps at Father Jacques' request she had foregone some of her dramatic makeup and occult jewelry. Still, she wore black, and her expression was guarded. One could sense the tension in her posture. She was walking into what she knew would be a confrontation with the very forces she had served. Ambivalence radiated from her. She had agreed to be here, but fear flickered in her eyes. Possibly as they walked to the chapel door, she whispered to Father Jacques, "I'm not sure about this." The priest gently assured her that they were only going to pray, that she could stop if it became too much. She bit her lip and stepped inside. The interior of the chapel was modest and dim. It was a single-room chapel with wooden pews on either side of a central aisle, enough to seat maybe 30 people, though today it held just a dozen participants. At the front stood a small altar, draped in a white linen cloth, with a crucifix on the wall above it. Tall votive candles had been lit, their flames steady in the still indoor air. A statue of the Virgin Mary watched serenely from a niche. If one could ignore the reason they were all there, the space might have felt peaceful, a sanctuary from the summer heat and worldly worries. But on this day, the very atmosphere was charged with apprehension. As Julia and the priests entered, those already inside exchanged meaningful glances. This was it. The battle was about to begin. They had chosen mid-afternoon for the session, thinking that daylight might provide a psychological boost to everyone, an age-old instinct that light is safer, darkness more dangerous. But as Father Allen quietly instructed everyone to their places, many felt a chill of dread unrelated to superstition. Julia was seated in a sturdy armless chair at the front, facing the altar. Father Allen stood directly before her, just a few feet away, with his ritual book open. Father Jacques took up a position slightly behind and to the side of Julia, ready to assist in the prayers and to help if Julia needed support. The two nuns knelt in the front pew, rosaries in hand, already murmuring prayers under their breath. Dr. Gallagher and Dr. Patricia situated themselves a few paces back, but within clear view of Julia's face and body, so they could observe and document everything. The lay volunteers lingered near the walls, one quietly closing the chapel door and then standing guard by it. The mood was solemn. One of the priests gently explained to Julia what would happen. They would pray the ancient rite of exorcism, invoking the authority of Jesus Christ to expel any evil spirits. Julia nodded silent. She was already beginning to tremble slightly, perhaps from anxiety or from the presence of the blessed objects around her. Father Allen began by sprinkling holy water in the sign of the cross over Julia and the room. He hadn't even spoken a word of Latin yet when the first phenomenon manifested. As droplets of the holy water touched Julia's skin, she flinched and let out a soft hiss, one of pain, not just surprise. Those nearest could see wisps of steam or vapor rising where the water hit her, exposed forearms, as if it were searing hot, though of course it was, ordinary room temperature water. Red marks began to form on her skin, faint but visible, like the beginning of a welt or burn. Dr. Gallagher leaned forward, astonished. He knew from prior tests that tap water produced no reaction, but holy water did, and here it was happening under controlled conditions. Julia winced. "It burns," she whispered, voice already taking on a rasp. This subtle early reaction steeled the team's resolve. It was a sign that the demon within her recoiled at the sacred. As the preliminary prayers continued, the temperature in the chapel began to drop dramatically. Remember the sweltering heat outside? Within minutes of starting the exorcism, those present could see their own breath condensing in the air, as though an unseen cold front had blown through the room. The sudden chill was bone deep. One nun would later compare it to the cold she felt once at the scene of a tragic death. A cold that felt like the absence of something vital, she said, as if it was more than just low temperature. Indeed, a thermometer one of the team had brought would later register that the ambient temperature around Julia plummeted to near freezing within that first quarter hour. This was unnatural cold, deliberate and intense. The volunteers, dressed for summer, shivered and rubbed their arms, exchanging puzzled, frightened looks. How could it be so cold in a room that had no powerful air conditioning? And in fact, the house's AC had been set to a modest level. It was as though an invisible freezer had enveloped the space around the possessed woman. Father Allen, experienced in these matters, recognized this as a classic sign of a strong demonic presence. He did not let it deter him. If anything, he prayed louder. In Latin, he invoked, "In the name of Jesus Christ, depart now from this servant of God." The ancient syllables rang out and Julia's body tensed. At first, she simply glared at the priest with undisguised hatred, but said nothing. Father Allen continued, reciting passages of scripture and commanding the demon to reveal itself. The rite progressed, and with it Julia's resistance intensified. Soon she began to emit low growls, not unlike an angry animal. The sounds that came from her throat were guttural and not at all feminine or human. They had a wild timbre, like the snarling of a cougar or the deep-throated rumble of a tiger sizing up prey. These animalistic noises filled the chapel, echoing off the walls in a chilling cacophony. At one point, as Father Allen invoked the Archangel Michael for protection, Julia's head tilted back and from her lips came a long, unearthly howl, a sound so feral that more than one person present later likened it to being in the middle of a dangerous jungle, with beasts all around. It was an alien sound to hear in a suburban chapel, and it raised goosebumps on every arm. The volunteers felt the hair on their necks stand up, as if some primal part of them feared a predator was in the room. As these howls and growls poured forth, Julia's face and body started to change in disturbing ways. Her normally slight frame stiffened and then began to thrash in the chair. The priests had anticipated violent reactions and had asked the strongest volunteers to be ready. Now 2 men stepped up on either side of her to hold her down, and the nuns joined them, each grabbing an arm. Despite Julia's modest size, barely 120 pounds, she exhibited strength that defied reason. Even with 2 sturdy men and a woman pinning her limbs, Julia writhed with enough force to nearly break free multiple times. Those restraining her grunted with effort, amazed at how someone so small could nearly overpower them. It felt like more than human muscle was at work. It was as if they were wrestling an invisible giant that moved inside Julia's skin. At one point, her body arched upward in a bow so extreme that only her heels and the back of her head were touching the chair, a posture no normal person could sustain or perhaps even achieve intentionally. She remained rigid in that arched levitation for long seconds, then collapsed back, only to contort again moments later. The medical professionals watched in astonishment. Her spinal bend was beyond normal limits, bordering on what one might see in severe neurological tetany or a gymnast's performance. Yet this was accompanied by that chilling menagerie of voices erupting from her at the same time. Now the demon's voice, distinct from Julia's own, began to speak intelligibly. First, it came as a hissing whisper, dripping with malice. "Leave her alone, you idiot." It addressed Father Allen directly, spitting out words between bouts of Latin prayers. Father Allen responded by making the sign of the cross in the air and continuing to pray. The voice then raised, booming from Julia's slight frame, with impossible volume. "She's ours. You have no right. Leave, you imbecile priest." The insults and tone were shockingly similar to what had been heard in the car and on the phone. Clearly the same entity was now fully manifest. It laughed and sneered, sometimes breaking into mocking laughter in the middle of Father Allen's solemn incantations. What was striking to all was that the voice's timbre shifted rapidly. At times it was a deep masculine growl, other times it took on a shrill, almost feminine yet inhuman pitch. It was as though multiple personalities were cycling through Julia, except they were not personalities from her fractured mind, but rather a chorus of different demonic speakers. One would curse in a gravelly tone, another would interject in a high-pitched sing-song cruelty. Then there were the animal sounds intermingled, as if a menagerie of tortured creatures had found tongue through her. Hatred for the sacred was the common theme. Whenever Father Allen invoked holy names or presented holy objects, the reaction was immediate and violent. At one juncture, Father Jacques, assisting, held up the crucifix that had been on the altar. Julia's eyes, which until then had been rolling back or shut during some convulsions, snapped open and fixed on the crucifix with a stare of pure malice. A sound like a sizzle came from her direction, and she snarled, "Take that away!" But instead, Father Jacques stepped closer with it. Julia then did something that startled everyone. She spat towards the cross, and though her mouth was dry and she shouldn't have had any liquid to spit, a jet of saliva and phlegm hit Father Jacques' hand and forearm with astonishing accuracy. The liquid burned his skin where it landed. He gasped and jerked back, later revealing reddened splotches as if from acid. It was another inexplicable manifestation. Whether it was purely natural spit intensified by demonic malice or something preternatural, it was painful. The nuns quickly wiped his arm and the crucifix with a purificator cloth, and he bravely continued. The demons' voices took wicked pleasure in targeting the vulnerabilities of everyone present. To the priests it hurled blasphemies, calling Jesus vile names, twisting scripture in obscene ways, and proclaiming that their faith was useless. At one point, in response to the Latin prayers, Julia, or the demon, responded fluently in Latin, not with prayers but with a derisive theological counterpoint. It answered complex questions in Latin that the exorcist posed, questions about God and the demon's reason for being there. Julia had never studied Latin beyond a few basic church phrases, and here she was speaking it not only fluently, but with a sophisticated, even scholarly grasp of theological concepts. The priests and Dr. Gallagher exchanged astonished looks. This was exactly one of the signs they had learned to expect in true possession: knowledge of languages unknown to the person. The demon twisted the Latin to its purposes, answering the holy invocations with blasphemous parodies. For example, when Father Allen said, "Vouchsafe, O Lord, to deliver her," the demon snapped back in Latin with a sneer, "Lord, where is your Lord now?" followed by mocking laughter. It quoted scripture out of context and hurled it as taunts, much like the devil is said to have done during Christ's temptation. The command of Spanish was also noted. One of the attending priests later mentioned hearing clearly recognizable Spanish phrases during the onslaught, even though Julia herself could barely manage high school Spanish in normal life. This multilingual barrage underscored to all that they were not dealing with Julia's voice at all, but with something speaking through her that had knowledge beyond her own. The personal secrets soon followed. In a snarling pause between prayers, the entity let its eyes rove over the small group and began calling out individuals by embarrassing or painful facts. It started with the nuns, fixing one elderly sister with a cold grin. It said in a sing-song mockery, "Sister Mary, how is that little secret you hide from them all? The sin you hide, does your God forgive that?" The nun's face blanched. She gasped and fell to her knees in tears. It was clear to everyone that the demon had struck something deeply personal, a secret long buried and confessed only once, years before. Later, it was quietly confirmed that, decades earlier, before she entered religious life, she had carried the weight of something she had spoken of only in confession and never again. She never told a soul beyond her confessor, not even her closest friend in the convent. For the demon to dredge it up and fling it at her in front of everyone was an act of cruel psychological violence. It reveled in her anguish, taunting her. "Whore, cry to your God. He doesn't listen to the likes of you." The chapel filled with the nun's quiet sobs as she grappled with the shame and pain reawakened. Father Allen intervened with louder prayers to drown the abuse, but the demon only shifted targets. It looked at Dr. Gallagher next and smirked. In a tone almost conversational, it remarked, "Your mother, ovarian cancer, was it? Slow, painful? We watched her die." Gallagher's heart lurched. Indeed, his mother had passed away years before from ovarian cancer, something Julia absolutely could not have known by ordinary means. He had never mentioned it to her or anyone in this context. The demon was simply showing off now, flexing its access to what the Catholic tradition calls hidden knowledge. Dr. Gallagher steeled himself, refusing to give the entity the satisfaction of an emotional reaction, but inwardly he was deeply unnerved. Memories of his mother's final days flooded him unexpectedly, and he had to muster all his professionalism to maintain focus. The demon continued scanning the room, rifling through personal tragedies and sins, like a malicious librarian pulling out books. One of the strong male volunteers was derided for secretly cheating on his wife. He turned beet red, confirming the truth of it, and bowed his head in shame. Another was taunted for a secret fear he harbored since childhood, that he was worthless. The voice cruelly whispering, "Your father was right about you," causing the man to break into a sweat. To Dr. Patricia, the assisting psychiatrist, it hissed about a private trauma she'd endured. "How's the little girl you lost, doctor? Did you think of baptizing her before she died?" That doctor's eyes widened with shock, tears brimming. She had lost a child in miscarriage years ago, something she rarely spoke of, and indeed had once confided regretting not having a chance to baptize the baby. The demon's precision in hitting these intimate wounds was beyond chilling. It was outright horrifying. Each revelation felt like an assault on the very soul of its target, designed to break their courage and focus. And it nearly did. A few of the volunteers were so shaken, they later admitted they considered fleeing the chapel at that point. Only the firm, steady presence of Father Allen and the constant flow of Latin prayers kept the group anchored. As the exorcism progressed into its second hour, physical phenomena around the room grew more dramatic. Objects that had been secure on a side shelf suddenly flew off and clattered to the floor with loud bangs. A Bible, a vial of holy oil, and some rosaries, all hurled by unseen force. The violence of the movement was startling. One rosary even snapped, scattering beads across the floor. One of the candles on the altar was snuffed out abruptly, plunging that corner into gloom. Then, inexplicably, the thick white candle reignited on its own, flaring back to life as if an invisible hand had lit it. The team tried to ignore these distractions, but it was clear that the demon was thrashing, trying to disrupt the ritual by any means. In one startling moment, the large crucifix on the wall, which was secured by a sturdy hook, began to rotate. It turned slowly at first, an unnatural sight, as if someone were twisting it. Then it started spinning faster and faster, becoming a blurred shape on the wall. Everyone saw it, and a couple of the volunteers cried out in alarm. Father Jacques commanded, "By the power of the Son of God, Jesus Christ our Lord, I command this evil to end and this darkness to break." And the crucifix abruptly halted, now hanging completely upside down, a classic sign of desecration. A palpable wave of dark glee emanated from Julia's direction as the demon chuckled at their discomfort. The holy water test was repeated during the session to silence any doubters among the team. As before, they used two identical containers, one with plain water and one with holy water blessed by Father Alan. Julia was not allowed to see which was which. When a few drops of the plain water were sprinkled on her forehead, she merely blinked and snarled, "Don't splash me." But nothing else happened. However, the moment the holy water touched her skin, she screamed in agony, a blood-curdling shriek. "It burns! It burns!" Steam rose from her skin and red blister-like welts formed along the path of the droplets. Dr. Patricia observed them forming in real time, little bubbles of raised, angry flesh as if scalded. This stark difference, observed under objective conditions, was stunning. No psychosomatic reaction could so instantly cause water to seem to burn like acid. It was a tangible confirmation that whatever inhabited Julia reacted viscerally to the sacred. Then came one of the most extraordinary events of the entire saga, one that multiple witnesses later swore to in signed statements. Amid the prayers and cries, there was a sudden lull, a weird silence as Julia's body went rigid and then started to rise from the chair. To the astonishment of all, Julia levitated about 6 inches off her seat, hovering in the air. She was not flailing. She appeared as if frozen in space, her back a bit arched, chin lifted, eyes closed, hands slack. The men who had been holding her stumbled back, exclaiming in surprise. For a moment, nobody moved. They were transfixed by the impossibility of what they were seeing. Then Father Alan urgently motioned to the volunteers, and they sprang into action, each grabbing at part of her to hold her down. Even with 3 or 4 people applying their weight, Julia's body remained aloft, resisting being pushed to the ground as if buoyed by an invisible force. One witness would later say, "It felt like trying to push down on a piece of wood floating up in water. There was a continuous pressure upward." Julia's levitation lasted a remarkably long time. Later estimates put it at about 30 minutes of sustained defiance of gravity. During this period, Father Alan redoubled his prayers, his voice ringing with authority, and, it must be admitted, a note of desperation too. Everyone present was deeply frightened, even though as faithful people they believed in miracles. To see a human being float in midair confronted them with something for which training can never fully prepare you. Dr. Gallagher kept a hand pressed to Julia's shoulder, feeling the upward pressure as though a strong magnet were pulling her, while with his other hand he felt for any wires or trick devices. There were none, of course. This was, in his professional and personal view, truly inexplicable by normal science. A professor of physics might have fainted on the spot, witnessing the laws of nature so brazenly upended. Eventually, after half an hour, Julia's body descended back onto the chair as suddenly as it had risen. She fell forward, limp, and would have crumpled to the floor had the team not caught her. She came out of the trance shortly thereafter, dazed and unaware of much of what had happened. When told she had been floating, her eyes widened in genuine alarm. Clearly she had no memory of it. "No, that's not possible," she murmured, shaking, but the ashen faces around her left no doubt that it was real. Levitation is one of the rarest and most dramatic signs of possession, reported in historical accounts but seldom witnessed in modern times. For those in that chapel, it was a once-in-a-lifetime, or once-in-a-century, as Father Alan would later say, occurrence. They had just seen with their own eyes what any ordinary person, or scientist, would deem impossible. It was as if the demon, cornered and enraged by the prayers, had attempted a grand spectacle either to scare them off or to tear free from Julia's body by force. But the restraining hands and prayers kept her from flying higher. Some believe she might have gone clear to the ceiling if unrestrained. By the end of that first major session, everyone was exhausted. Julia herself, after returning to normal consciousness, broke down in tears. She felt sore, bruised, and emotionally shattered without knowing fully why. The team had to gently explain some of what happened, not every detail of the insults, but the general manifestations. They emphasized the positive. You stayed through it. The prayers are working. The demon clearly is suffering. That's why it lashed out so much. Father Alan, though drained, tried to encourage Julia that this was a step forward, that God's power had been witnessed in restraining the demon's worst attempts. Julia, however, seemed unconvinced. She was shaken to her core by the ordeal of essentially being unconscious while something used her body like a battlefield. It frightened her understandably. The aftermath of the first exorcism was a mix of relief and disappointment. Relief that they had survived it and that so many classic signs had been validated, giving credence to the need to continue. Disappointment because Julia was not yet free. In fact, it appeared the demon had only been driven back temporarily, not expelled. Julia still felt its presence inside her, lurking, and her own ambivalence hadn't lessened. If anything, she was now more terrified of what full deliverance might entail. For the demon had hissed a parting threat as it left her in that session. "If you do this, we will kill you. You are ours forever." Perhaps only Julia heard this internally, or maybe it was audible. Accounts differ, but the message was received. Nonetheless, the exorcism team regrouped. They held multiple sessions over the ensuing weeks and months. In total, 8 exorcisms were conducted on Julia. Each session played out with variations of the phenomena already described. There were days when Julia walked in seemingly strong and determined, cursing the demon and declaring she wanted it gone. On those days, the demon's resistance was fierce and blatant, similar to the first session. Then there were days she arrived sullen or fearful, perhaps secretly backsliding into the cult's influence. It was suspected she was still in contact with cult members and possibly attending some rituals in between exorcisms. On those more ambivalent days, the demon's manifestation was oddly less, almost as if it didn't need to fight hard because Julia's will wasn't fully opposing it. Indeed, the intensity of each exorcism seemed correlated with Julia's own inner resolve. When she truly wanted help, the demon raged. When she wavered, the demon would sometimes just toy with them, letting her body go limp and laughing that this is pointless. The pattern of cold and heat persisted. Often at the start of a session, that unnatural chill would sweep in, a signal that the entity was present and ready to put on its show of power. Partway through the rites, as prayers intensified and holy objects were pressed to Julia's body, like a crucifix placed against her, or at one point, a consecrated communion host held near her lips, the temperature would swing violently to the other extreme. Witnesses described waves of stifling heat emanating from Julia, an oppressive, heavy heat that made breathing difficult, like standing next to an open furnace. Sweat would pour from everyone, drenching their clothes, even as the room's corners remained cool. A thermometer brought near Julia during one intense surge read over 115 degrees Fahrenheit around her, while just a few feet away the air was normal room temperature. These wild fluctuations were not random. They seemed to correspond to the entity's emotional state. When it was furious and in pain under the assault of prayers or relics, the heat flared as if its rage set the very atmosphere boiling. When it was mocking or lying low, the cold returned, a frigid calm of malice. One priest described these cycles poetically as rhythmic waves of hell washing over us. Throughout the exorcisms, Julia's remote viewing and clairvoyant powers occasionally manifested in real time as well. During one session, as recounted later by Dr. Gallagher, Julia suddenly fell out of the demonic trance and began describing a scene that had nothing to do with the exorcism room. Her eyes took on that distant gaze, and she said quietly, "I see Father Allen, but he's not here." Father Allen, standing right in front of her, was puzzled. "No," she said, "I see the other you." The one far away. Everyone paused, realizing she might be remote viewing the chief exorcist's own mental image, or perhaps his other daily life. To test her, Dr. Gallagher asked gently, "What is Father Allen doing?" Without emotion, Julia described a beach and said that Father Allen was walking along it, having left a conference because his arthritis was bothering him in the damp weather. She noted, "He's wearing his blue windbreaker, the one with the tear on the pocket that his sister nags him about." Father Allen's eyes widened in shock. He indeed owned such a jacket and had worn it on a walk by the ocean the previous evening after experiencing joint pain. He had not told anyone this plan. Julia even mentioned the small black breviary he held, noting that he kept losing his place because of pain. A quick phone call later to a colleague of Father Allen confirmed every detail of Julia's vision. These unsettling demonstrations hammered home that Julia's paranormal abilities were intact even during the period of exorcisms, perhaps granted to her by the demon, or simply a leftover of her long involvement with evil. It illustrated the depth of the spiritual entanglement. She wasn't just possessed in a passive sense, she had been an active agent of darkness with powers of her own, which blurred the lines in trying to expel the invading spirit. Those powers sometimes were used against the team outside the sessions as well, as continued harassment. Several participants reported disturbing experiences on their own time. One nurse who volunteered said she heard scratching in her walls at night and a shadowy form at the foot of her bed that vanished when she prayed. Another helper had nightmares of Julia's face transforming into a demonic visage and lunging at him. And famously, Dr. Gallagher himself continued to experience bizarre phenomena at home. On one occasion, he was about to drift off to sleep when he heard a familiar raspy voice emanating from the corner of his bedroom. "Richard, we see you. Leave it alone." His bedside lamp flickered and his cats, perhaps remembering their previous torment, bolted from the room in terror. By the time he gathered the courage to turn on the lights fully, there was, of course, nothing there, but he knew what he'd heard. Another time, Gallagher's wife answered a phone call at home, only to hear an array of guttural laughs and someone or something calling her by a vile insult before the line went dead. These incidents, while not constant, were clearly timed to coincide with the most pivotal exorcism efforts, as if the demon had spare energy to taunt and intimidate anyone helping Julia. It was psychological warfare, meant to wear down the support system around Julia. However, those supporting Julia were fortified by faith and by the evidence that slowly but surely the demon was being weakened. Father Allen noted that with each session, Julia seemed to regain a bit more lucidity and self-control, at least temporarily, during the prayers. The demon's hold was loosening, but it was far from broken. A critical impasse was reached as they neared the 8th session. By then, Julia had endured much. Physically, she was fatigued and a bit frail. The possessions and exorcisms took a toll on her body. She lost weight, had dark circles under her eyes, and carried bruises and scratches, some self-inflicted during trances, others from necessary restraints, on her arms. Mentally, she was conflicted as ever, perhaps even more so. While part of her certainly hated the suffering and yearned to be normal, another part still clung to the cult's promises and her status. She confided quietly to Dr. Gallagher in a rare, calm moment that she missed the feeling of power. "It's like being a drug addict, I guess," she said haltingly. "I got hooked on what he gave me. The knowledge, the influence, even the fear I could inspire in others. I liked it. Is that awful?" Gallagher responded with compassion that it was understandable. Evil often tastes sweet before it turns bitter. She also admitted something more intimate. She had once felt protected by Satan, loved in a twisted sense, especially by the cult leader Daniel, who had been both a dark mentor and, she implied, a lover to her. But now that she had shown weakness by seeking help, Daniel and the cult felt more like a threat. She was in a limbo, belonging nowhere fully. Spiritually, the great hurdle remained. Julia had not renounced her pact with Satan. Every exorcist knows that free will is the linchpin in a possession case. The church can pray and command demons all day, but if the possessed person wills continued invitation to the demon or refuses to let go of the evil, the exorcism cannot fully succeed. Demons claim rights over their victims, especially when invited, and they ferociously argue that claim before God, as illustrated by the demon's protest, "She gave herself to us, no one can liberate her." Father Allen privately expressed to Dr. Gallagher that he worried Julia deep down didn't want to be free, not completely. Or worse, that she didn't believe freedom was even possible. The demon's lies had perhaps sown despair in her that God would never take her back. And indeed, Julia voiced such sentiments sometimes. "How can I turn to God now? Where was he when I needed him? I'm too dirty for him." Words the team gently tried to counter with assurances of God's mercy. But the shadow of doubt and fatalism hung about her. She once snapped during a discussion, "Renounce Satan? Are you kidding? You don't just walk away from him. I know too well what he can do to traitors." She showed them scars, some literal burn-like scars on her back and legs, that she attributed to demonic punishment for disobedience. "This is what hellfire really is," she whispered. "It comes from him. He can burn me from the inside any time he wants. And he does." Such was the fear binding her, The eighth exorcism session was the most intense of them all, a culmination of the demon's fury and perhaps its last stand. In that session, all the phenomena we've described reached a peak. The cold was arctic, the heat sweltering, the voices more belligerent than ever, volleying between Latin curses and English threats, the physical assault so violent that one volunteer suffered a minor injury when a flying object, a thrown book, struck his forehead and cut it. Father Allen later told Dr. Gallagher that during that battle he felt at the very gates of hell. Never in all his exorcisms had he encountered a demon so bold and seemingly unfazed by the usual commands. At one climactic moment when he invoked the holy name repeatedly, Julia, or the demon, answered with a demonic litany of her own, naming high-ranking demons ancient and foul, as if calling for reinforcements. It took every ounce of prayer and focus for the team to push through that crescendo of evil. By the end of the session, as Julia came to, she was found weeping blood, tearfully sobbing, and in the corners of her eyes there was a reddish tinge that looked like diluted blood. Whether it was an actual supernatural phenomenon or simply burst capillaries from the strain is unclear, but it left an impression of stigmata-like sorrow on her face. And then Julia spoke the words the team dreaded. No more. I can't do this again. She declared that she was done with exorcisms, that she wanted to stop. It wasn't a rageful outburst. It was said in a tone of defeat and exhaustion. No amount of pleading by Father Jacques or coaxing by Dr. Gallagher could sway her that day. They didn't try to force another session on the spot. One cannot ethically or practically continue an exorcism if the subject adamantly withdraws consent. So they stopped. Everyone left that day with heavy hearts. It seemed that, at the brink of victory perhaps, Julia had given up or lost the will to fight. She was conflicted, Gallagher explained. She enjoyed some of the powers she had, implying that deep down she wasn't ready to surrender the dark gifts, nor face life without them. Another factor likely loomed, fear of retaliation. By quitting now, perhaps she hoped to placate the demon and her cult, to say, I'm not going through with it, please lessen my punishment. In essence, Julia made a tragic choice to accept a compromised existence, rather than endure what it took to be fully free. After the cessation of the exorcisms, Julia distanced herself from the team. Father Jacques tried to maintain contact, urging her to reconsider, but she was largely unresponsive. Over the next year, Julia's life took a downturn. She fell back into the orbit of her cult. Perhaps they offered her a twisted welcome back, but she was not the same vibrant high priestess as before. Sources suggest she became more of a shell, plagued by the possession that still held her, but no longer indulging in the adrenaline of rituals. It was as if, in failing to break free, she had lost even the demonic luster she once had, descending into a personal hell of half-possessed misery and cult-driven paranoia. Then, unexpectedly, about a year later, Julia reached out one last time. She telephoned Father Jacques, her voice weak and trembling. She conveyed that she was very ill. In fact, doctors had diagnosed her with an advanced form of cancer. The cruel detail, terminal cancer, likely beyond treatment. Some recall it being lung cancer or something similarly dire. But whatever it was, Julia knew she was facing death. This news hit both priest and doctor with sorrow and urgency. Julia said she wanted to resume exorcism. I don't want to die with this in me, she said simply. It was clear she was terrified of what might become of her soul if she died still bound to the demon. Perhaps the reality of impending death clarified things for her. The powers and cult loyalty surely meant nothing in the face of eternity. Father Jacques immediately contacted Dr. Gallagher, and together they cautiously rejoiced. Maybe this was the prodigal daughter returning at last, ready to renounce and be saved. However, as Gallagher and Jacques gently probed Julia's readiness, some hesitation still lingered. Gallagher asked her permission to speak with her oncologist, to understand her health status and see if she was strong enough for the strenuous exorcism process again. Julia said she'd think about it, which was not the enthusiastic consent they hoped for. They also needed to coordinate with the exorcism team again. Father Allen, by now an older man, would need to agree to resume, and only if Julia herself was firmly committed. Arrangements were tentatively put in motion. But then, Julia vanished from contact. She did not return calls or messages. It was as if she'd gotten cold feet once more, or perhaps something or someone intervened to stop her. The priest and the doctor tried repeatedly to reach her, to no avail. In the ensuing months, they scoured obituaries and inquired discreetly through any contacts if Julia had passed away. They found no public record of her death under her pseudonymous identity, but given her desire for privacy and the cult's likely involvement, it would not be surprising if news was kept hidden. The sad truth gradually settled in their hearts. Julia likely died still possessed, still entangled with the evil that had overtaken her life. The final tragedy was that they never got to learn if, in her last moments, she made peace or finally called out to God. Perhaps in the solitude of her terminal days, she did cry out for divine mercy. Or perhaps she remained defiant or in despair to the end. No one can say for certain. Father Jacques, who had been so intimately involved, took her silence as confirmation of her death and prayed fervently for her soul. He himself passed away a few years later, never fully knowing what became of Julia in her final chapter. Dr. Richard Gallagher went on to share Julia's story, with her permission given before when she was still alive and had told him to educate others, as a cautionary tale and a testament to things science alone cannot explain. He emphasized that Julia's case was unequivocal, meeting every criterion of true possession. He often found himself asking doubters, "Have you ever seen a psychotic speak perfect Latin or levitate?" The answer was obvious. To Gallagher, Julia's fate was a somber reminder of the reality of evil and the dangers of dabbling in the occult. He wrote about her not to sensationalize, but to educate both his fellow professionals and the general public that demonic forces, however rare, are real and sometimes manifest in extreme ways, even today. The case also taught that exorcism is not a magic cure. It requires the person's full cooperation and willingness to turn away from darkness, which remains a matter of free will. In Julia's struggle, Gallagher saw both the mercy and the tragedy. Mercy in that she was given many opportunities and clear evidence of goodness. The power of prayer was tangible in those sessions. Tragedy in that she ultimately could not bring herself to walk fully into that light. The story of Julia, the satanic queen, the possessed high priestess of New York, is more than a catalogue of horrors. It is a human story, a drama of choice and consequence, of pride and fear, of the limits of help when help is refused. Those dark sessions in the quiet chapel have left an indelible imprint on all who were there. Years later, some of the nuns and priests involved would say that not a day goes by that they do not pray for Julia's soul, hoping that in her final moments she made peace with God. They take comfort in believing that no soul is truly beyond the reach of divine mercy, even one that walks so far into shadow. And yet, the heavy lesson remains. One must want to be saved. In the ministry of exorcism, as in life, free will is sacrosanct. Heaven will not force itself upon a heart that clings to hell. For the rest of us, Julia's case serves as a stark caution. It peels back the curtain on a reality we often prefer to think belongs to medieval folklore. But this happened in modern New York, in the lifetime of people still among us, under the scrutiny of psychiatrists and skeptics turned witnesses. It challenges our comfortable assumptions that evil is merely metaphor or mental illness. Dr. Gallagher himself, once a self-professed man of pure science, emerged from this case convinced that intelligent, preternatural evil is at work in our world. Julia's possession was not an antiquated scare story, but a clinical, observed event that upended his understanding of reality. "I've seen the real thing," he wrote plainly. And indeed he had. Julia's levitation, her knowledge of hidden things, the physical impossibilities witnessed, these are either one of the greatest shared hallucinations in history, or they are evidence that some doors, once opened, can unleash forces beyond our control. One might ask, why would God allow such a terrifying ordeal? Those in the ministry would answer that sometimes, in his permissive will, God allows evil to manifest, so that the greater good of truth may shine. Julia's case has in fact fortified the faith of many who have heard it, oddly enough. Priests who doubted the existence of the demonic now speak with renewed conviction about spiritual warfare. Laypeople who toyed with Ouija boards or innocent occult games hear Julia's story and think twice, realizing these practices can be entry points to something deeply dark. In a world that often laughs off the devil as a superstition, Julia's case is a sobering counterpoint. Even the Washington Post, hardly a purveyor of the supernatural, published Gallagher's account, bringing this narrative to the mainstream and forcing a conversation among skeptics and believers alike. Atmospherically, the tale of Julia lingers like a cold spot in a warm room. One imagines her spirit, whether in final rest or tormented wandering, and prays that somehow she found the peace in death that eluded her in life. The investigators and clergy console themselves that they did all they could, that perhaps their efforts at least weakened the demon's hold enough that in her last hours she could turn to God. It's a hope no one can confirm, but they cling to it. From a purely narrative standpoint, Julia's possession is a tragedy in 3 acts: seduction, struggle, and stalemate. Seduction by darkness in her youth, the struggle of exorcism in her middle age, and the stalemate at the end where neither side claimed full victory on earth. The demon did not get to fully destroy Julia in a theatrical way. She sought help and resisted enough to vex it greatly, but it also was not cast out by the time the curtain fell. It's a haunting equilibrium, a reminder that in the real world not every story has a neat happy ending. Yet, amid that, there are glimmers of meaning. Dr. Gallagher often reflects on how, even in the worst of it, Christ's power was evident. The demon raged because it felt threatened by the prayers, a sign that, had Julia cooperated wholly, deliverance would have been assured in time. Jesus was clearly the most effective exorcist in history, Gallagher notes, and the church merely continues that work. He takes solace in believing he and the team were on the winning side, ultimately. He carries no fear now, only a firm resolve to help others and to warn against what he calls spectacular evil. In his lectures, he sometimes recounts Julia's battle and ends with a gentle admonition: do not open doors to darkness, but if you have, know that there is help and there is hope, but you must choose it. Julia's story is deeply unsettling, as it was meant to be. It's not a cozy bedtime ghost tale that ends with the monster vanquished. It leaves us with the image of a woman who, having once crowned herself a queen of Satan, discovered that the crown was made of thorns and flame, and when she tried to remove it, the very forces she had glorified turned on her with merciless ferocity. It's the stuff of nightmares, all the more so because it really happened, not in a haunted castle, but in a quiet modern neighborhood of New York. If there is any light to take from this darkness, it is the reaffirmation that good and evil are real, and our choices between them have profound consequences. Julia's life arc screams a warning that some bargains are Faustian and not worth the fleeting rewards. It also highlights the compassion and courage of those who tried to save her: priests, doctors, laypeople, who risked much, spiritually and perhaps physically, out of a love for a lost sheep. Even in failure, there is something noble in their effort, a reflection of the divine shepherd who never stops seeking the one gone astray. And so, in the end, we let Julia's story stand as it is, a chronicle of real evil manifesting in modern times, of a woman tragically ensnared by her own free will, and of an earnest fight to pull her back that teaches us about the limits of what others can do for a soul that won't fully let go. The case of Julia whispers to us in the dark: be wary of the darkness you invite, for it may devour you, but also never underestimate the light, for even when darkness claims victory, the light is still there, waiting for a single plea to burst forth and overcome. Julia didn't get her earthly happy ending, but may we hope that in her final breath, in a hospital bed or wherever she lay, she found the strength to say one genuine "God, help me," and that the God whom she doubted rushed in to snatch her soul from the jaws of the waiting demon. We'll never know in this life. What we do know is that her story has helped open many eyes to the reality of spiritual warfare. For that, perhaps Julia's suffering was not in vain. We conclude, thus ends the account of the possession of Julia, a case of real evil in modern New York. Every detail herein was drawn from those who lived it, their journals, their testimonies, their sworn affidavits, and stands as part of the remarkable, terrifying true history of demonic possession in our times. It is a story to remember when one's path skirts the edges of darkness, and a story to inspire gratitude for the often unseen goodness that ceaselessly fights to reclaim even the most lost among us. That's the story. It's one of those cases that stays with you, The kind you finish researching and realize the room feels different, colder, quieter. Whether you see this as proof of the supernatural or simply a window into the darkest corners of the human soul, one thing's certain: evil doesn't need to announce itself. Sometimes it hides in plain sight, waiting for belief or doubt to let it in. Thank you for listening tonight and for helping the Fall Asleep podcast grow to what it's become. We're still chasing that 20,000 subscriber goal. So if you haven't yet, take a second and hit that button. It helps more than you know. Sleep lightly tonight. Halloween is here and the veil is thin. Good night, everyone. I'll see you next week. In 15th century France, there is a case so disturbing, so horrific, that it borders on the unbelievable. And yet, every part of it comes from true French history. This is the story of a celebrated nobleman, a marshal of France, a companion of Joan of Arc. Then came the accusations that behind the walls of his castles, Gilles de Rais had abandoned the honor that had once made him one of France's greatest noblemen. According to sworn testimony, he had turned to forbidden rituals, the summoning of a demon called Baron, and horrific, indescribable child offerings in the desperate pursuit of wealth and power. It sits at the intersection of history, crime, religion, folklore, and demonology. For nearly 6 centuries, historians, theologians, and storytellers have struggled to understand what happened inside those locked castle chambers. Now, the Fall Asleep podcast tells the complete story of the rise and fall of a powerful French nobleman and his descent into the world of demonic ritual, forbidden pacts, and occult belief. This isn't a conspiracy. This isn't internet folklore. This is one of the darkest and most controversial cases in French history. Too controversial for YouTube. The Demon in the French Kingdom, the case of Gilles de Rais. The full 2-hour historical and demonological investigation is available now, only on Patreon. The link is in the description below. Head over to Patreon today to unlock the complete archive of episodes, ad-free listening, and early access to every new release. Next week's episode, The Complete History of Hell, is already waiting for you. The Fall Asleep podcast on Patreon is your Netflix for scary podcasts. Evening, lads. Mason here. Welcome back to the Fall Asleep podcast, where each episode is a quiet step into something you weren't supposed to hear. No drama, no background music, just the soft unraveling of one terrifying story, told slow, from beginning to end. Tonight we're going back to 1906, to a Catholic mission deep in the hills of South Africa, the kind of place you'd expect peace, prayers, gardens, quiet, but something else happened there. Something so disturbing that over 100 people claimed to have seen it with their own eyes. This is the story of Clara Germana Sely, a 16-year-old orphan baptized and raised by nuns, who one day confessed she had made a pact with the devil. What followed was weeks of escalating horror. Voices not her own, knowledge of languages she'd never learned, supernatural strength, levitation, and full-blown exorcisms, which ended with a girl, a priest, and 8 restrainers all being lifted off the ground together. This isn't a movie script. These were documented, recorded, witnessed. Even the Vatican got involved. What makes it so unsettling is that the people closest to her, nuns, priests, fellow students, were all in agreement. They believed what they saw, and some of them never forgot it. As always, this podcast isn't about jump scares. It's about real darkness, the kind that hides in faith, silence, and memory, the kind that doesn't shout but whispers and waits. So if you're into stories that dig deep, that unfold slow, and stay with you long after the lights are off, make sure to subscribe. Our goal is 10,000 subscribers, and your support really means a lot. Whether you're on a late drive, easing into bed, or just looking for something to keep you company tonight, I hope this story keeps you still. Let's begin. This is Char TV, and you're listening to the Fall Asleep podcast.
Oh my god, what is that?
Sleep. A gentle descent into the unknown. But beware, for tonight, as you close your eyes, something may be watching from the dark behind them. The Fall Asleep Podcast.
In the year 1906, at a secluded Catholic mission station nestled in the green hills of Natal, South Africa, an unsettling presence took hold of a young girl. This quiet mission, St. Michael's Mission at Marion Hill in the village of Umzinto, was a place of prayer, learning, and refuge. There, under the warm African sun, orphans and children of the local community were raised and educated by devoted nuns and priests. Life at the mission normally followed a peaceful rhythm: dawn masses with sunlight spilling through chapel windows, lessons in the little schoolhouse filled with the soft murmurs of recitation, and evenings punctuated by the soothing chorus of crickets from the surrounding countryside. But in late summer of 1906, an ominous tension began to coil beneath this veneer of tranquility. It started subtly, a shift in demeanor, a shadow behind a young girl's eyes, and soon erupted into one of the most disturbing accounts of demonic possession ever documented on the African continent. This is the chronologically told true tale of Clara Germana Sell, a 16-year-old student and orphan at Marion Hill, whose alleged possession and exorcism would rattle even the most steadfast souls. Clara Germana Selle was born around 1890 in South Africa. Little is known of her earliest days, except that she was of local African heritage and tragically orphaned as an infant. As a baby, she was baptized into the Christian faith by missionaries, and by age 4, the child found a new home at St. Michael's Mission in Natal, a Catholic mission station run by a German-founded monastic community known as the Marion Hill Missionaries. The sisters and priests at the mission became her family, raising her within the fold of the church. At the turn of the 20th century, Natal was still a wild and largely rural province. The Marion Hill Mission, where Clara grew up, was a modest oasis of civilization amid rolling green veld. Red-roofed sandstone buildings, a chapel, a dormitory, a small schoolhouse, clustered together under the South African sky. Surrounding them were cultivated fields and orchards tended by the mission, and beyond those the land stretched into gentle hills dotted with acacia trees. The air often carried the clean scents of tilled earth and wood smoke from the mission's kitchens. Within those walls, the rhythms of prayer and work governed life. Nuns in humble habits bustled about their tasks, teaching the children, cooking simple meals of porridge and stew, tending a small clinic, all while humming hymns or whispering prayers. Young Clara was one among many children under their care, and by all accounts she was an ordinary, devout girl in her youth. From childhood through her mid-teens, Clara gave no cause for concern. She was described by those who knew her as kind-hearted, polite, and earnest in her faith, a girl who eagerly learned her catechism and participated in daily mass. Surrounded by the strong religious atmosphere of the mission, Clara's worldview became firmly rooted in Catholic devotion. She dutifully crossed herself before every meal, sang in the chapel choir with an angelic voice, and could often be seen gently leading younger children in evening prayers. The missionaries considered her a model student and a credit to their efforts, proof that a child from even the most tragic beginnings could be molded into a pious young Christian with the church's guidance. Yet Clara was also a teenager, with a teenager's heart and struggles. In 1906, as she neared her 16th birthday, those closest to her noticed flickers of inner conflict. At times she grew restless and moody, gazing out the mission schoolhouse window as though longing for something beyond the mission's confines. Perhaps she felt the pangs of missing parents she never knew, or a yearning for freedom beyond the disciplined life of the convent school. On rare occasions she was seen alone in a corner of the chapel, eyes shut tight, fists clenched, as if wrestling silently with her thoughts or with unseen doubts. The sisters gently counseled her whenever she seemed troubled. Clara usually smiled and returned to her chores or studies with renewed dedication after these talks. No one could have predicted that these small signs of teenage turbulence were harbingers of a far more ominous storm gathering around Clara's soul. In early August of 1906, something changed within Clara, something subtle yet profound. Whispers later swirled that the girl had committed a grave spiritual error in a moment of weakness. According to Father Erasmus Herner, the mission priest who served as Clara's confessor, the 16-year-old came to him with a startling admission. Clara claimed that she had made a pact with Satan. This confession was extraordinary and chilling. One can imagine the scene in the quiet shadows of the confessional, Clara's trembling voice admitting to the elderly priest that, whether out of desperation or rebellion, she had invoked the devil himself and offered herself in some sort of diabolical bargain. Perhaps she sought some favor or power. Perhaps it was an impulsive outburst of anger against God. The exact reason for Clara's dark pact remains unclear. She herself never fully explained it, but those words, once spoken, hung heavily in the air. Father Erasmus Herner was deeply alarmed by Clara's claim. He had known the girl since she was a little 4-year-old, clinging to the nun's skirts. He had baptized her, taught her the catechism, and heard her innocent childhood confessions. To hear such a blasphemous declaration from her at 16 must have stunned him. And yet, being a prudent clergyman, Father Erasmus initially hoped that perhaps Clara's words were merely the product of a troubled mind or an adolescent fancy. It was unprecedented for a devout girl like her to deliberately sell her soul, as it were. In the priest's experience, sometimes young people, especially orphans who had endured emotional hardships, might act out with shocking words without truly meaning them. So Father Erasmus offered Clara the sacrament of reconciliation, urging her to renounce whatever rash vow she had uttered. She dutifully prayed the act of contrition and received absolution. The matter for the moment remained a secret of the confessional. The priest likely assigned her penance, extra prayers or fasting, and counseled her to pray for God's protection. After all, if she had indeed invited Satan's influence, that was not something to take lightly. Clara left the confessional that day forgiven in the church's eyes. By outward appearances, life at the mission continued normally. The confession was not widely discussed. In fact, Father Erasmus kept it in confidence, only hinting to the other staff that Clara had been undergoing some spiritual struggles and needed support. However, as the hot days of August stretched on, Clara's behavior began to shift in unsettling ways that would soon make it impossible to dismiss her confession as mere fancy. What had been a quiet internal conflict now started to manifest in the open. Some evenings, Sister Maria, one of the nuns who watched over the girls' dormitory, heard Clara mumbling intensely to herself, as if carrying on a hurried conversation. When asked who she was speaking to, Clara would flush and claim it was no one, or that she had been praying. Other times, passing by the small dormitory chapel at dusk, a sister would catch Clara in there alone, whispering in an urgent low tone at the empty air, her words too soft to make out. The nun might gently ask if Clara was all right, only to have the girl gaze back with an unnerving intensity before smiling and nodding quietly. These incidents, while odd, were not yet overtly alarming. The sisters noted them as examples of Clara's unpredictability, perhaps thinking she was simply experiencing some adolescent mood swings. Then the outburst began. Minor at first, an uncharacteristic flash of anger here, a disobedient remark there. In the refectory one day, Clara suddenly knocked over her cup and stood up in the middle of supper, eyes unfocused, muttering something under her breath. A fellow student touched her arm worriedly, and Clara snapped, hissing at the girl to leave her be. Moments later, Clara seemed to come to her senses and apologized tearfully. The nuns, though concerned, thought perhaps Clara was ill or emotionally distraught. They resolved to keep a closer eye on her. As days passed, the erratic behavior escalated. Clara was sometimes seen glaring at nothing, her lips moving in silent argument with an unseen presence. One afternoon in a scripture class, she suddenly burst into a fit of sardonic laughter during the reading of a gospel passage, a laugh so out of place and bitter that it sent chills through the room. When a teacher sternly asked what was the matter, Clara clapped a hand over her own mouth as if shocked at herself and ran out of the room trembling. These inexplicable episodes began to unsettle the entire community. The other students kept their distance from Clara, whispering that she was acting crazy or possessed. The phrase possessed at this point was mere conjecture, a frightened label for behavior that defied their understanding, but soon it would prove prophetic. By mid-August, the atmosphere around Clara had changed from merely worrisome to palpably menacing. A dark aura seemed to cling to her. The cheerful girl who used to eagerly attend every mass was now often absent from chapel, or, if present, she fidgeted and grimaced throughout the service. Once, during a quiet moment of the liturgy, Clara abruptly stood and bolted outside, later claiming she felt unwell. In truth, she had felt an overwhelming urge to flee the sacred space. She began to avoid prayers and devotional activities she once embraced. It was as if something within her recoiled from holy things. The nuns grew increasingly concerned that Clara's troubles were beyond the ordinary, suspecting she might be suffering from an illness, perhaps a fever affecting her mind. They had the mission's physician examine her. According to the doctor, physically she was in sound health for a girl of 16. No fever, no signs of delirium or disease. Her strength and reflexes were normal, though this assessment would soon be wildly outdated. The doctor could only suggest that perhaps the girl was undergoing some kind of nervous crisis or hysteria, and recommended rest. Clara was given lighter duties and allowed to skip classes to recuperate, but this did little to improve her condition. In fact, left idle, she seemed to sink deeper into whatever turmoil plagued her soul. Late one evening, Sister Agnes, one of Clara's primary caretakers, passed by the dormitory and heard a hushed, urgent voice from behind the closed door of Clara's room. Peeking in, the nun saw a disturbing sight. Clara was crouched in the corner, facing the wall, her back to the door. The lamplight revealed that the girl's nightdress was rumpled, as if she'd been tossing about, and her dark hair hung disheveled. She was clearly engrossed in conversation with someone who wasn't there. Clara's voice fluctuated between desperate pleading and angry scolding, but only her side of the dialogue could be heard. "No, I can't. I told you no," she hissed softly, then would pause as if listening. Then a whimper. "Leave me be, please." Another pause, followed by a low growl of words, in a tone unlike her own. "I won't do it. I won't." Sister Agnes gently called, "Clara? Child, are you all right?" Clara fell silent and turned her head slowly over her shoulder. Her eyes met the nun's, and for a split second the sister's heart jolted. Clara's usually warm brown eyes looked black in the dimness, her expression one of utter fury, but just as quickly Clara's face crumpled into confusion and shame. I'm fine, sister," she stammered, rising to her feet. "I was only praying." There was a subtle, bitter irony in her voice on the word praying. Sister Agnes stepped into the room, placing a comforting hand on Clara's arm. The girl was trembling. The nun quietly led her back to bed and sat with her for a while, reciting a gentle prayer to soothe her. Clara closed her eyes and seemed to relax, but Sister Agnes noted that the pulse at Clara's throat was racing, and a sweat had broken out on her brow despite the cool night. Something invisible, it seemed, had been terrorizing her just moments before. These incidents set the mission's clergy on edge. Father Erasmus was now convinced that Clara's claim of a pact with the devil might not have been a mere fancy after all. It could have been the invitation to darkness that unleashed whatever now tormented her. He spent long hours in prayer, asking for guidance and protection for the girl. At times he felt a heavy oppression in the air when near Clara, as if an unseen evil lurked close by. Still, he hoped fervently that prayer and the girl's own faith would win out, driving away any malign influence without the need for more drastic measures. In 1906, cases of demonic possession were not unheard of in Catholic law, but at the mission in South Africa, it would have been an extremely rare and frightening prospect. Only in whispers did the possibility begin to be discussed among the priests and nuns. Could Clara truly be possessed? The answer came with brutal clarity on August 20th, 1906. On that day, any lingering doubts about the supernatural nature of Clara's affliction were shattered. August 20th began as a warm, clear day at Marianne Hill, the late winter sun bright over the hills. But by that afternoon, a different kind of darkness took hold inside the mission school. It happened during a routine hour of recreation when students and nuns were gathered in a common room after lessons. Clara had been unusually quiet all morning, casting nervous glances to the corners of the room as if she saw something lurking there. Suddenly, around midday, Clara's composure snapped. With no warning, she let out a guttural growl, an animal sound that no human throat should make, and began clawing at her own clothes. Shocked gasps arose as the other girls in the room shrank away from her. Clara's fingers raked viciously at the bodice of her simple dress, tearing the fabric as if trying to rip something off her skin. She fell to her knees, growling and snarling like a rabid creature. The nuns rushed to her, alarmed and unsure whether the girl had gone mad or was in the throes of some fit. Two sisters tried to restrain Clara's arms to prevent her from harming herself, but Clara threw them off with surprising strength, sending one nun stumbling against a table. "Clara, stop this at once!" another sister cried, making the sign of the cross in fear. At the sight of the crucifix pendant hanging from that nun's neck, Clara recoiled as if scalded. Her eyes flashed with such hatred and pain that the nun instinctively tucked the little crucifix out of sight. Clara's classmates pressed themselves against the walls, some beginning to sob in terror. The sweet, devout girl they knew was writhing on the floor in a feral state, emitting growls and broken strings of words in no language they recognized. Sister Agnes, her voice quavering but firm, instructed the other nuns to fetch help. She herself cautiously approached Clara, who was now crouched on all fours, chest heaving, her torn dress hanging off one shoulder. Sister Agnes reached out a hand. In a blur of motion, Clara lunged at the nun with bared teeth, emitting a hissing snarl. The sister leapt back and clutched the rosary at her waist. At the sight of those blessed beads, Clara again shrank, twisting away and covering her eyes, as if the very presence of holy objects was agony to her. Indeed, it would soon be consistently observed that Clara could not tolerate anything sacred. Later, nuns would note that even when hidden from her view, a concealed cross or holy relic in the room would agitate her violently. For a moment, Clara ceased her frenzied movements and knelt almost motionless, her face contorted, and in a low, desperate voice that sounded more like the old Clara, she pleaded, "Sister, please call Father Erasmus," she begged urgently. "I must confess and tell everything, but quick, quick, or Satan will kill me. He has me in his power. Nothing is blessed with me. I have thrown away all of the medals you gave me." The nun and students in the room froze in astonishment at the clarity of her words. Clara was looking directly at Sister Agnes now, her eyes wide with terror and beseechment. The medals, likely religious medallions of saints or the Virgin Mary that the nuns had distributed for protection, she was admitting she had cast them away, rejecting their blessing, and she spoke of Satan's power over her as one speaks of a tyrant holding them hostage. Startled into action by this plea, Sister Agnes nodded and began backing out of the room to fetch Father Erasmus. But before she could turn, Clara's face suddenly twisted with rage, and she let out a high, shrill shriek that rang off the walls. The voice that issued from her next was not the pleading tone from a moment ago. It was harsh, furious, and mocking. Though no one else had entered the room, Clara appeared to be addressing an unseen figure right beside her. "You have betrayed me," she snarled to the empty air, her voice resonating with malice. "You promised me days of glory, but now you treat me cruelly." The end of her sentence dissolved into a series of guttural growls and a strange chattering sound, as if a dozen voices were echoing faintly behind hers. Everyone present understood. Clara was not talking to any human being visible. The nun nearest her whispered in horror, "It is the devil. She is speaking to the devil." Clara's one-sided argument chilled the blood of all who heard it. The interpretation was obvious. She, or rather something inside her, believed itself to be in conversation with Satan, accusing him of false promises and cruelty. It sounded as though the very demon that tormented her was now speaking through her, addressing its master. The thought sent a wave of dread through the witnesses. Some of the teenage girls began to pray, Hail Marys under their breath, tears streaming down their faces. A few nuns shepherded the most frightened youngsters out of the room to spare them further trauma. As Sister Agnes hurried to find Father Erasmus, Clara's wild cries intensified. Later, in written accounts, one attending nun described the sounds coming from Clara in that moment. No animal had ever made such sounds, neither the lions of East Africa nor the angry bulls. At times it sounded like a veritable herd of wild beasts, orchestrated by Satan, had formed a hellish choir. Clara's voice ceased to resemble a single person. It was as if an entire bestiary of feral creatures roared and howled through her throat, a cacophony of bestial noise that raised the hair on the necks of all who heard. Those present would never forget it. Years later, some would shudder, recalling that inhuman chorus and swearing that in those noises they sensed an intelligence, a monstrous will exulting in the fear it created. By the time Father Erasmus arrived, briskly led by Sister Agnes, the scene in the common room was one of controlled chaos. A few strong lay sisters and older girls had managed to wrap Clara in a blanket to restrain her thrashing limbs, but she still writhed and growled within their hold. She would alternately snarl blasphemies and then sob for help in the same breath. The priest crossed the threshold and halted, momentarily taken aback by the sight and the palpable atmosphere of evil that seemed to hang in the air. Gathering his resolve, Father Erasmus stepped forward, holding out a small crucifix that he always carried. At the sight of the priest and the simple cross held aloft, Clara recoiled again, pressing herself into the floor and squeezing her eyes shut. A sibilant hiss escaped her lips, the sound one might expect from a cornered snake. "Clara," Father Erasmus said firmly but gently, "I am here. You asked for me. I have come." For an instant, Clara's eyes fluttered open, and the frantic gaze of a terrified 16-year-old girl looked up at him. "Father, help me," she whispered. "It's inside of me." Before he could reply, Clara's face twitched and her eyes rolled back. A different grin, one of pure malice, curled her lips and a low chuckle came out, so unlike her voice that those restraining her felt a chill despite the girl's feverish warmth. In a mocking tone, this voice sneered at the priest, taunting him with a stream of words in a foreign tongue. To the nuns and Father Erasmus's astonishment, Clara, who had never left the mission or studied any language besides English and her native Zulu, was suddenly speaking fluent Polish to them, then switching to French, then to languages no one even recognized. The priest recognized a few phrases in French and Latin. They were curses and vile insults hurled at him. Another string of words sounded like German. Clara's mouth contorted around guttural syllables as she spat an apparent condemnation in that language. It was as if some cunning polyglot devil was using the girl's tongue to speak in multiple languages, perhaps testing which ones would most shock or provoke the onlookers. Indeed, those around later confirmed that Clara could suddenly understand and speak languages she had never been taught: Polish, German, French, Norwegian, and others, a phenomenon that, in Catholic doctrine, is considered a classic sign of true demonic possession. Father Erasmus, though shaken, tried to keep calm and remember his training. He commanded the entity he suspected was present. "In the name of Jesus Christ, I order you to be quiet and leave this child." In response, Clara's body convulsed, and she let out a peal of laughter, high and cold. Then, to the priest's surprise, Clara began to reveal secrets, dark, hidden things about the very people in the room. She fixated on one nun in particular, a German sister who had come to Natal years ago. Clara's eyes narrowed, and, in a cruel sing-song voice, she addressed the now pale and trembling nun. "How is your little baby boy in Germany, sister? The one you abandoned so you could pretend to be holy here?" The nun's face blanched. She had indeed borne a child out of wedlock in her youth and given him up before taking orders, a shameful past she had told to no one at the mission. Gasps went around. Clara went on mercilessly, calling the nun a whore and gleefully condemning her to hell for forsaking her maternal duties. The poor woman broke into sobs, crossing herself furiously and backing away as if struck. Clara then swiveled her head toward another sister, Sister Josephine, who oversaw the mission's finances. In a deep, malevolent tone, Clara accused, "Thief! You steal from God's house." Sister Josephine shook her head in denial, but her quivering hands belied her guilt. Father Erasmus would later discreetly check the mission accounts and indeed find evidence that this nun had been embezzling small sums, a fact no one knew, but somehow Clara's demon knew. These revelations shocked the witnesses. Clara, or rather the entity in her, was demonstrating clairvoyance, the preternatural knowledge of others' hidden sins and secrets. Such a talent again aligned with the signs of possession documented in church law. It was as though no transgression was safe from the demon's sight, and it used this information to sow fear and discord. Several present felt dread coil in their guts. What if their own private shames were about to be exposed to all? Father Erasmus raised his voice over the cacophony, ordering everyone to leave the room except a few needed to help. "Take the children out," he instructed the nuns, "and do not listen to anything more she says." He knew that demons often sought to cause despair and chaos by such tactics, and he would not allow more harm than was already done. The younger students were quickly ushered away, many weeping and praying. A handful of the strongest nuns and staff remained with Father Erasmus, steeling themselves for what was clearly a full-blown spiritual crisis. They gently but firmly tied Clara's hands with strips of cloth to prevent her scratching or striking anyone, and moved her into a more secure room, a small adjoining chapel hall with a sturdy bed. She was laid on the bed, thrashing and cursing in an amalgam of languages. They fastened her arms loosely to the bed frame with spare belts, for her own safety and theirs. Clara bucked against the restraints with such force that the wooden frame creaked. It took multiple adults to hold down a 16-year-old girl, a testament to her unnatural strength in this state. All the while, her voice raged and mocked. Sometimes it was one voice, sometimes it seemed like many. Her diatribes alternated with horrifying inhuman sounds, snarls, barks, hysterical laughter. Those restraining her exchanged fearful glances and silently mouthed prayers. One of the mission's veteran sisters whispered to Father Erasmus with trembling lips, "This is like the stories from the medieval saints' lives. It's truly a demon, Father." The priest nodded gravely. In his heart, he now fully believed that demonic possession was upon them. The scent of sweat and a faint whiff of something sulphuric seemed to emanate from Clara's body as she writhed. A sense of tangible evil hung in the room, making the air heavy. Pinned to the bed, Clara abruptly ceased struggling and became eerily calm for a moment. Those around her caught their breath. Her eyes slowly opened, but it was not the gentle gaze of the Clara they knew. Instead, her eyes were dark and glittering with malice, fixing upon Father Erasmus with an expression of pure hatred. In a slow, deliberate manner, Clara's lips moved and an unearthly voice spoke. "We are legion, priest," it snarled softly, echoing the biblical demon's words. "Do you think your God can save her from us now?" The temperature in the little room seemed to plummet as she spoke. Father Erasmus felt a chill, but he responded with the authority of his office. "In the name of our Lord Jesus, I command you to be silent." Clara reacted by snapping her teeth at the empty air, and then falling into a fit of ferocious laughter that gradually turned into a bone-chilling weeping, two opposite emotions unnaturally mingled. Throughout that night of August 20th, Clara oscillated between periods of apparent normalcy, whimpering in Clara's own voice, begging forgiveness or praying the Lord's Prayer, and episodes of frenzied demonic behavior, including violent physical feats. At one point, as a young assistant brother attempted to dab Clara's brow with a damp cloth, she flung him back with such force that he tumbled to the floor. Her slight body seemed to possess the strength of an ox. Later accounts noted that Clara was imbued with extraordinary strength and ferocity, often hurling nuns about the rooms and beating them up during these fits. Indeed, by the next day, several of the mission staff bore bruises and scratches from her attacks. One particularly terrifying manifestation occurred in the darkest hour before dawn. Clara's churning movements suddenly ceased, and she became very still, except for a slow, sinuous motion undulating through her body. Her spine arched upward in a taut bow, and her head and feet lifted such that only her mid-back still touched the bed. The onlookers gasped. She appeared to be in a trance of levitation, hovering a few inches above the mattress. As lamplight cast flickering shadows, they saw her nightgown clinging unnaturally to her form, as if some force pressed it to her, defying gravity. Then, with a sudden jolt, Clara's entire body levitated straight upward, lifting 5 feet into the air above the bed. A cry of astonishment and fear rang out from a witness. The girl was floating, suspended impossibly in space. Clara's eyes remained shut, her face contorted in a grimace. Her body rotated slowly, first vertical, then tilting to a horizontal position mid-air. It was as if some invisible, colossal hand had scooped her up. Several nuns instinctively reached up to try to pull her down, but found nothing to hold on to. Clara's body was rigid and cold to the touch, and her ascent continued beyond their grasp. She remained suspended near the ceiling for a few heart-stopping moments. Only when Father Erasmus, shaking off his own shock, dashed forward and sprinkled holy water upward, did the levitation cease. The droplets of holy water rained on Clara's skin, and instantly she let out a blood-curdling shriek. Her body plummeted back onto the bed, where she collapsed, momentarily limp and seemingly freed from whatever force had lifted her. She moaned softly as if in pain, and tears trickled from the corners of her closed eyes. Those gathered crossed themselves and thanked God. The holy water had snapped her out of the levitation trance. At that, Father Erasmus realized with renewed certainty that they were dealing not with a mere illness, but with a true satanic possession. The holy water, an object of blessing, clearly scorched the demon within Clara, breaking its unnatural hold and bringing the girl out of her state. When conscious, Clara now repeatedly expressed an aversion and outright fear of any blessed object. Crucifixes, Bibles, rosaries, even if such items were hidden in the room out of her sight. Her flesh would burn at the touch of holy water, as the nuns had observed. All these signs matched the classic criteria taught by the Church to distinguish true possession from mental illness. Indeed, a Lutheran pastoral handbook of past centuries, one Father Erasmus had read in seminary, noted that the ability to speak unlearned languages, the revelation of hidden knowledge, aversion to sacred things, and preternatural strength were sure indicators of genuine demonic possession rather than any natural malady. By that measure, Clara's case left little doubt. As one writer later summarized, Clara Germana Celle met the criteria for demonic possession in nearly every aspect. Throughout the next several days, Marion Hill Mission was gripped by fear and astonishment. Word quietly spread among the mission's community and even into the local Catholic circles in Natal that a demon had possessed a young girl at St. Michael's. Priests and nuns maintained a near constant vigil over Clara. They took turns reciting prayers by her bedside. The rosary, the psalms, litanies invoking St. Michael the Archangel, patron of the mission and traditionally the heavenly warrior against Satan. These devotions would calm her at times. Clara herself, during intervals of lucidity, would weep and implore God for mercy. "Pray for me," she would sob to the sisters. "Don't let him take me. I'm so afraid." The nuns would hold her hands and assure her they were fighting for her soul. They noted that outside of her fits, Clara's own personality was intact and horrified by what was happening. This was not a case of a deranged girl reveling in attention. It was a tormented victim pleading for deliverance from a nightmare she could not escape. However, these moments of calm never lasted long. Inevitably, a trigger, perhaps the arrival of dawn and the ringing of the mission bell, or the approach of a priest with the Eucharist in the chapel next door, would set off another onslaught of demonic fury. Clara would snap awake, eyes blazing, and unleash fresh violence or profanity. The staff grew exhausted and traumatized, but they did not abandon her. They reinforced her restraints for safety, padding them to avoid harming her. Each outburst seemed more shocking than the last. At one point, witnesses claim Clara's live young body became extraordinarily flexible, allowing her to slither off the bed despite being tied, moving with a sinuous, snake-like motion across the floor. Those who saw it were struck with terror. Her bones and joints appeared to bend in ways human anatomy would normally forbid, as if she had become a boneless serpent. When a nun rushed to grab her, Clara lunged and sank her teeth into the nun's forearm. The sister cried out and withdrew, and to her horror, she saw distinct fang-like bite marks on her arm, as though a viper had bitten her rather than human teeth. The impressions were narrow and deep, resembling the punctures of snake fangs more than the oval bite of a person. This incident birthed an eerie claim later recounted, that Clara transformed into a serpent to attack a helper. In truth, it may not have been a literal transformation of flesh, but in that moment her movements and effect were frighteningly serpentine. Another day, as Father Erasmus cautiously approached Clara, holding a crucifix and whispering an exorcistic prayer, Clara's eyes snapped open, and a force unseen by any eyes flung the crucifix from his hand. The small wooden cross flew across the room as if yanked by an invisible string, smashing against the wall where it shattered into fragments. The watching nuns stifled screams. It was as if the air itself had turned against the holy object. Father Erasmus was left holding nothing but air, astonished and increasingly convinced of the demon's power. Such poltergeist-like phenomena were also reported. Furniture rattling when Clara glared at it, windows slamming shut on their own, and disembodied footsteps or knocks echoing in the halls at night, When Clara was in a trance, the mission began to feel besieged by darkness. Many of the 170-odd residents of the mission, priests, nuns, students, and local faithful, were either direct witnesses or heard first-hand accounts of these preternatural events. Fear and a sense of awe spread among them. Some of the African workers at the mission, hearing that a demon was loose, quietly consulted their own cultural understanding of evil spirits. A few refused to go near the main building after sundown. The Catholic missionaries, though themselves shaken, knew they had to take decisive action according to their faith's traditions. It was time to seek the Church's aid in an exorcism. After witnessing the terrifying events and verifying that Clara's condition matched all signs of genuine possession, Father Erasmus and the mission superior Reverend Father Mansuetti, the director of St. Michael's Mission, agreed that an exorcism was not only warranted but urgently required. In Catholic practice, an exorcism, especially a solemn major exorcism as prescribed in the Ritual Romanum, the Church's official exorcism rite, is not undertaken lightly. It requires authorization, usually from the diocesan bishop, and should be done by a priest known for piety, prudence, and moral integrity. Here at Marion Hill they had two priests on hand, Father Erasmus Herner, Clara's own confessor and a man intimately familiar with the case, and Father Mansuetti, the mission director, who was a seasoned clergyman likely in his middle age with years of missionary experience. They would be the exorcists, but first they needed approval from higher ecclesiastical authority. Historical notes suggest that upon reporting the case to their superiors, possibly sending a message to the Bishop of Durban or the local vicar apostolic, permission was swiftly granted for the exorcism. The extreme and well-attested nature of Clara's symptoms made it clear this was beyond the scope of medical or psychological remedy by 1906 standards. Even if some would be skeptical, the church hierarchy in that era tended to trust the judgment of missionaries on the ground, especially given multiple eyewitness accounts from nuns and even lay people. One can imagine the letter or telegraph message that went out, describing how the girl had levitated, spoken in tongues, and reacted violently to holy objects. Such a report would have been met with both astonishment and resolve. The church must deploy its spiritual weaponry against what certainly appeared to be a demonic attack. With authorization in hand, Reverend Mansuetti and Father Erasmus began preparations. They fasted and prayed intensely in the days leading up to the exorcism, for the church advises exorcists to purify themselves spiritually before confronting a demon. On the eve of the planned rite, the two priests went to confession themselves and celebrated Mass, seeking God's grace and protection. They understood the gravity of what they were about to undertake. An exorcism is essentially a direct confrontation with a malevolent spirit, a battle of wills and faith that can be physically and emotionally draining. Both men perhaps drew strength from their deep faith and training, but surely also felt the weight of fear and anticipation. They gathered the necessary tools of the ritual, a crucifix, ample amounts of holy water, a vial of consecrated oil for anointing, and above all the Rituale Romanum, the ritual book, which contained the prayers and commands of exorcism in Latin. The site for the exorcism was chosen, the mission's chapel. It was likely deemed the most hallowed ground available, a place dedicated to God, where the demon's power might be weakest and where many could assemble. Indeed, word spread throughout to the mission and the local Catholic community that the exorcism would take place on the appointed day. Out of a mixture of faith and morbid curiosity, a large number of people desired to witness or support the effort. Accounts claim that roughly 170 people were present in or around the chapel when the ritual commenced. These included the nuns, all fervently praying, older students and lay helpers, possibly some parishioners or neighboring faithful who had heard of the possessed girl, and perhaps even a few colonial officials or doctors interested in observing. The priests did not necessarily invite a crowd, but in a mission setting it would have been hard to keep such an extraordinary event private. Moreover, having many devout people praying could be seen as a supportive force against the demon. So, the chapel was filled with a nervous congregation that day, eyes wide, rosaries clutched in hand, every face turned toward the drama about to unfold. Clara, still bound and under watch, had been moved into the chapel early that morning. The space was prepared, Altar candles lit, windows open to let in the morning light and fresh air, and perhaps to give any stench or manifestations an escape. The scent of incense mingled with the dew-laden breeze, perhaps an attempt to cleanse the heavy atmosphere that often hung around Clara. She was secured near the front of the chapel, possibly on a sturdy table or a bed brought in for the purpose, so that the priest could stand on either side of her. Strong volunteers, both women and men, stood by to hold Clara if needed. Notably, historical notes mention 8 large, strong girls from the mission school were tasked with restraining Clara during the ritual, alongside some nuns and possibly brothers. They were chosen for their physical robustness and likely their steadfastness of faith. These young women gathered around, steeling themselves to grapple with a friend who would, under possession's influence, treat them as enemies. It was early morning, dawn of September 11th, 1906. Some accounts say September 10th, but most sources pinpoint the 11th, when the exorcism officially began. As the first rays of sun filtered into the chapel, Father Erasmus and Reverend Mansuetti stepped forward to face the writhing girl. Clara's appearance at this moment was harrowing. Her dark hair hung tangled about her face, her eyes darted wildly or rolled back, showing only whites, and her youthful features were drawn in an expression of mingled rage and torment. She was secured to the bed or platform by ropes or straps now, a safer restraint than the makeshift belts used earlier. Already her presence was far from passive. She tugged at her bindings and emitted low growls when the priests approached. Some witnesses whispered prayers all the louder upon seeing and hearing her. The chapel buzzed with murmured Ave Marias, creating a soft background chorus, like a hopeful counterpoint to the demonic mutterings. Before engaging directly with the demon, the priests began with preparatory prayers as prescribed. They recited the litany of the saints, calling on the whole communion of holy ones to intercede. In Latin, their voices alternated, Sancta Maria, ora pro nobis, Holy Mary, pray for us, Sancta Michael, ora pro nobis, Saint Michael, pray for us. The crowd responded at each invocation. At the mention of Saint Michael, the archangel who cast Satan out of heaven, Clara let out a piercing shriek, writhing against her bonds. The volunteers braced themselves, each holding an assigned limb. The priests pressed on with the litany undeterred. They prayed the Lord's Prayer slowly and deliberately, and read aloud Psalm 53, O God, save me by your name, by your power uphold my cause. These solemn prayers seemed to agitate Clara further. She thrashed and roared through much of it, requiring all 8 strong girls plus the nuns to keep her on the bed. Observers later noted that Clara's inhuman cries nearly drowned out the prayers, but the clergy persisted, their voices rising above the demonic noise. Then came the formal exorcism rite from the Rituale Romanum. Reverend Mansuetti, as the senior priest, likely took the lead with Father Erasmus, assisting and responding. Holding the crucifix high, Reverend Mansuetti intoned the commanding words, In the name of Jesus Christ, I exorcise you, unclean spirit. The battle was begun in earnest. As soon as these words fell upon Clara's ears, she reacted explosively. With a strength that belied her thin frame, she lunged up from the bed with such force that the restrainers staggered. It is said that as the priests invoked Christ and all the saints, Clara's demon responded with a fury so great that at one point, all 8 girls holding her down were lifted off the ground along with Clara herself. For an instant, onlookers saw the thrashing girl and the 8 young women around her actually levitate together a short distance, an impossible tableau of bodies suspended in space, as if gravity had been momentarily nullified in the demon's outrage. They crashed back down after a moment, with gasps and cries from those who witnessed it. The collective levitation, if true, underscored just how powerful and enraged the possessing spirit was. Undeterred, Father Erasmus stepped forward, Bible in hand, to read a passage of the Gospels. Another part of the ritual. He hadn't gotten far when Clara's hand shot out. Despite being tied, she had enough slack perhaps, and struck the Bible aside. With a snarl, she knocked the holy book to the ground, then seized the stole, the long strip of cloth signifying priestly authority that hung around Father Erasmus's neck, in her bound hands. In a flash, she twisted it around his neck and yanked him forward, attempting to strangle him. The congregation cried out in alarm. Father Erasmus, caught off guard, felt the stole tighten like a noose, cutting off his air. His face reddened as he struggled. Immediately, 2 nuns and a male assistant leapt in to pry Clara's hands away. She fought with unnatural ferocity, face contorted in a grin as Father Erasmus gagged. The stout Reverend Mansuetti rushed to his colleague's aid as well, managing after a brief tussle to loosen the stole from Clara's grip. Father Erasmus staggered back, panting and rubbing his throat. Clara spat out a string of curses at the priests, vile profanities spewed in multiple languages, including calling them fools and slaves of a false god in Latin. That violent episode left everyone shaken, but the exorcists regained their composure and pressed on. As hour after hour of this spiritual combat wore on, the priests continued the cycles of prayers, commands, and holy invocations. Periodically, they paused to catch their breath and wet their lips. The chapel was hot with the crush of bodies and the exertion of restraining Clara. The sunlight that filtered in showed the sweat glistening on the foreheads of all involved. Several times holy water was sprinkled on Clara when her convulsions grew too wild, which had the effect of momentarily subduing her shrieks, though it often elicited a pained scream as well. At one point, when Father Erasmus approached to anoint Clara's forehead with holy oil, Clara's body went astonishingly limp and lost all rigidity, becoming rubbery like a serpent, as one witness described. She slivered and twisted in the bonds, nearly escaping them by contorting herself in impossible ways. It took tremendous effort for the assistants to hold her in place. Her flexibility was such that one onlooker faintly cried that her neck was elongating unnaturally, as if stretching like taffy. Indeed, those nearest swore they saw her neck stretch longer than any human neck should, and her spine arch at angles that threatened to snap bones, yet did not. The spectacle was so frightful that one novice nun fled the chapel in tears, unable to bear more. During a lull, Father Erasmus decided to demand directly of the entity its name or identity, a common practice to gain command over the demon. In Latin he shouted, "Dic mihi nomen tuum, immunde spiritus." "Tell me your name, unclean spirit." Clara's body stiffened, her eyes rolled back, and then with a sudden jolt she reared up, restrained but upright. Her face was inches from Father Erasmus's. Though held by multiple people, she managed to seem like she was looming toward him. Then from her throat came that deep, guttural voice so at odds with the girl's appearance. "I am Satan," it growled. A collective shudder rippled through the crowd. Some could not believe the audacity. Was it truly the Prince of Darkness himself speaking? The voice continued proudly. "Our king is Lucifer. His power is great. He has countless subjects in his service. You see one here before you." The words poured forth, a blasphemous mockery of a sermon, perhaps intending to intimidate the priests. Clara's demon speaker went on. "We were cast from heaven to hell. We roam the world to seduce men. We believe in God, and we hate him." Those chilling admissions that even demons believe and hate God sent the faithful in the chapel to their knees in prayer. Father Mansuetti made the sign of the cross repeatedly in front of Clara as she spoke and shouted over the demonic monologue, "Silence, spirit of lies," to which Clara responded with a hideous laugh, then fixed Father Erasmus with a scornful look and added something that cut him to the core. "The girl made a deal with me. I am Satan, and this girl called me forth from hell to serve her dark purpose." The demon was essentially claiming full rights over Clara due to her own pact, throwing her foolish mistake back in their faces. Father Erasmus, anguished, closed his eyes briefly. He remembered how Clara had indeed confessed making a pact. This confrontation laid bare the awful reality. Clara had opened a door to the infernal, and the devil had eagerly entered. At some point later, possibly late into the first day's battle, one of the nuns attempted a merciful act amid the struggle. Noticing Clara's lips were cracked and her throat surely parched from hours of screaming, the nun tried to feed Clara a spoonful of water or broth to sustain her. She approached carefully while others held Clara's arms. For a moment, Clara appeared to be calm, eyes closed and breathing ragged. But as soon as the spoon touched her lips, her eyes snapped open. In a lightning-quick motion, Clara lunged and bit down on the nun's hand holding the spoon. The nun cried out and jerked back. Others pulled her away and saw the bite marks on her hand. Once more, They looked more like fang punctures than human dental impressions. Clara spat out a piece of the spoon. She had bitten clean through the metal. The poor nun cradled her bleeding hand and retreated, deeply shaken that the girl she had cared for was now literally biting like a beast. Thus went the first day of the exorcism, an epic, exhausting ordeal from dawn until night. According to accounts, the priests and their assistants persevered the entire day, stopping only for brief moments to catch their breath or take a meager meal in shifts. But mostly it was unrelenting prayer and confrontation. As evening fell on September 11th, Clara, or the demon, seemed nowhere near defeated. If anything, the demon's resistance was fierce and stubborn. Some sources recount that the exorcism continued late into the night of that first day, only pausing sometime before midnight when the priests, utterly spent, decided to resume the next morning. Clara was left physically restrained and under watch of a rotation of nuns and brothers through the night. Her state alternated between unconscious exhaustion and occasional bursts of giggling or weeping. Many in the mission hardly slept. Those who had witnessed the day's battle were too rattled, and those who hadn't heard the distant screams and prayed in their rooms. In the pale grey pre-dawn light of September 12th, 1906, the priests and their loyal helpers gathered again in the chapel for the second day of battle. They fortified themselves with prayer and a quick sip of water or coffee, voices hoarse but determination renewed. The air was heavy, a thunderstorm had brewed overnight in the region, and low rumbles could be heard in the distance as they began. By now, even some who might have doubted the supernatural nature of Clara's condition were convinced. Too many inexplicable events had occurred in full view of witnesses. This morning, one way or another, they hoped to see a resolution. Clara lay eerily quiet as the priests approached to recommence the rite. She had been relatively still for a few hours, almost in a comatose state after the previous day's exertions. Some present whispered hopefully, "Maybe it's over? Perhaps the demon left in the night?" But Father Mansuetti knew better than to assume victory prematurely. As he and Father Erasmus began the prayers anew, Clara's eyes opened, revealing not the soft brown of her natural eye color, but a golden, almost amber glint, like a predatory cat's gaze catching the light. A slow smile spread across her face, a smile of pure malice. Clearly the entity was still within. The exorcists pressed on, repeating portions of the ritual, using all the spiritual force they could muster. The holy names and invocations once again filled the chapel, and the congregation, smaller now after the intensity of the first day, but still substantial, responded and prayed fervently. Storm clouds gathered outside, dimming the morning light, and a wind hissed through the cracks in the chapel windows. It seemed the environment itself mirrored the conflict. Thunder growled as the demon snarled. Lightning flashed faintly as holy water was flung and reflected. As the prayers escalated, Clara convulsed violently. Her body thrashed with such intensity that it appeared as if multiple hands were pushing and pulling her from within. The restraining team struggled to keep her on the bed. Father Erasmus, voice strained but resolute, repeated the Latin exorcism formula, Exorcismus te, omnis immunde spiritus. We exorcise you, every unclean spirit, commanding it to depart by the mysteries of the incarnation, passion, resurrection, and ascension of Christ. Clara's face contorted into 100 expressions, by turns pleading like a frightened girl, then sneering, then howling in pain. At one climactic moment she managed to work a hand free and reached out toward Reverend Mansuetti, who was leaning in, praying fervently. To the astonishment of onlookers, Clara's countenance changed briefly. She gazed up at the priest with what appeared to be gratitude or tenderness, and even a gentle smile touched her lips. Reverend Mansuetti paused, thinking perhaps Clara had broken through the demon's control. He returned a hopeful smile and extended his hand to her shoulder in reassurance. It was a ruse. In the blink of an eye, Clara's expression snapped back to demonic fury. With a guttural snarl, she lunged and grabbed the priest's stole and collar. This time she went directly for Father Mansuetti's throat, as she had with Erasmus the day before. Her fingers, curled like claws, dug into his neck while she simultaneously twisted the stole to choke him. Father Mansuetti gagged, struggling, his face turning an alarming shade of blue, as Clara, this slight girl, held him in a death grip off the ground. Cries rang out. Father Erasmus and several nuns flew to pry Clara's hands off. She roared with laughter, a triumphant, nightmarish sound echoing in the chapel vaults, even as Reverend Mansueti's eyes bulged and he sank to his knees, weakening. Finally, Father Erasmus seized a whole bucket of holy water that had been prepared and dashed it entirely over Clara's head and body. The effect was instantaneous and dramatic. Clara let out an unearthly scream, a shriek of agony and rage combined. Her hands released the priest and she recoiled, writhing as if every drop of the holy water were acid on her skin. Father Mansueti fell back, gasping for breath, his neck bruised but thankfully intact. Clara, meanwhile, collapsed against the bed, whimpering and shaking as steam, or perhaps just the mist of spilled water, seemed to rise from her body in the cool air. The demon had been forcefully repelled by that torrent of sacred water, buying the exorcists a crucial opening. Reverend Mansueti, recovering, stood up and croaked out with as much authority as he could muster. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I command you, tell us, when will you depart from this child?" There was silence except for Clara's panting and the distant rumble of thunder. For a moment one could hear the collective breath-holding of the crowd. A distinct voice, not Clara's, answered from her lips. "Today," it said, voice dripping with malice. "He will make us leave, but not forever. Mark us." The cryptic response unsettled the priests. He presumably referred to God forcing the demon out. Not forever hinted at a future attempt, or the demon's pride that it could return, but for now they pressed for final victory. Father Erasmus loudly recited the final parts of the rite, including the adjuration. "I adjure you, ancient serpent, by the judge of the living and the dead, by your Creator, by the Creator of the world, by him who has power to cast you into hell, depart from this servant of God, Clara." Clara's body convulsed one last time, then went eerily rigid. Her lips pulled back in a grimace, teeth bared. Those restraining her could feel a strange vibration, or tension in her muscles, as if she were being tugged from within. Then a terrible roar erupted from her, a sound so loud and unnatural that a few witnesses clapped hands over their ears. It sounded like 1,000 voices crying out at once, a final protest. As that roar subsided, Clara's body began to rise once more, but this levitation was different. It was calm, controlled, almost gentle. With eyes closed and arms outstretched, Clara's form lifted upward about 5 feet into the air above the bed, hovering there before the eyes of all 170 witnesses present. Gasps and exclamations filled the chapel. Unlike earlier violent levitations, this had an almost solemn quality, as if a demonstration of power was being made one last time. Those who had doubted or not yet seen such a thing now stood in awe and fear, many dropping to their knees. The demon itself had earlier boasted that it would signal its departure by an act of levitation, and it seemed it was making good on that promise in dramatic fashion. For a brief moment, Clara hung suspended in midair, her head thrown back, her face turned upward with eyes still shut. A few of the restrainers still held her wrists and ankles and found themselves lifted as well, their feet dangling above the floor until they lost grip and dropped back in shock. In the charged hush, Father Mansueti seized the moment to cry, "Lord Jesus, we give you thanks for freeing your servant," a declaration that the demon's hold was broken. At that, Clara's body began to descend, slowly at first, then suddenly it plummeted the last couple of feet and hit the bed with a thud. She lay still. A split second of silence followed. Then a putrid stench wafted through the chapel, a smell akin to rotting meat or sulphur, so foul that some gagged and covered their noses. Many recognized it as the classical sign of the demon's exit, an evil odor left in its wake, as if the presence of hell itself momentarily lingered in the air. One of the older nuns exclaimed, "Praise be to God, it is finished." Immediately, the entire chapel erupted in prayer and praise. Some laughed with relief, others wept openly. Clara's body lay limp, her chest rising and falling, with normal, gentle breaths for the first time in weeks. Her face, which had been contorted with strain moments before, now looked peaceful, as if she were simply asleep. The tension in her limbs was gone. The young volunteers cautiously loosened the bonds and found no resistance, no sudden snaps or bites. Clara's once rigid hands now unclenched and rested softly. Father Erasmus, tears of gratitude in his eyes, moved closer and gently called, "Clara?" There was no response at first. He motioned for some space. Leaning down, he anointed her forehead with the holy oil once more, this time in thanksgiving rather than combat. Clara stirred, a quiet moan escaping her lips. Then her eyes opened. They were clear brown, her eyes truly her own, and they were brimming with tears. "Father," she whispered, voice hoarse and weak, it's gone. Oh, merciful God, it's gone." With that, she began to sob, deep, racking sobs not of pain, but of overwhelming relief and remorse. Father Erasmus and Father Mansueti both placed their hands on her shoulders in comfort, praying softly in Latin, Deo gratias. Thanks be to God. The entire assembly might have taken up that phrase, voices echoing in a chorus of relief and joy. Many fell to their knees in gratitude, acknowledging the divine victory they had just witnessed. It was roughly 9:30 a.m. on September 12, 1906, when Clara Germana Sella was declared freed from her demonic possession. After about 2 days of exorcism, nearly 24 hours of cumulative ritual over both days, the nightmare had ended with what everyone present saw as a miraculous deliverance. To be sure the expulsion held firm, Father Mansueti decided to perform a short Thanksgiving exorcism prayer, again that evening, with Clara's cooperation. She was in a state of grace and willingly participated, reciting responses and prayers, whereas before she had thrashed and cursed. This was more of a cleansing and sealing ritual, to ensure no remnant of the evil spirit lingered. Clara endured it calmly, even happily cooperating. When the rites concluded, Clara was exhausted but conscious and lucid. Witnesses said she appeared as one who had been gravely ill and finally broken a fever, weak as a newborn foal, yet serene. The nuns carefully helped her sit up. She was drenched in sweat and holy water, her hair matted, clothing torn, but none of that mattered to her or anyone. Clara attempted to smile at her friends around her, though tears still rolled down her cheeks. "Thank you, thank you," she kept murmuring, her voice trembling with sincerity and humility. The sisters embraced her gently, some weeping with her. The chapel rang with the sounds of crying, laughter, and prayers of thanks intermingled. Many of the onlookers felt that they had seen the power of faith literally triumph over evil that day, and it would remain an indelible memory. The news spread quickly beyond the mission's walls to the broader Catholic community in South Africa and eventually overseas. In the immediate aftermath, though, the priority was Clara's well-being. She was physically and emotionally spent. The sisters carried her to the infirmary and laid her in a clean bed. She fell into a deep, natural sleep for many hours, perhaps the first peaceful rest she truly had in weeks. Those attending noted that as she slept, her face looked peaceful. Gone were the lines of strain and the haunted, wild expression. Instead, she almost resembled the innocent child they remembered, an image of God's grace restored. In the chapel, even after Clara was taken out, people lingered for some time. They prayed the Te Deum, a hymn of praise, or sang, "Holy God, we praise thy name," giving glory for this victory. Many also remained crouched, sniffing at the dissipating foul odor, which still clung in the air as a reminder of the encounter with hell. Eventually, the crowd dispersed, each person deeply affected by what they had witnessed. Some were in stunned silence, others excitedly recounting each detail to those who hadn't seen clearly. There was no doubt that this event would be recounted for years as a local legend, the girl who was possessed by a demon and saved at Marion Hill. When Clara awakened later that day, she was herself, weak and sore, but entirely herself. The nuns who sat by her bedside witnessed a quietly moving scene. Clara's eyelids fluttered open, and she gazed around the infirmary with clear recognition. Sunlight slanted through the window, illuminating dust motes in the calm air. She focused on Sister Agnes, who had been her steadfast guardian throughout. In a faint voice, Clara spoke her first words on being free. "God has spared me." Then, voice cracking, she added, "Sister, I am so ashamed." Tears welled up anew as she recollected all that she had done and said under the possession. Sister Agnes gently shushed her and stroked her hair. "You are safe now, child. The devil is gone. God's mercy is great, the nun reassured her. In the days that followed, Clara's recovery was steady. Physically, she suffered from extreme fatigue and some bruises and rope burns from the restraints, but no major injury. She was able to eat and drink, at first in small amounts, and then heartily as her strength returned. Notably, some observers reported a curious lingering effect. Clara still understood and could speak bits of the foreign languages that she had mysteriously used during possession. She astonished a visiting priest by greeting him in polished German, though she quickly switched back to English with an embarrassed smile. It was as if remnants of the demon's knowledge had stayed imprinted on her mind. The Church does document cases where the possessed person retains knowledge of languages or information gained during possession, a perplexing phenomenon. In Clara's case, these language abilities persisted at least for a while, but she seldom used them, perhaps wishing to leave all such associations behind. Emotionally and spiritually, Clara was deeply penitent. She felt immense guilt for what had happened, repeatedly asking Father Erasmus and the sisters for forgiveness. Not that any blamed her for actions committed under diabolic control, but she felt responsible for having opened the door in the first place by making that dark pact. Father Erasmus counseled her kindly. God has forgiven you, Clara. Now you must forgive yourself. She went to confession again, likely to formally renounce Satan and her pact, and to receive absolution for any part she played. The priest guided her through prayers of reparation and thanksgiving. By all accounts, Clara's character after the exorcism was transformed in a beautiful way. Where once she had been a fairly typical, if devout, teenager, now she seemed filled with extraordinary humility and piety. A nun wrote that Clara felt ashamed for her behavior, asking for forgiveness while seeking humble pursuits. Indeed, Clara took it upon herself to become the most obedient, gentle soul at the mission. Once recovered enough, she resumed helping with daily tasks, but now with a fervor and earnestness that touched everyone. She volunteered for the lowliest chores, scrubbing floors, cleaning chamber pots, tending the livestock in the farm pen. Tasks she had occasionally grumbled about before, she now did with cheerful willingness. It was as if she wanted to prove her gratitude to God and atone through service. Clara also became like a big sister to the younger orphans. She spent hours tutoring the small children with their letters and catechism, showing great patience. She led by quiet example, often found praying in the chapel in the early dawn or late evening, when others were at recreation, not out of scrupulosity, but sincere devotion. She especially cultivated a tender love for the Virgin Mary, perhaps finding comfort in the idea of a heavenly mother figure, since she had grown up without her own mother. Gone was any trace of rebelliousness or pride. Clara rarely spoke of the possession unless asked by the priests, and even then she would flush with embarrassment and say, "I hope no one will ever remember those awful days." In fact, at times she expressed a wish that her whole ordeal could be forgotten by others, because the attention unsettled her. She humbly told the sisters, "I'm not worthy of anyone's notice, only of their prayers." It was clear that what she wanted most was a normal, devout life, free of evil's shadow. Despite her desire to fade into quiet anonymity, Clara's story inevitably spread, first through mission and church circles, then into broader publication. Missionary newsletters and later Catholic journals recounted the sensational case of the possessed girl of Natal. As early as 1907, pamphlets and articles, like the French piece titled Un pacte avec Satan, a pact with Satan, told Clara's story to those afar. Such accounts sometimes changed her surname spelling, Keller to Teller, or other minor details, but the core narrative of her possession and exorcism was consistent. Within a few decades, her case would appear in compilations of exorcism stories and demonology texts around the world, often cited as one of the most dramatic 20th century exorcisms in the Southern Hemisphere. Back at Marion Hill, life gradually returned to normal routine by the end of 1906. The mission had other matters to focus on: teaching, caring for the sick, managing the farm. Clara was reintegrated into daily life and her schooling. However, the community was changed by what they had witnessed. For many of the nuns and priests, Clara's possessions served as a stark reminder of the reality of spiritual warfare that they preached about. It galvanized their faith. They had seen the enemy, and by God's grace defeated it. The children, too, perhaps carried a more somber reverence. They had literally seen their classmate's body become a battleground between good and evil. One outcome was likely a renewed devotion in the mission. Mass attendance, confessions, and prayers likely swelled as everyone sought to safeguard themselves from any similar danger. As 1907 began, Clara appeared completely free of demonic influence. She had no further episodes of strange behavior in the immediate aftermath of the exorcism, and the mission rejoiced that the nightmare was over. The church officials who had authorized the rite were informed of the successful result. There might have been some cautionary observation. Father Erasmus, for instance, was very watchful for any signs of relapse. For several months, all was well, and yet this story holds one more twist, a final flicker of darkness that would test Clara and the mission's faith again. Though the demon had been cast out and Clara had sincerely turned her life around, early in the year 1907, there came unsettling signs that the enemy had not completely given up on its prey. It was about 5 months after the exorcism, in the depths of the Southern Hemisphere's summer, when a few inexplicable incidents began to disturb the peace. It started subtly. One night, a nun passing by Clara's dormitory door thought she heard a faint scream from inside. The nun paused, listening intently. The other girls in the dorm were asleep. Only Clara's bed was drawn behind a curtain at the far end. The sound did not repeat, and the sister wondered if it was just a dream or a residual nightmare from Clara. She decided not to wake anyone and quietly left, making a mental note to check on Clara more often. Over the next week, other sisters noticed Clara occasionally talking in her sleep, murmuring things they couldn't catch. Once, Sister Agnes distinctly heard an animalistic grunt and rushed in with a lamp, only to find Clara apparently asleep, albeit with a troubled expression. When asked in the morning, Clara had no recollection of nightmares, but admitted she felt a bit unsettled lately, though she couldn't explain why. The nuns grew concerned. Was it possible the demon was trying to regain entry, or was Clara simply dealing with trauma or nightmares from her past ordeal? They hoped it was the latter. However, one frightening night removed all doubt. A few weeks into 1907, Sister Maria, who oversaw the dorm that month, was doing her rounds at midnight when she detected a faint glow under Clara's door, as if a lamp were lit within. Worried that Clara might be awake and perhaps praying at an odd hour, or worse, doing something harmful, the nun opened the door quietly. What she saw stopped her heart. Clara was levitating above her bed once more, bathed in an eerie faint light not sourced from any lamp. The girl's head lolled back, her mouth was open in a silent grimace, and her limbs and neck were grotesquely elongated as she floated a few feet off the mattress. Veins stood out on her neck and arms, and her fingers were curled into claws. It looked as if some invisible force was stretching her like taffy. Sister Maria stifled a gasp. At that moment, Clara's eyes snapped open, and they were no longer the gentle eyes of the girl, but the glinting, feral eyes of that entity. Clara turned her head and grinned at the nun in the doorway, a hideous grin of recognition, as if to say, "I'm back." The nun shouted in alarm and ran to fetch help. Within minutes, a group of priests and nuns arrived, including Father Erasmus, who had fortunately returned from his travels and was residing again at Marion Hill. They entered to find Clara back on her bed, but thrashing and moaning. Clearly the possession had rekindled. Perhaps the demon had only been dormant, biding time to test the defenses again. The community was horrified. After all the victory and prayers, how could this recur? But there was no time for despair. They acted swiftly. Father Erasmus wasted no time in contacting Reverend Mansueti, and by the next day they prepared to perform a second exorcism. This time they kept it more discreet. Having learned from the first ordeal, they likely limited the number of witnesses. The element of shock was also less, though still gravely serious. Clara's second possession was mercifully shorter and somewhat less ferocious than the first, possibly because the demon's hold was weaker after having been expelled once, or because the community's spiritual vigilance caught it earlier. Reports vary on how long this second exorcism lasted. Some sources suggest it spanned another 2 full days like the first, yet others, such as one detailed modern account, claim it dragged on for 10 full days of intermittent struggle. The truth might lie in between. Perhaps the exorcism prayers were recited over multiple sessions across several days until all signs fully ceased. In any case, Father Erasmus and Father Mansuetti again undertook the ritual. They were joined by the loyal nuns, and they confronted the re-emerged entity with steeled resolve. The second possession's manifestations echoed many of the prior horrors. Clara once more spoke in unearthly voices, blasphemed, and exhibited outbursts of violence. Notably, early in this second exorcism, Clara nearly succeeded in killing Father Mansuetti. As soon as he approached her to begin the prayers, she feigned docility and then sprang at him, throttling his neck with her bare hands. It was the same maneuver as before, showing the demon's vengeful focus on him. Father Erasmus had to intervene quickly with holy water to break her grip and save the choking priest. After that, they were more cautious and kept multiple restraints on her at all times. For days the battle waged. Father Erasmus later wrote, as quoted in some accounts, that this round was exhausting beyond measure, as if the demon, furious at being cast out the first time, was digging in with all stubbornness now. The priests and nuns prayed continuously, taking only short rests. The weather reportedly turned foul outside. Heavy rains and winds battered the mission, adding to the gloom and tension indoors. By lamp and candlelight they persisted, invoking Saint Michael, Saint Joseph, patron of a peaceful death, perhaps hoping to kill the demon's influence, the Virgin Mary and Jesus by name over and over. On the 10th day, or simply the final day, of the second exorcism, a breakthrough came. Clara's demon, worn down by relentless ritual and the faith of the exorcists, finally capitulated. Just as before, a sign of departure manifested. A hideous shriek rattled the rafters, and a revolting odor of decay filled the room, precisely the same as the smell that followed the first exorcism's conclusion. The watchers covered their noses and cried out thanks to God. Clara collapsed, then lay still. They waited tense. Moments later, Clara opened her eyes, and in a clear voice said softly, "It is gone, truly gone." She then broke into gentle sobs. The evil presence had left her a second time. For extra assurance, the priests might have continued prayers of deliverance a while longer, but it was evident that the demon was banished again. Perhaps having failed to possess her fully this second time, the forces of darkness conceded defeat, at least regarding Clara. Those present could not help but connect the demon's ominous claim, not forever, with this attempted comeback. But now, they prayed, it was forever banished by God's mercy. Indeed, after this second and final exorcism in 1907, Clara Germana Selle never experienced possession and phenomena again. The devil, twice driven out, did not return. Clara's life returned to one of quiet normalcy and devotion once more. She was determined never to falter in faith or invite such evil again. The mission community, while shaken that a relapse had occurred, took comfort that they had overcome the challenge once more. If anything, it solidified their belief in vigilance, that one must guard one's soul at all times, for evil prowls looking for a chance to strike. But through grace and perseverance, it can be vanquished. For the next 6 years after 1907, Clara Germana Selle lived a peaceful, unremarkable life at the mission, precisely what she had desperately longed for. She continued her studies and daily routines. Those who met her during these years described her as a gentle, very devout young woman with a shy smile and kind demeanor. There was a radiance of inner peace about her. Having faced literal demons, Clara had emerged as someone whose faith was refined by fire. She became known for her piety and charity, always first to volunteer nursing a sick child or offering her meager portion of food to someone hungrier. She spent long hours in the chapel, but not in a showy way. Often she'd be there alone at dusk, kneeling before the tabernacle in silent communion, as if making up for every moment she'd been estranged from God during her possession. Some people, naturally curious or skeptical, would press Clara to describe how it felt to be possessed, or to recount the sensational events. Clara consistently avoided such discussions. She would flush with embarrassment or pain at the memory, and say simply, "It is something I pray no one else ever endures." If asked how the possession came about, she frankly admitted her error. She would say, "I strayed. I let pride and despair lead me to a terrible choice, but God forgave me and rescued me." Beyond that, she did not embellish or dwell on the lurid details. Her focus was on gratitude for having been saved and on living a humble, virtuous life thereafter. The missionaries, priests, and nuns who were direct witnesses documented what happened as best they could. In diaries, official church reports, and letters. These primary accounts later informed various articles and books. For instance, a pamphlet titled "Are There Devils Today?" circulated in the 1920s or 30s, recounting Clara's case in detail, including her contortions and the presence of 8 strong girls restraining her, which we gleaned from the Mental Floss article. The Catholic Digest of 1947 referenced her story, describing her origin and baptism. Her case became a point of reference for those studying demonology, often cited alongside other famous possessions, like those of Emma Schmidt, Anna Eklund in 1928, or Roland Doe in 1949. Clara's ordeal reinforced traditional teachings that demonic possession was real and that the church's rituals could triumph over it with faith. Clara herself, however, did not seek any limelight. In fact, as the Ghost Adventure blog noted, she hoped people would forget the insanity of what had occurred and just treat her normally. To some extent, her wish came true locally. New orphans came to the mission in subsequent years, and as they grew up, they only heard whispers or passing mentions of that older girl who had a terrible battle with the devil. Life moved on. By 1912, Clara was 22 years old. In another setting, she might have married or moved away, but as an orphan within the church's care, she stayed at the mission. Perhaps she was even considering a vocation as a nun. Some accounts suggest she was very close to the sisters and had expressed interest in joining their order. Fate, however, had a different path for her. In that year, Clara fell ill with a lung ailment that rapidly worsened. It's said she developed a persistent cough, fatigue, and weight loss, likely tuberculosis, known then as consumption. The climate of Natal, though mild, could not spare her if the disease took hold, as TB was rampant in those days. Despite the nuns' nursing and prayers, Clara's condition deteriorated. Some of the mission staff, with superstitious leanings, feared at first that her illness might be a resurgence of evil, but it wasn't. It was purely physical. Clara bore this sickness with the same faith she had shown in health. She reportedly told Father Erasmus, who visited her sickbed often, "If it is God's will to call me, I am ready. I have had my purgatory on earth already." Perhaps she half smiled as she said that, referencing her ordeal. In late 1912, after weeks of suffering, Clara Germana Selle passed away. The cause was recorded as heart failure resulting from her illness. It happened quietly in the night, with a rosary in her hands and a few sisters praying softly around her bed. She was at peace. One might wonder at the symbolism. Her heart gave out, a heart that had endured such supernatural strain, now simply succumbing to a natural disease. There is a poignant thought that maybe God, in His mercy, allowed her a relatively gentle death compared to what she had been through. At 22, Clara's life on earth ended, but those who loved her took comfort believing she went on to a better place, finally free from all fear and pain. Clara was given a proper Christian burial with the sisters and mission members in attendance. Because she'd wished not to be sensationalized, they kept her funeral simple. They might have sung the same hymns she once sweetly sang in choir. In local memory, she remained dear, not as a horror legend, but as a brave, kind soul who overcame something terrible. Interestingly, decades later, some versions of her story claimed no record exists of what became of her after the exorcisms, implying she faded into obscurity. This is likely due to early writers focusing only on the possession itself and not following up. But indeed, Clara's grave, or memorial, exists. She was reportedly cremated, though it's unclear if that was done much later or if memory is fuzzy on her burial. In any case, she did not seek posthumous fame. The mission likely remembered her quietly on All Souls' Day and in their community annals. From a broader perspective, the possession of Clara Germana left a legacy in the annals of paranormal and religious history. It stands as a dramatic example of a demonic encounter outside of the more commonly cited European or American cases, showing that such spiritual battles are universal, not bound to one culture or land. It also intersects intriguingly with the colonial and missionary context, a Zulu, or at least native African girl, at a Catholic mission taking on central stage In what was traditionally a very European narrative, many famous exorcism cases were in Europe. There were perhaps unspoken cultural undercurrents. Some colonials might have initially chalked Clara's behavior up to native superstition or local spirit beliefs, but the church's handling placed it firmly in Christian demonology terms. If any local African traditional healers or community members had opinions on Clara's state, those were not recorded in the surviving accounts. The story comes to us through the lens of the Catholic missionaries. The church's interpretation was straightforward. Clara made a pact with Satan, and demonic forces possessed her, requiring exorcism. Within that framework, her case reinforced the theology that the devil preys on souls, but God's power is stronger. For those who are more skeptical or inclined to psychological explanations, Clara's case could easily be re-examined as a tragic case of mental illness or hysteria manifesting in a particular religious environment. Indeed, a modern psychiatrist might look at the symptoms, speaking in tongues, convulsions, split personality behavior, etc., and consider epilepsy or dissociative identity disorder or psychosis. But the levitations, the hidden knowledge, and other physical feats are not easily explained away by the medicine of that era or even today. Witnesses swore by what they saw, and Clara herself believed wholeheartedly that a demon had been in her and that the exorcisms delivered her. In the telling of this podcast, we have taken the perspective of the participants who were open to the paranormal and supernatural. We set aside modern skepticism to immerse in the reality as they experienced it, a genuine demonic horror. That is how Clara and the mission perceived it, and thus how the story has been enshrined in paranormal lore. Over a century later, Clara's story still inspires fear and fascination. It has been featured in books, articles, and even podcasts and videos exploring exorcism stories. Some dramatizations even suggest it needs a movie adaptation. Given its frightening episodes of levitation and the classic demon tropes, it indeed reads like a horror movie scenario. If one were to script it, the atmosphere we have described, the candlelit convent, the thunderstorm, the innocent girl's transformation, the heroic priests, all would make for a spine-chilling cinematic experience. Yet beyond the sensational aspects, Clara's tale carries a more profound atmospheric weight, the sense of a soul in peril and then saved. It's a story ultimately of hope and redemption, nestled within a narrative of terror. The mission that once rang with infernal sounds returned to the harmony of hymns. The girl, once contorted in demonic fury, ended her days in prayerful service. In Marion Hill today, which still exists as a monastery and mission, known for its historical significance in the region, one might wander into the old chapel, now quiet, perhaps renovated over the years. Sunlight falls on the altar where long ago a thrashing young woman once spat blasphemies. The air smells of candle wax and polished wood. No hint of brimstone remains, but if those walls could speak, they would tell of a remarkable battle that took place within them, a battle that is difficult to imagine in such a tranquil setting. Visitors and new generations may know nothing of Clara Germanus Hell when they pass by her unmarked resting place or the simple plaque that might commemorate her among lists of former wards of the mission. Yet her story lingers like a ghostly whisper in the annals of the supernatural. Her possession and exorcism remain one of the most disturbing and compelling on record, a testament to something beyond the ordinary. Disturbing details such as her bestial cries, the snakebite marks, and the communal levitation have been retold in hushed tones among those fascinated by demonology. For the devout, Clara's case is a caution and a reassurance. A caution against the dangers of trafficking with evil, even in thought, and a reassurance that even if one falls, the Church's spiritual weapons and God's mercy can pull a soul back from the abyss. For the secular horror enthusiast, it's simply a terrifying tale that rivals any fiction, except the people involved truly believed it happened. As we close the chronicle of Clara Germanus Helle, we do so with the image of her final years in mind. Picture Clara in 1910 or 1911, a slight young woman in a plain dress kneeling in the garden at twilight. She is planting flowers by a statue of the Virgin, perhaps lilies for purity. The sun is setting golden behind the trees. A younger orphan girl comes running, calling her name. Clara stands, brushes the soil from her hands, and smiles warmly at the child. Together they walk toward the glow of the dining hall, where evening supper is served, the bells ringing the Angelus. If you look closely at Clara's eyes, you see no hint of the darkness that once dwelt there, only tranquility and mild sadness and joy intermingled. Those eyes have seen hell, but now reflect the gentle light of heaven's promise. In life, Clara faced the darkness and, with faith, overcame it. In death, one prays she found the eternal light that no darkness can ever extinguish. Her story, steeped in horror and sanctity, continues to live on, reminding us that sometimes the most frightening ghost stories are the ones that also carry a spark of divine grace. Thanks for sticking around tonight. If you made it this far, I hope the story left something with you. A thought, a chill, maybe even a question or two. That's what we're here for. Not to shock or scare you senseless, but to spend some time in the darker corners of history where belief and fear start to blur. If you're enjoying these episodes, make sure to subscribe. The goal is 10,000 subscribers, and every bit of support helps keep this going. Sleep well, drive safe, or wherever you are, take care of yourself. I'll see you in the next one. If you'd like to hear new episodes early and unlock exclusive episodes of the Fall Asleep podcast you won't find anywhere else, head over to Patreon. Right now, Patreon members can listen to our brand new episode on the haunting of Ballishin House before anyone else. Deep in the Scottish countryside, a dying man made an extraordinary promise. He believed he would return after death, and when strange events later began to unfold at his family estate, many wondered whether that promise had somehow been kept. It is one of the most unusual hauntings in Scottish history, involving claims of reincarnation, unexplained phenomena, and a case that would eventually attract the attention of some of the most famous paranormal investigators of the era. And that's only the beginning. Our newest Patreon exclusive episode is now available, The Dark Origins of Rumpelstiltskin. Most people know the fairy tale. Very few know the story behind it. Long before the character entered children's books, Europe was filled with tales of strange beings who appeared in homes, demanded bargains, possessed hidden names, and offered help at a terrible price. In this exclusive deep dive, we explore the folklore, history, and darker traditions that gave birth to one of the most famous figures in all of folklore. This episode is available exclusively on Patreon and will not be released anywhere else. You'll also unlock the entire Fall Asleep podcast archive with more than 90 episodes available right now, completely ad-free and uninterrupted. Whether you're looking for hauntings, folklore, paranormal history, strange encounters, or dark legends from around the world, there's always another story waiting for you. You can find Patreon in the link below. The Fall Asleep podcast is also available on Spotify. You'll find that link in the description as well.